White, and I am your host for the 4th anniversary of the VIP Ignite Model and Actor Bootcamp. I am so excited to be here with you guys. So if you're watching this here on Zoom, let me see how excited you are. Show the people on the internet how excited you are to be here today for this 4th anniversary. So people watching me on Facebook, people watching me on YouTube, I think it's amazing that you are here to get some knowledge, but you can't get discovered on Facebook or on YouTube. You have to be here live on Zoom. So this is what I want you to do. I want you to come over here and join us live on Zoom. Okay. How are you going to do that? You're going to go to VIPigniteSummit.com. Again, you're going to go to VIPigniteSummit.com. You're going to click on that link. You're going to register and you're going to join us here live on Zoom. Guys, I am so excited for this weekend. My name is Denise White, and I'm going to be your host this weekend for the VIP Ignite Model and Actor Bootcamp. So before we get started, I want to make a bold promise to you. Is that okay? Is it okay if I make a bold promise to you right now? I promise you that if you stay on for this entire weekend, by the end of this weekend, the people that you're going to meet, there are people that you are going to meet over the course of this weekend, excuse me, who make $10,000, $50,000, $100,000 for 1 hour or a couple hours of their time. You are going to meet people who can snap their fingers and in 30 seconds or less change your life. You are going to meet people who are on the cover of magazines, people who can put you on the cover of magazines. So this is that's my promise to you. But for you to have the opportunity to fully capitalize on that, this is what I need you to do. I need you this weekend to promise me that you are going to play full out. Okay? Because, you know, I'm sure you've heard that, maybe some of you have heard you're too old to get your start in the entertainment industry. Has anyone ever heard that? Oh, you're too old. Maybe someone told you that you weren't good enough. You're not pretty enough. Maybe they told you that where you live in the middle of nowhere. How are you going to do this? Maybe you've heard those things. But I'm here to tell you that age does not matter in the entertainment industry any longer. I'm here to tell you that your location doesn't matter in the entertainment industry any longer. I'm here to tell you that you are enough to do this. Over the course of this weekend, I'm going to introduce you to people that had those same thoughts. Oh, I'm too old. I'm not right. But the people that I'm going to introduce you to are going to show you that those beliefs are not true any longer. How many of you are here because you have a goal of being in the entertainment industry? You want something more for your life. If that sounds like you, type more in the comments. If that sounds like you, type more in the comments. Because you aren't meant to be ordinary. You are meant to be extraordinary. You are meant to be extraordinary. And I want you to know that. I want you to know that you are meant to be extraordinary. So let me explain to you how this weekend is going to go. Okay. So first of all, like I said, you are going to meet people over the course of this weekend that are in hit TV shows. You're going to meet people over the course of this weekend. You're going to know their voices because they have had the opportunity to do voiceover for some of the biggest video games, TV shows, cartoons. How cool is that? Do you think it would be cool for you to have the opportunity to meet someone like that? Yes or yes in the comments. Yes or yes in the comments. You're going to have the opportunity to meet agents that literally have talent, have placed talent on some of the biggest TV shows that you watch. How many of you have you ever heard of a show called The Walking Dead? Yeah? Okay. Would it be cool? Would it be okay if we introduce you to someone who represents someone on The Walking Dead? Would that be okay with you? Yes or yes in the comments. How many of you have ever heard of Gucci, Versace? Have any of you ever heard of those brands? Would it be okay if we introduce you to someone who works with those brands? Yes or yes in the comments. Yes or yes in the comments. Would it be okay if we introduce you to someone who is on a hit TV show? Yes or yes in the comments. Would it be okay if you were inspired by a woman who has military experience, who's taking her military experience and is now helping people elevate their success, not only as actors and models, but in the business world? Would that be okay? Yes or yes in the comments. That's what this weekend is all about. This weekend is about you connecting with people who can change your life. But the only person who can actually take what you're given and put it into action is you. Type me in the comments. Type me in the comments. You are the only person who could take the information that you're given this weekend and put it into action. Okay. How many of you would love the opportunity to learn from a signed model? Raise your hands. Yeah. How many of you would like to learn her secrets? That's what we're going to be doing this weekend. Okay. So I want you just to start really processing and start thinking about this. Age no longer matters. Your location no longer matters. The only thing that matters is the action that you're willing to take. Okay. By the end of this weekend, you're going to have some new contacts in the entertainment industry. Not only are you going to have some new contacts in the entertainment industry, you're going to have the opportunity to maybe be signed by an agency. How many of you are here because you want to get signed? If that sounds like you, type me in the comments. How many of you would love to be on the cover of a magazine? Would you, if you would like to be on the cover of a magazine, type me in the comments. Type me in the comments. We're going to show you how being on the cover of a magazine will elevate your career. But by the end of the weekend, you may be able to book your first cover. We're going to talk about how that will change the trajectory of your journey in the entertainment industry. Okay. So over the course of the weekend, you're going to meet people that literally, like I said, when they're on a hit TV show, they may get paid $150,000 for a couple hours of their time. You're going to meet people who, when they book the cover of a magazine, they may get paid $10,000, $15,000, $20,000 for their time. So let me ask you a question. First of all, how many of you paid anything to be on this call this weekend? Did any of you have to pay to be here? No, that's because it's free. But let me explain something to you. Even though you didn't pay any money to be here, you are making an investment to be here. You're investing your time. Everyone type time in the comments. What I want you to understand is that time is your only non-renewable resource. If you had to pay money, you can make money back. If you had to the only thing you cannot get back in life is time. So you are making an investment of time this weekend. But let me ask you a question. If we asked you to invest $150,000 to be here this weekend, because one of the people that we work with, literally, when she speaks, that's what she charges for an hour of her time, $150,000. So if we asked you to invest $150,000 to be here for this weekend, how would that change the way that you interact? Would you pay closer attention? Type a 1 or 1 in the comments. If you paid $150,000 for this weekend, would you pay more attention? 1 or 1 in the comments. As you're going through this weekend, I want you to understand that the speakers that are here, that's how much their time is worth. So multiply that by every speaker. That's the value that you're getting this weekend. Not only are they investing time, they're teaching you things that they learned over decades of their lives. They're giving you decades of knowledge in the matter of 2 days of 16 hours. How valuable is that for you? How valuable is that for you? And I want you to think about that over the course of the weekend. If you start getting distracted, nope, you know what? What this person's speaking, $150,000 worth of value. I need to take notes. I need to get out my pen and I need to start taking notes. I want you to think about that. Because over the course of this weekend, you're going to get decades of knowledge in 2 days. Ryan Colby, who's going to speak today and tomorrow, he's been in the entertainment industry for 40 years. Tanya, you'll meet her tomorrow. She's been in the entertainment industry for well over 30 years, going on 40 years. So just with those two, that's almost 100 years worth of experience that you're going to learn from over the course of this weekend. That doesn't include all the other speakers we have. So if you were paying $150,000, would you care about what's going on this little piece of junk here? Would you care? No. Would you care about your TikTok notifications or your WhatsApp buzzing all day? No, you wouldn't. So this is what I want you to do. I want you to commit to yourself right now that you're going to put that on silent. If you're on your phone watching, I get it. You can still turn off your notifications. Turn off your notifications. Be all in. Over the course of the weekend, I'm going to ask you to hydrate. It's not because I want you to go do the pee-pee dance. It's because I want you hydrated because your body is comprised mostly of water. I'm going to ask you to take notes. When you take notes, literally, what happens is you're changing the synapses in your brain. You may never look back at your notes again, but as you're taking notes, you're going to remember. Okay, so take notes over the course of the weekend. When I ask you to interact in the chat, I'm not asking you because I want to, what? I'm not reading it because I want to know if Andrew needs a charger. I'm going to have you putting comments in the comment section because you're reaffirming positive things to yourself. So if you're excited and you're ready to be all in this weekend, type a 1 or 1 in the comments. Type a 1 or 1 in the comments. Because this weekend, again, I promise you, my promise to you is this, that if you're all in, if you play full out all weekend, if you turn off your notifications, if you take notes, by the end of the weekend, you're going to have more knowledge about the entertainment industry than some people out there who've been trying to do this for decades. Okay, and let me tell you a story about one of our talents. So at one of the first VIP Ignite live events, and this was in person, okay? We've been doing these on Zoom now for 4 or 5 years, but one of the first VIP Ignite events, a girl named Jessica walked in. And she had studied at Fordham University. She had studied in Russia. She had studied in Chicago. She had literally studied all over the world. And when she came into the event, she was like, I have all of this education, but I'm not doing anything with it. I don't even know where to start. So she came to a VIP Ignite event and she met people who were like, you have all of this experience. Why are you doing nothing with it? And she's like, well, I haven't met the right people yet. At that event, she met the right people. Her career has blossomed and grown so much over the last 18 years. She now has a house. She works in New York as well as in LA. And last night, we had the opportunity to see her on a major hit TV show. How many of you have ever heard of the Power Empire, the Power series, right? So last night, Mike and I were watching Power and there she was. And we're like, oh my God, like I know you can't see it, but I literally took like 1,000 pictures. I was like stalking the TV because I was like, oh my God. That's the power of what VIP Ignite does. That's the power of you being here this weekend. From some of our biggest success stories, it all started on a Zoom just like this. It started on a Zoom call just like this. So let me ask you guys a question. How many of you are ready for even more success in the entertainment industry? If you are, type success in the comments. And for some of you, you just heard me say, even more success, but Denise, I haven't done anything. What do you mean even more success? The fact that you're here right now means that you're successful. I'm going to say that again. Maybe I'm the first person today that told you this. Maybe I'm the first person this month. And maybe the first person in your whole life that's ever told you this. But the fact that you're here today and you've shown up, that means that you are successful. And I want you to understand that. Okay? I want you to understand that you are successful. And for some of you, there are probably people in your life that don't want you to be successful. Right? Okay, Regina. For some of you, there are people that don't want you to be successful. Okay? And we understand that. But what are they doing to keep you from being successful? You're giving them room in your brain. And there are a lot of people that have been in the same position, right? Again, people are told, oh, you live in the wrong location, you're too old. I'm going to talk about some success stories in a couple of minutes of people that work with VIP Ignite. And let me tell you something. They've been told the same thing. Oh, you can't do this. You're not enough. You're too this. You're too that. You're not enough of this. You're not enough of that. It's okay. The only thing that matters is what's occupied in your head. Okay? The only thing that matters is what occupies your head. And I want you to understand again that you're here because you want success. You're here because you are successful. Okay? Can we start with that baseline? Can we start with I am successful? Type that in the comments. I am successful. I am successful. And as you're listening to each of the speakers that are going to come up, that's the baseline. I am successful. I'm here and I'm listening to this person because I am successful. I'm going to take the decades of knowledge that they're giving me and I'm going to take it and I'm going to run with it because I'm all in. Because I'm all in. If you're all in, type I'm all in the comments. And I want you to remember one more thing too. You control your own destiny. I'm going to say that again for the people in the back that maybe didn't hear me. You control your own destiny. In the entertainment industry, in your personal life, in your business life, in your 9-to-5 life, you control your own destiny. How many of you have felt resistance even getting on here today? You felt that, I don't know. Why do I want to do this? Oh, can I share something with you? I understand how you feel. I felt that way too. I was like, okay, what are we doing? I feel that way every time I start one of these calls. And the reason I do is because I feel a sense of responsibility for you. Because I want to make sure that you get the best out of your time. That's why for the first couple of minutes of this call, I'm going over this with you because I want you to get the most out of this call. Is that okay? Is it okay if I want you to be successful? If that's okay, type a 1 or 1 in the comments. And I want you to understand something too. We're looking for people who understand that they control their own destiny. You're going to have a lot of outside noise, a lot of outside static. That's okay. We all have it. What you do is what's going to determine your success. So let me introduce myself. My name is Denise White. I am the president of talent services for VIP Ignite and Truth Management. I host all of our live and virtual events. And I also am the host of 2 podcasts for VIP Ignite, the VIP Ignite Live podcast and the Coffee in the Green Room podcast. And I like to tell people this. I'm proof that what VIP Ignite does works. Because 6 years ago, I was working in a dental office and I was not happy. I knew that there was something more for me. I knew that my destiny wasn't tied to root canals. And if you're a dentist, God bless you. I love you. Just not for me. Okay. I knew that there was more for me. Okay. And the reason that I'm standing here now is because I said yes to something that was so scary. I almost, like, even when I'm thinking about it right now, my mouth is getting dry and I'm sweating in places I didn't know I could sweat. I got the invitation to host a podcast. I was completely unqualified. I knew nothing about the entertainment industry. I'm very much an introvert. Like, you could, if you meet me in the wild, you'd be like, "Where's that person I saw on Zoom?" I'm like, yeah, okay. Not only I had never hosted a podcast before. I've now hosted well over 600 episodes of podcasts. I've interviewed over 600 people. I've interviewed the man who discovered Lady Gaga. I've interviewed Mark Victor Hansen, who wrote Chicken Soup for the Soul. I've interviewed a lot of the people on this call here too. Okay, I've interviewed amazing, amazing people. And one thing I can tell you is this: what we do works. And if you don't believe it, go to the VIP Ignite Live podcast later, listen to it, and then come back and say, "Oh, wow, Deneen, okay, you know what? This must work because you are a hot mess when you first got started." And I want you to understand something. Every person, everyone, all of us, we all start somewhere. The people that you're going to meet over the course of the weekend, they didn't wake up absolutely fabulous, knowing exactly what they wanted to do. No, they started somewhere. They were like, "Okay, well, you know what? I need to do a new thing. What I'm doing isn't working. I need to up my game." I want you to understand we all start somewhere. So your somewhere is right here. Are you guys ready to get started? Are you guys ready to get started? Yes? Okay. I forgot to tell you guys this at the beginning, but this is not a pants-free party. So I do need everyone to stand up. Hopefully you all have pants on. Everyone stand up. Everyone stand to your feet. All right, I'm looking to see, unless you're driving a car, you better be standing. Okay, Amanda Hooper, do not stand. That would be very dangerous, Amanda. Do not stand. Okay, but for the rest of you, stand up. Okay, awesome. All right, so I want you to move around a little bit because you know what? It's still early in the morning. Move around. Get yourself energized. Bring whatever it is that makes you energized, do it now. Like if you have to make a move, if you have to dance, I don't care what you do. If you have to do a little dance party, if you have to take a sip of coffee, my coffee's over there. I can't do that. I'll have to wait. Okay. Whatever you need to do to get yourself energized. All right. Do we feel a little more energized? Yes. Okay. I'm going to ask all of you guys to hydrate because I'm being selfish. I need some water. Everyone take a sip. Or in my case, take lots of sips. All right. Okay. Everyone sit back down, relax. All right. Okay. So over the course of this weekend, we are looking for a specific type of person. Okay. We're looking for a specific type of person. We're looking for someone who is called a prime mover. So you might be thinking, Deneen, what exactly is a prime mover? A prime mover is someone who understands that they control their destiny. Okay. A prime mover understands they control their destiny. A prime mover is someone who is making such an impact in the world, in their world, that people are naturally attracted to them. Have you ever been in a room with someone and you didn't know who this person was, but you saw them across the room? You're like, I need to be friends with you. Have any of you ever had that experience? If you have, type a 1 or 1 in the comments. If you've ever had that experience, type a 1 or 1 in the comments. I know I have. There are people. I was at a networking event not too long ago, and I was like, I don't know who you are, but I need to know you. She's actually going to be on the call later today. It's pretty amazing. But they're prime movers. Prime movers are people that actually attract people to them. Prime movers understand that they control their destiny. Prime movers are people that are not afraid to do what they know they were called to do. How many of you believe that you were called here today? You not necessarily to the Zoom, but you were called because you know that you have a purpose on this earth that exceeds what you're doing right now. If that sounds like you, type a 1 or 1 in the comments. If that sounds like you, type a 1 or 1 in the comments. Because I'm here to tell you that I know that if you can hear the sound of my voice right now, whether you're here live, whether you're watching on Facebook, on YouTube, whether you're watching a replay, I know that you're meant to be here and that you are meant for more than what you're living right now. Otherwise, you would have tuned out a long time ago. If that sounds like you, I want you to know that you are a prime mover. Say, I want you to do this with me. I want you to put your hand on your heart and say, I am a prime mover. Hand on your heart. I am a prime mover. I am a prime mover. One more time. I am a prime mover. Okay. Now that we have that out of the, you are a prime mover, and I want you to understand that. And over the course of this weekend, when you're listening to all of our different speakers, I want you to think about this. Is this person a prime mover? Is this person a prime mover? I'm going to give you a hint. The answer is yes. So if you're listening to other prime movers, your goal is to learn from them. Your goal is to say, okay, you know what? This person's making $100,000 for speaking. What can I learn from them? This person has booked this many covers of magazines. What can I learn from them? This person is signed to one of the biggest modeling agencies in the world. What can I learn from her? That's your goal, because prime movers, they gather information so that they can continue to grow, because they understand that their destiny is in their control. Okay, so again, I am a prime mover. I am a prime mover. I want you guys to keep that. And I want you guys to understand that you are a prime mover. If you are here and you can hear the sound of my voice, you are a prime mover. Okay, so we have this really cool thing that we're going to be doing over the course of this weekend. Okay, and what I'm going to have you guys do is this. I am going to have you go into our school community, and I'm going to have you share your aha moments. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to share my screen with you. Okay. Let's see here. Share. All right. Can you guys see my school community? Okay, awesome. Jemima, if you can share the link into the chat, that would be amazing in case anyone is unable to get in. Okay, so this is what we're going to, this is our school community. In this community, you are going to get to know some amazing people who are also prime movers. Okay, what I'm going to have you guys do throughout the course of the weekend is come in here, and this top pin post, you're going to come in here and you are going to share your aha moments. Okay, so when you hear something, you're like, oh my gosh, you know, I didn't know I was successful. You're going to share it in here. When you hear someone talk about a tip about booking a cover of a magazine, you're going to share it in the aha moments in school. Okay. So what I know I said I don't want any distractions, but what I'm going to ask you guys to do is I'm going to ask you guys to make sure that you're logged into school so that you can share those things. And here's another reason why I want you to share them. It's not only because I want you to remember exactly what you're learning and how you're growing in your aha moments, but this also helps our speakers. Prime movers, let me ask you a question. Are you willing to help elevate other prime movers by putting your aha moments in the school community? So even now as I'm speaking, if anything I've said resonates with you, and I know it has because you're still here, I want you to go into the school community, and I want you to share. I'm going to sweeten the pot just a little bit. Is that okay? Is it okay if I sweeten the pot a little bit? Is it okay if I ethically bribe you to participate? Yeah. Is it okay? How many of you like prizes? Do you guys like prizes? I know I like prizes. So here's what I'm going to do. Throughout the course of the weekend, I'm going to be looking at the aha moments. I'm going to see who participates. Mike, who you'll meet in a little while, is going to be looking at the aha moments, see who participates. Alicia is going to be looking at the aha moments. And what we're going to do is we're going to find out the people who are the most interactive, the people who share the most in the aha moments. We're going to see the people who are all in. Being all in means participating and sharing your aha moments as well. And then at the end of the weekend, at the end of the day today, actually, in the end of the day tomorrow, we have some prizes that we're going to share. And I'll share those with you guys in a couple minutes. But we have this coin that I hold. I'm very much a tactile person, okay? And I'm going to there's a coin that I have that I carry with me everywhere. And every time I'm having a moment where I'm like, okay, I touch this coin, I'm like, okay, you know what, Deneen, this is who you are. You are someone who helps to lead people. You leave a legacy. And then I'm like, okay, I got this. And I keep going. Okay. So we have some coins. I'll share them with you in a couple minutes. We also have notebooks that we're gonna give away as well. Because one of my core I literally have 3 of these notebooks. They're not all on the desk because I don't want you guys to think I'm crazy, but I literally have notebooks all over the place. So we're gonna give away a coin, we're gonna give away notebooks because we want to encourage you to do what we're asking you to do. And I want you to understand one other thing. Your audition starts now. Type now in the comments. Your audition starts now. I told you at the beginning, you're always on stage. You're currently on stage. Your audition starts now. Okay. So I want to share a story with you. Not too long ago, I was at an event and there was a speaker on stage. And when he was speaking, something he said really resonated with me, and I wanted to share it with you. You see, when he first started his journey as an entrepreneur, he had a really poor mindset. Okay, his mindset was so messed up. Like he was living in a hotel with his wife and his children. He was severely overweight and he was broke. I mean, he was homeless. And when he was talking about that, he talked about how that was broke Joe. Broke Joe, he made bad life decisions. Instead of eating healthy, he was going out and he was eating McDonald's every night. He was, instead of investing in himself, he was spending money on things. He was spending. He wasn't investing. And his life got to a point where he was like, I can't do this anymore. Have any of you ever been to that point where you're like, you look at yourself in the mirror and you don't even recognize who you are? Has anyone ever had that experience? I know I have. I've had that experience. I looked in the mirror at one point and I was like, how did you get here? Well, that's what Joe was going through. And I know that many of you have been at that moment too. But then something happened with Joe. And he started working on his mindset. He started working with coaches. He started working with people who taught him skills that he didn't have when he was broke Joe. He started learning about marketing. He started learning about marketing himself. He started changing the way he thinks about things. Okay, you know what? Do I want to buy something? Do I want to spend my money or do I want to invest? And then he learned about investing in himself, right? How many of you know that the best investment you can make is in you? If you know that, type me in the comments. The best investment you can ever make is in you because you alone determine your return on your investment. So as Joe started learning all of these things and growing, all of a sudden he and his wife, his marriage got better. His relationships with his kids got better. Then all of a sudden he found himself making an abundance of money. And he called that person Woke Joe. Okay. That's Woke Joe. He awakened his senses. He was like, whoa, okay. So now whenever he is trying to make a decision, he's like, okay, is that a broke Joe decision or a woke Joe decision? So let me ask you a question right now. You're here, you're all in. You're like, okay, you know what? I just learned something. I typed an aha moment in the school. Is that a broke decision or is that a woke decision? Type it in the comments. Is that a broke decision or a woke decision? Is that a broke decision or a woke decision? Yeah, it's a woke decision. You're sitting here, you're all in. You're like, you know what? My phone, I can see it buzzing, but I'm not paying attention to it. Okay, is that a broke decision or a woke decision? Is that a broke decision or a woke decision? Staying all in here. That's a woke decision. Okay, you answering the questions that I'm asking you to put in the comments. Is that a broke decision or is that a woke decision? Type that in the comments. Yeah, it's a woke decision. As you're going through and you're listening to the different speakers, I want you to know, because you are a prime mover. Say, I am a prime mover. I am a prime mover. Say, put your hands on your chest. Say, I am a prime mover. Do prime movers, do they make broke decisions, or do they make woke decisions? Prime movers make woke decisions. I am a prime mover. I make woke decisions. Okay. So as you're going through the day, and maybe you're tempted your mind starts wandering. Oh, nope. That's broke me. This is woke me. Woke me needs this information. Woke me needs to elevate. Woke me needs what I'm doing right now. Got it? So as you're going through, I literally want you to think about that. Is this a broke decision or a woke decision? That's what you're going to do, because prime movers, they make woke decisions. And the fact that you're here right now, you are a prime mover, you make woke decisions. You are in control of your destiny. That means that you know that what you do matters. Does that make sense? If that makes sense, type a 1 or 1 in the comments. If you're a prime mover, type a 1 or 1 in the comments. If you're a prime mover, type a 1 or 1 in the comments. Awesome. I love it. All right. So now some of you might be thinking, it's really cool that she's talking about this, but I don't know. You have a voice in your head that's like, I know that I'm saying these things, but I don't know. I'd like to introduce you to my nemesis, fear. Okay. When you start having doubts, how many of you have a voice in your head that, like, when you're like, yeah, and then you're like, well, is this really real? I don't want you to raise your hands, but how many of you can understand? If you can, nod your head. How many of you have ever had that voice in your heads? Yeah, we all have. But I want you to understand something. Because you're a prime mover, you don't have to listen to your fear brain, okay? Every human being has a part of their brain that's right back here that was designed to help you fear. And you know what? Fear was amazing. When we were walking down a path and a saber-toothed tiger was about to pounce on us, you need fear because you need to be able to fight or flight. I can't fight a saber-toothed tiger. I need to run as fast as I can. So fear plays a part in your life. Like if you're in a situation and you have a real valid fear, you have a real valid dangerous situation, thank you, fear. Thank you so much. I appreciate you for keeping me safe. Okay. But the reality is that 99% of our life, we don't need to succumb to fear, because a lot of the things that you're afraid of are things that you're imagining. They're not real. So if you have a saber-toothed tiger coming at you, if you're walking in the woods and there is a bear charging at you, please do me a favor. Be afraid. But if you are on this call and you're here because you want to be successful, this guy, you don't really need this guy, right? And I'm going to teach you something here. As we're going through this weekend, see, I brought out the animals. As you're going through this weekend, you're going to have this guy. He's going to rear his little head every once in a while, but he doesn't have to control you. Okay. And there are two different types of people that are on this call. We have the people that are emotional. So cool. Deneen, this is awesome. I'm going to do it. Let's go. And then we have our logical people, and they're like, yo, purple monkey, cool your jets a little bit. Yes. Cool your jets a little bit. Okay. Just calm down. And I want you to understand something. We all have all of these things. Okay. We all have the excited. How many of you, like, you go to a ball game, yeah, all season. Okay. But then you also have the logical part of your brain that's like, okay, you know what? Like, if you want to do this, then we need to do X, Y, Z. We need to come up with a roadmap. We need to come up with a plan. We all have these two monkeys in our brains. Okay. And sometimes you give into the emotion, like, yeah, I'm so excited. Okay. Okay. So let's talk about eating, for example. Okay. It was Caden's birthday. I don't know if any of you saw pictures, but oh my gosh, that birthday cake looked amazing. Okay. So the emotional part of my brain was, oh my God, I want to go. I want to drop. I want all the cake. Oh my gosh, I want all the cake. Yes, I want all the cake. Please bring me all the cake. But my logical brain was like, well, Deneen, you know, you can have a piece of cake, but do you really think that eating a full cake is a wise life decision? And my emotional brain was like, yeah, it is. That cake, did you see? It looked so good. But my logical brain's like, no, you know what? You can have a piece of cake, but let's not eat the whole cake. Okay. I want you to understand we all have all these things going on at any moment. Even when you guys got on this call, yeah, I'm gonna be an actor or model. And then your logical brain is like, well, let's see what they have to say and let's see what kind of plan we can come up with. Your fear brain was like, no, don't do it. But you obviously didn't listen to your fear brain, so you're here. So I want you to understand that as you're going through this weekend, you're going to get real emotional about certain things. And then your logic's going to kick in and say, okay, well, let's figure this out. Okay. And then there's one more component of your brain. It's actually the biggest part of your brain. And that's the subconscious. So this guy here knows everything that's ever happened to you since you were born. Your subconscious knows every decision that you've ever made. Your subconscious knows all of your patterns. Okay. So if you're someone who's like super emotional all the time, or you're someone who's super logical, your subconscious brain knows your patterns. It knows the decisions that you made. It knows all of your successes and it knows all of your failures. It knows those times that you kept your promises to yourself and the times that you didn't. So your job as a prime mover is to start retraining your subconscious by making decisions, by making better decisions. Does that make sense? How many of you you've tried to do certain things over and over and over again, and you're not successful at them? Your subconscious understands all of that. But now you are a prime mover, so you're able to make decisions. So when your emotional brain gets all excited and your logical brain is like, well, let's do this, and you succumb to fear, what you need to do now is you need to start making better decisions. You need to start retraining your subconscious. Okay. And that's what this weekend is going to be all about. There are going to be times where you're going to get so emotional. You're going to meet the former art director of, oh my God, this is so cool. And then there are going to be people that are going to speak to your logic. Okay. Well, you know what? If you want to be successful, you need to do this, this, and this. Okay. But what I want you to start thinking about is retraining your subconscious. So as you're going through, because you are a prime mover now, say, I am a prime mover in the comments. Say, I am a prime mover. Because you are a prime mover, you are going to start retraining your subconscious to make better decisions. You're going to start retraining your subconscious by making better decisions. Okay? Because you are woke now. You understand that you control your own destiny. So when you make a decision, your subconscious is going to learn, because your subconscious doesn't know whether you're telling the truth or a lie. It just recognizes patterns. If you tell yourself, I am amazing, I am amazing, I am amazing, I am amazing, over and over and over again, your subconscious goes, I'm amazing. If you say the opposite, your subconscious is going, oh. So how do you want to feed your subconscious? Do you want to feed your subconscious amazing things? Do you want to feed your subconscious positive results? Do you want to feed your subconscious by keeping promises to yourself? Or do you want your subconscious to be like, man, just kidding, right? So every decision that you make, everything that you say to yourself, your subconscious is recording it. Even now as I'm talking, some of you are like, she has no idea what she's talking. She doesn't know my life. You're right, I don't. But I used to be guided by this guy a lot. My subconscious, I've worked really hard to retrain my subconscious. And that's what I want you guys to do this weekend, because it's my goal. I made a big promise to you guys at the beginning of this call. My promise was that if you go all in all weekend, at the end of this weekend, you are going to be a completely different person. Are you guys available for that? Are you guys available to becoming a prime mover? Are you available to taking action so that Every dream that you have can come true. If you're available for that, type a 1 or 1 in the comments. I'm going to put my little friends back here. Put you in the middle because you're like the connector. Okay, awesome. All right, so what we're going to do is this. I'm going to introduce you to the co-founder of VIP Ignite. Are you guys ready? All right. Hi, Ryan Velasco. Sorry, I just saw you there. Hi, Christine. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to introduce you to Alicia Kabak, co-founder of VIP Ignite. She has something amazing that she wants to share with you. Are you guys ready for that? Are you guys ready? All right. So let me introduce her and highlight her, and then we will let's add spotlight. Hello, Alicia Kabak. So let me introduce Alicia Kabak to you. She is the co-founder of VIP Ignite, which allows talent to network and connect with high-level industry professionals in modeling, acting, and music. She has launched multiple 7-figure businesses. She has executive produced 5 Broadway shows that have won 38 awards, including 6 Tonys. She has had a successful radio show on CBS Digital. She opened NASDAQ with the cast of her Broadway show Dinner with the Boys, starring Dan Lauria from the Wonder Years. She is a Guinness Book of World Records holder. She emceed the Israel Film Festival in New York City with the Prime Minister of Israel in the audience. She has been featured in Forbes, Huffington Post, and Entrepreneur. She has shared the stage with such greats such as Bill Walsh, Greg Reed, Russell Brunson, Lee Steinberg, Brandon Steiner, and Les Brown. She is a Fox News music expert. She recently had her first film released, Target, which is currently showing in film festivals throughout the world, as well as on all major streaming services. She currently manages Francis Ford Coppola's protege. She has helped over 10,000 talents successfully get signed and booked work through VIP Ignite. She has been in business for over 2 decades. She is a multiple, it says 4 years here, but I think it's more like 5 or 6 years running 2 Comma Club winner. And this Tuesday, she has a huge thing coming up. She is now a co-author with Kevin Harrington of Shark Tank. And this Tuesday, her book officially launches. Everyone, give it up for the one and only Miss Alicia Kabak.
Hi. My palms just got sweaty going, oh shit, what am I going to wear on Tuesday? We're here on a boot camp all weekend. Hi. How are you guys? Hi.
Amazing.
What? All right, so we have extra cake for you and Mike. So when I see you, when I drive out there for the book signing, I'm going to bring you lots of cake. Guys, if you followed my Instagram or Facebook, it was Caden's 4th birthday, which coincides with our 4-year anniversary for doing online boot camps. So every year Caden gets older, another year of online boot camps. Look great, Deneen. I love all the lights.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Yay, Caden. Yeah, it was confetti cake with vanilla custard. It was delicious. So
sounds amazing.
Yeah, really good. And my brain was going, do I really need an extra piece? And the answer is hell yeah. All right. So one thing I kind of wanted to add very quickly, I was on a cruise last week for Caden's little birthday, and I had streaming rights. How many of you guys have ever been on a cruise? People try to disassociate with the world. I'm on vacation, but when you're a business owner, it is 24/7, right? And I always joke around, this isn't a job, it's a lifestyle, because I really love helping people that want help. And one thing that it makes me want to cry when I see people that have come onto Zooms. And we were talking about, getting into the right rooms, meeting the right people. I talk to so many talent all the time that pay for websites and pictures and classes, and that's awesome. I call that the sharpening crayon syndrome. When do we actually put it to paper, right? When do we actually start drawing this dream destiny that we envision in our minds? And really it's about getting into the right rooms, right? Does that make sense? So if you're really serious about getting into this industry, I was on the cruise and my soon-to-be mother-in-law is like, are you working? Yeah, I am, because I love what I do. I love helping people, but it literally makes me overwhelmed with excitement and just it's such an honor to have anybody on this call that really wants help. I mean, we're a great navigation system. As you guys can see from that plaque behind me, we're really good at what we do. We have been featured in Forbes and Entrepreneur and all these amazing things. But I know, Deneen, I was going through the text messages and I fell asleep early because this party was crazy yesterday with all the kids. But seeing our talent on a hit TV show like Power, and I remember, I know you guys heard the story briefly about Jessica DiGiovanni. She went to Fordham University. She studied theater. So if you don't know Fordham, that's like an Ivy League school. That's 70, 80 grand a year. 70, 80 grand a year. And then, after that, she kept studying. She went off to Russia. She studied Chekhov in Moscow. Then she went to Second City in Chicago. Then she moved to LA for a little bit and she studied at USC. She took some additional film courses. And then she was doing improv at the Citizens Brigade, like all these amazing trainings. And I'll never forget when I met her, I looked at her resume and I'm like, what? I said, I see a lot of training, not a lot of doing. What is your obstacle? And she says, the biggest problem is I keep joining websites and I'm not getting any results. How many of you guys have ever been in that situation? And don't tell me the names. I call them the bad boyfriends. I don't want to hear about it. But I just want to know how many of you have ever been in that situation where like it almost feels like you're running in place, or everywhere you go, it seems like a dead end. And she said, I don't know what I'm doing wrong. And I'm like, well, you have tremendous training. Here's the issue. Nobody knows you're alive. And she looked at me and she said, what? I said, this business isn't about websites. Anybody can join a website, whether they're free or you just need a credit card. It doesn't mean you're ever going to be a real actor. Breakdowns, which we'll go over this weekend, breakdowns are just for licensed SAG-AFTRA agents. Unless you have an agent that gets those breakdowns for major motion pictures and TV shows, you're screwed. I said, you're just throwing spaghetti up against the wall. Nobody legitimate casts off of websites. And she goes, oh, that makes sense. How many of you guys, right? So many dead ends. So, I wanted to tell you this, one thing that, really, really impresses me is when people show up. And they don't just show up and do this like half-assed. They show up. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? How many of you have ever been to maybe a first day of school or a job, or even if you went out to a club, how many of you guys have ever judged a book by its cover, right? Like somebody might be really attractive, but then they open up their mouth and they ruin it for you. How many of you guys have ever been in that situation? I've dated a lot of those types of people, right? Super attractive and then not, no energy, right? But then there's other people that wow you because their personality, right? They may not be the most attractive, even if they are, but their personality really wins you over. And that's why I love Zoom, because you could say a million things about yourself without saying one spoken word. How many of you guys believe in that? So when I turn my camera off, I'm like watching everybody, which sounds creepy. I guess I can do it with my camera on and just go through all the gallery. But some of you, I really want to say this to you. You're on stage, and I want everybody to type, I'm on stage, because we're going to have tremendous guests, agents and casting directors, and they're looking for people just like you, but you're not putting your best foot forward or your best face forward. So, put your shoulders back, put your head up. I always say it's like my alter ego, right? The on stage Alicia Kback versus the I'm going to Netflix and chill and the glasses are coming on and it's going to be crazy. But if you're really trying to do this, think about every success story that we've ever had, and I want you guys to think about how blessed and lucky we are that we're on Zoom today, because no one had to spend money to fly to New York City to come see us. No one had to spend money to fly to Miami or Philly, anywhere where we physically had live offices. How many of you guys love Zoom? I love Zoom. I love Zoom. My kid is right there in the living room. I gave him a tour today that he had to pick up all of his birthday gifts because this place looks like Hangover. Do you guys remember Hangover, the movie? This place looks crazy after a 4-year-old birthday party. It is insane. But you're always on stage. So why not make the best impression that you can? Because again, we're going to have agents and casting directors that come on in. With Jess DiGiovanni, her dream was to be in major motion pictures, to be on Broadway. And it was through our company, because of the connections, she was able to be on stage networking. Do you guys understand the power of that? So even in a virtual world right now, the digital world, how many of you guys are ready for face-to-face? Even if you're brand new, even if you don't have pictures, even if you just have this like idea of what it is, you're just like, well, why won't anybody like give me a chance? It's because they don't know you, right? And that's why we love helping people. You really need to get into the right rooms. And again, thank you so much for coming on this journey. I'm sure you guys got voicemails, text messages, emails. I'm sending you subliminal, messages right now. Like, okay, sit back, put your head up, right? Show me you're serious. But, this business called show business, it really means, something to me. And we're very passionate about helping people. And one thing that Kevin Harrington and I spoke about, is competition. You know, when people go on Shark Tank, you know, they're not going out, they're going, I'm brand new. Like they're looking for money, they're looking for handouts, they're looking for a cash infusion, they're looking for somebody to invest in them. Agents and casting directors will be investing time into you. So are you worthy of that investment? And that's why this weekend I joke around, it's like Hunger Games. I see how many people are on right now. 98 people are on. And then there are people right now watching the Facebook. I want to see how many people are like legit serious about this, because Deneen, even at the end of today's kind of like, okay, let's build a foundation, right? Like, let's clear the forest. We have these dreams about this fortress called our dreams that we want to build, but tomorrow is like building day. So, like, you need to be on both days and play full out. So don't do this like half-assed. Don't be here today and not tomorrow, or don't think I'll leave early today and then come back tomorrow, because guess what? I'm actually going to hold you to this, because if you're here, you're serious. And if not, go enjoy Netflix. I was catching up on Emily in Paris. I don't know how many of you guys love that show. I love the streaming networks because I binge watch shows. But I want you guys to think about this. I've been watching a lot of amazing TV. Have you guys seen Tell Me Lies on Hulu? And some of these actors that I'm obsessed with now, I could legit say obsessed. I've never heard of them before. I have no idea who they are. I've never even seen them in anything. And now in my mind, that's all I want to watch, right? Emily in Paris, so good, Jamie. So why not you? Why couldn't you be the no-namer coming onto the scenes in a top Netflix show, Hulu show, Amazon? Oh my God, I'm thinking to myself, how many networks do we have now? Do you guys remember when it was just one TV and you had like just everything you needed right there on cable? Now it's so confusing, but there's so much room for growth now. And I really want to say this to you. And one thing Kevin and I were talking about was how accessible Zoom is. Like, I love Zoom, you know, but then like, think about how much harder it is now because everybody and their brother is doing Zoom. So I'm glad you guys are here. I'm really appreciative that you're taking a chance. But if you're serious about doing this, scale 1 to 10, how serious are you? Type it now. Scale 1 to 10, how serious are you? Because if it's not a 10, go enjoy the shows. Go watch TV, because everybody else, you're going to get a chance to talk to real casting directors and agents that book on those major shows. Like I don't want their time wasted. I want to make sure that if you're here, you are serious, because if not, log off, enjoy your day, go have fun, take a selfie, you know, and just say, this is my dream. For everybody else, this is our reality and we're going to kick ass. Sorry for the cursing, but not sorry. Hi, Natasha Kraus. All right. That's it. That's all I have to say. And yeah, Deneen, I will absolutely, I have lots of cake for you and Mike, lots of leftovers. So I can't wait to bring it to you.
We're only accepting one small piece each. Anything else will, because hold on. Let me explain to you something.
It has homemade vanilla custard. The
My
frosting
emotional
is
monkey,
cream
Alicia,
cheese,
wants all the cake.
buttercream.
My emotional monkey wants all the cake. My logical monkey says, "Hey, Deneen, you need a taste. You don't need the whole thing. So please go with my logical monkey, because sometimes my emotional monkey wins."
Okay. I will.
Isn't it great having? I have things I can. No,
I know.
and literally,
I know. Thank goodness Kaden isn't here, because
I
he
have
would,
these
like,
behind
those.
me, and I'm like, okay, hold on, which monkey is talking right now? Very
I was
important to
watching you
have
with the
visuals.
lizard going, that's a good one. Did you ever see the movie What About Bob? Did you ever see that?
Oh my God, yes. Baby steps, Bob. Baby steps.
Yeah,
Yes.
baby step Bob. But like sometimes it's so silly, but you kind of need to see it. How many of you guys are visual learners? Anybody? Visual
Me,
learners all day.
definitely.
I still have no idea how to get places. Now that I live in Florida, I have no idea how to. Back in the day, I used to hold my hand up and a little yellow car would show up and take me wherever I wanted in New York City. But now that I have to drive, I don't pay attention to street signs or anything. And I kind of need a navigation system. So for those of you guys that need a roadmap plus assistance, plus also somebody smacking you upside the head going, what the F are you doing? Aren't you glad you're here at VIP Ignite? Over 10,000 success stories. We're literally going to tell you step by step by step by step. Hi, Ryan Clapham. Okay, that's it. That's all I have to say.
No, that was awesome. I
Okay,
love that,
good.
Alicia.
Okay.
And something I want you guys to understand too is that you are here and you're in the right room. Okay. Alicia talked about being in the right room. You're in the right room. And I also want you to start thinking about this. Something I love to say and that I live by is that you don't get what you want in life. You get what you intend. I'm going to say that again. You don't get what you want in life. You get what you intend. And every person that you're going to hear over the course of this weekend, their success didn't come by chance. It didn't come by accident. They weren't walking down the street and they got struck by the success bug. They made intentions to get what they want. And I want you to think about this too as we're going through the course of the weekend. I want you to think about this. Where focus goes, energy flows. So if you're focusing on what you don't want, you're going to bring that into your life. If you focus on what you do want, you're going to bring that into your life. And I'll tell you a story about that later in my own personal life that happened this week. But the more that I study, the more that I grow, the more that I'm like the more that I'm recognizing the emotional monkey, the logical monkey, the fear lizard, the subconscious, the more I'm recognizing all these guys playing in my head, the more I understand that you don't get what you want in life, you get what you intend. So let me ask you guys a question. Because you are a prime mover, say, I am a prime mover. Say that, I am a prime mover. When you say that, put it on your hand. Put your hands on your heart. I am a prime mover. Do you know what you intend from this weekend? Because that's what you're going to get out of this weekend.
And I want to add one thing, Deneen, really quick. Like with Jessica DiGiovanni, she had all the training, but she didn't have the network. How many of you guys want to be in the same room as top industry experts? How many of you guys want to be in the room? Type, I want to be in the room. And I want to tell you a story very quickly, Deneen, and I know we got to move on. But, you know, I waitressed outside of college. I don't know if you guys know this, but I graduated college with a double degree in TV and film and communications. And my resume was pretty much going in the trash. I know it was. I was one of a billion sitting up on websites, sending out my resume. I wasn't getting any results, but I knew for a fact if I ever got a chance to meet somebody, that they would give me an opportunity, just if I could just have a chance. Maybe you guys feel that way. So imagine if we took you out of your environment now, and we put you in a room with highly successful people. You are who you surround yourself with. Your network is equal to your net worth. And one quick story, I met the vice president of Viacom, not by chance, but by choice. I invested money for a charity event that I knew he was hosting. I invested a lot of money to walk in with no guarantees, right? A guarantee that I would be able to write it off at the end of the year as, you know, on taxes for a charity event. But when I went there were so many other people vying for his attention, but I knew I was meant for greatness. And I knew that I was in the right room with the right people. And do you guys want to know what he did? I waited over an hour just to even be able to go up and shake his hand. Imagine like going to Disney and waiting for Mickey Mouse. That's kind of like what I was doing. And you know what he did? He shook my hand. I barely had like 3 words in. I was like, hi, I'm Alicia Kabak. Thank you so much for, you know, hosting this great charity event. He shook my hand and started talking to somebody else. He said, thank you so much for coming. So nice to meet you. And that was that. How many of you guys can tell from my just demeanor, like that's not okay. Like we're gonna be best friends. We're gonna get t-shirts made. Like he's the vice president of Viacom. That's BET, MTV, VH1, and Paramount. And I waited a couple of extra hours and I decided, you know what? This is not gonna break me. God put me into this room. Like I put myself into this room. This is an opportunity of a lifetime. And I'm not going to let time kill this deal, right? Like this is never going to happen again. And I'm going to tell you guys very quickly, I followed him. I followed him near to where the restroom was. And I waited outside the door going, well, shit, when he comes out, I'm going to be right there waiting for him. And I know it sounds creepy, but captive audience. And when he came out, he was surprised. I like tapped him on the shoulder and I said, hey, we didn't finish this conversation yet. And I had him and I was like, oh God, now what am I going to talk about? Right? Like now I have his captive audience. Like, what am I going to talk about? And I was able to pretty much kind of like Shark Tank, do my 30-second elevator pitch. Like, hey, this is what I do. This is what I, you know, what I created. This is why we're different. You know, kind of like, this is what we do, you know, to help talent. And he loved it. Had I just given up just based on a hi, how are you? Thanks for coming. I would have left defeated, right? Like kicked in the butt, like, why did I waste my time? Why did I waste my money? But and I couldn't be mad at him. He had no idea who I was. I was just like everybody else, right? And I want you guys to say this, like, if you're trying to get into show business, you've got to have balls. And I know it sounds really like horrible for me to say that, but like pictures and training and that's all great. but you really have to go for it. And most of all, when you're face to face with somebody that can snap their fingers and change your life, you better go all in, right? And something really cool happened. He allowed me to not only stay at his party, which I was afraid I was being too ballsy, but he introduced me to everybody he knew, right? Like everybody that was at that party. I got, he introduced me to like Matt Dillon and all these amazing, filmmakers and actors and screenwriters and all these amazing people. But then Vivica Fox, do you guys know Vivica Fox? Maybe she's a great actress. Vivica's a friend of ours. And she and I hosted our Women's Empowerment Summit at his location a couple of months later. And had we not had a chance to even get face to face with him and then also be able to like express what we do and, why he should be a part of it, that's all we needed was just that time, right? So how many of you guys are really ready now to get into the right room? So we put 20 years of our life, we've invested over $1 million in Broadway and doing all these tremendous things. You guys are getting all this at no cost, like 20 years of my life, tears, all the stress, so that you could show up today and have access to our network without having to lift a finger, right? Like that is pretty dope. So I want you guys to understand that, like, if this is the life that you want, you have to go for it. But if you don't have those types of connections, you need VIP Ignite. Nobody in history does what we do, which is why Kevin from Shark Tank loves our company and loves what we do. And you guys should read our new book. But that's all I wanted to say. But if given a chance to be in the right rooms with the right people, are you ready? And most people think they are. And I can tell you, I wasn't even ready. I literally put my foot in my mouth the first time. I was like, oh my God, that's it. I'm done. I'm defeated. But I went back. You got to have balls. So that's all I wanted to say before we start.
How many of you have ever been in a situation like that where you were in a room and you're like,
Right
okay,
people,
you know what? What am I going to do? Oh my
Yeah.
gosh. How many of you have ever been in a situation like that? Or how many of you have ever seen on the red carpet, if only I was there, I would kick butt. I want you guys to understand something. Today, tomorrow, with VIP Ignite, you are in the right room. You are in the right room. And I want to ask you a question one more time before I introduce our next guest. And I want to remind you of this. I'm going to remind you of this throughout the whole weekend. You don't get out of life what you want. You get out of life what you intend. You don't get out of life what you want. You get out of life what you intend. So what are your intentions for the next 2 days? What are your intentions when you're listening to our next guest speaker, who I'm going to introduce right now? What are your intentions? You are in the right room. What are you going to do with it? Because prime movers, life doesn't happen for you. You make life happen. You are in control of your destiny. With that thought in mind,
right people, right room.
With that
right
thought
people.
in mind, let me introduce our next guest to you. Hovland Stillwell is an actor, singer, director, and producer who has worked on Broadway, in TV, film, and in voiceover. She is most well known globally as the voice of Raquel in Barbie: Life in the Dream House. Career highlights include performing in Broadway's Fiddler on the Roof with Alfred Molina, Rosie O'Donnell, and Leah Michele, and Les Mis with Leah Salonga and Daphne Rubin Vega, singing live on both the Oscars telecast and the Tonys, and releasing 2 solo albums. Acting on camera in a multitude of TV series and films, including Ava DuVernay's Selma, Magic Mike XXL, CSI New York, Single Ladies, and the upcoming feature Feathered, which she stars in with Bruce Stern and Dot Marie Jones, and being the voice of dozens of brands and characters in video games like League of Legends, Fallout 4, and Arknights, and animated series such as Miraculous Ladybug, Ever After High, and Monster High. Together with her wife Reed Stillwell, their company, Team Stillwell, executive produced Under the Influencer, a thriller which was selected for the 2024 Cannes Film Festival, is co-producing the upcoming Broadway show Transparent the Musical, based on the Amazon series, created the short Literal Nightmare, which Hovland also stars in. Hovland is based in Los Angeles and continues to work in every medium of entertainment. Everyone, give it up for the one, the only, Ms. Hovland Stillwell.
Hello.
Hi,
Hello,
I
how
don't
are
even
you? It's so good
recognize
to
you with
see
the
you.
glasses.
I
Hi.
know. I know. I'm having an eye issue, and so we have to roll with glasses
Just
sometimes.
pivot. Yep. Oh, that's
Just
nice to
Very
pivot,
meet
trendy.
you.
exactly. I'm like, yeah, it's fine.
They look good. They
It's
look
totally
great.
fine. I will say this is just because we tell anecdotal stories here. So I was working on Morning Show the TV show last,
Oh, with Jennifer
and
Aniston. Yeah.
everyone like so Jennifer Aniston has these exact frames, and like so do like four of the producers. So it's like I saw like at like catering one day, like they were down, and I was like, wait, those I don't have my glasses with me. And then I was like, oh my God, are these Jen's? And I picked them up and I'm like, and then like three of the producers were like, oh wait, yeah, that's fine. It's like,
I love the way you refer to Jen Aniston as Jen.
yeah,
It's just Jen.
she's very
Well,
down to earth. She's very
she
down to
is.
earth person.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's you guys were saying such great stuff. I got on a little early, so I heard your Viacom story, Alicia, and
Yeah.
I've never heard that story.
Really? Ed Bennett's
But
been
that's
to
it
our,
doesn't
our New
surprise me
York
because I know
events.
you.
Yeah.
So it totally tracks with like your go-getter personality. And but what I think is interesting about it too is that like you were confident about what you had to say, but you weren't like fangirling. You know what I
No.
mean? You weren't just
Well,
like
at
there
first,
because you just wanted to meet
yeah.
somebody and you didn't have anything to like say, you know?
Well,
Um,
I did it like I'm gonna be honest, pure transparency. When I first met him, I said it's such an honor to meet you. And I was like, what? No, like that, no, no, no. It's like kiss the ring, you know? And then the
yeah.
second time I like tapped him on the shoulder. I'm like, hey, we didn't get to finish this conversation yet. I'm like, where did these balls come from? Did they just grow? You know, just like that? And it was just
I mean, what did you have to lose, you know?
exactly. But
Like,
at first I was a fan. So what was he gonna just nice to meet you? I mean, that's a proper response, you know,
right.
as a fan.
Right. Well, I think like,
And when
I
especially
think
when you
it,
say the second time as a business owner, I'm like, no, no, no. I know you're amazing, but like I feel like you would really, if you got a chance to understand what we do. And he's been part of our company ever since. And it was just about getting in front of the right people, but most of all, knowing what to say. And that comes with training, of course.
yes. Yeah, but
Yeah.
I think, if it's always about like intention, and it's sort of like, if your intention going into a situation is just genuine, like sometimes, if you're in a situation and you're at a party or whatever, and it's like you see an actor or, a politician or like somebody that you just really just admire and you don't
Yeah.
really want or need anything from, you just really want to like express your gratitude of like, hey,
Right.
if it's an actor and you just love their movies or like maybe
Yeah.
a character they played has really touched you or something, and you just kind of want to meet them and like
Right.
tell them, hey, you're awesome and I think you're great, cool, that's fine. But if it's a business, I mean, this guy's an executive, like
Yeah.
not he doesn't need fans, he's
No.
just he's just
No.
developing television and like making
Yeah.
making things. So his whole business relies on people like you and me. Like
Yeah.
his
Yeah.
whole business relies on people coming to him with great ideas.
Right.
So, he doesn't need people to be like, wow, you're amazing. Like he's like, okay, cool. Do you have an idea for me? Like,
Yeah.
you know
Exactly. Like
what I
Shark
mean?
Tank. What is your
Yeah,
idea? Go. Yeah.
yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
flattery is great, but also, you know, what are you
Yeah.
going
What
to
are
do
you
with it?
bringing to the table?
It
Yeah.
feels nice,
Yeah. For sure. You've
um,
done so much in your career. I mean, I know Deneen when she was going over your highlights from Broadway, which is how you and I met. Do you remember like 15 years ago? I had the radio show. I had Howard Stern's old studio guys at CBS. How cool is that? And Haviland was one of our guests, and we hit it off right then because you just know good people. And 15 years later, we're still friends, even though I'm not in New York or LA right now. Um, how much has your life changed? I mean, think about it from Broadway. Now you're doing
but
voiceover, you're doing TV, you're making movies, you're doing all these amazing things. You never stayed in the box. And I really want to, I talk to people all the time. I only want to act. You do voiceover, you write, you do everything.
yeah, I
So,
mean, sorry, go ahead.
no, go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, I think I think to me, it's totally fine. And I say this, I see a lot of friendly faces on here. So I know I coach regularly with VIP, and I do press this point, with all of you guys, that there are some people who there's a very specific, clear vision that they have that's like,
Right.
listen, I want to do, musical theater, or I want to model, I want to do print modeling, or I want to just do voiceover or something. And if that's cool, that's your dream.
Yeah.
Like there are plenty of people. I mean, because I am working in literally all facets of entertainment,
Yeah.
I really am in all these kind of different like groups. And I do notice, like in voiceover, I'm in like a group that's like sort of just like the top tier VO people, and everyone kind of just like, it's like a little private group, and everyone sort of shares information and, tips and solidarity and whatever. And I notice in that group, like a lot of people in there, that's all they do is voiceover. Now, they're, the voice of the biggest brands, and they're doing, the biggest Marvel movies and, this kind of thing. So they don't certainly need to do anything else if they don't want to, but, that's what they want to do. And they're not interested in being on camera. They're not interested in doing it. They're a voice actor, and that's what they do. Same with, I have plenty of friends, Broadway friends, who really what they do is musical theater. That's, maybe occasionally they'll do something on TV or whatever, but that's their passion, that's their joy, and like that's what they've spent their life doing. Totally fine. But I always knew, even just as a kid, I was like, I know I like acting, I know I like singing, but I like all kinds of mediums. And I grew up in the business. My mom was a very successful casting director in the Southeast. And so I really grew up like being in theaters and being on set with her. And, at first just being there as, the kid of the casting, I was just there as, I wasn't there working. And then quickly I was put to work. Like by the time I was 9, I was like assisting her. And then I started acting, and then it kind of went from there. But I think because of that, I really saw like, oh, I really enjoy the behind the camera parts of things. And I enjoy, pretty much every professional theater job I've ever had, from the smallest regional house all the way to Broadway shows. When I'm not, working, when I'm not doing a scene, if I'm at rehearsal, I am usually, if I'm invited to do so, sitting at the director's table or just behind it, because I want to learn, so I'm sitting there listening and observing, like, what are they doing and how are they seeing the scene and how are they building the show and the picture. And, same thing with being on set. If I am just an actor in something and, they haven't sent me back to base camp, which is like where all base camp is, like where all of the trailers and stuff are. If I'm allowed to just like hang out on set and sit there, in a scene I'm not in, I'm as close to what's called Video Village. Video Village is like the little area where like the director and the showrunner and producers kind of hang out and sit and like look at the monitors and talk amongst themselves. I'm sitting as close as possible to there because
Proximity.
I want to learn, I want to hear like how are they, how are they negotiating things? Like who's making the decisions? How are they making the decisions? Are they creative decisions? Are they logistical decisions? Are they a mixture of both? So I just have always been interested in that. And for me, that only helps me as an actor, I was at a party last night and I was talking to a friend she's an actor who's primarily done theater, and we were talking about AI because I'm gonna take a AI filmmaking course. And so I was telling her about it, and she was saying, I really don't know that much about film, and I don't really know if I want to be behind camera, but I think it would help me as an actor. And I'm like, it would help you as an actor. And because I know she's a very like analytical person. And like it's the more I've learned about filmmaking behind the camera, the better, the more efficient I can be as an actor in front of the camera, because I know what everyone's doing. I know what the shot is. I know what's going on with the lighting. So I'm not just like some actor in my own world, like, floating there, like I'm the center of attention. Like instead, I'm like, oh, I'm a part of this whole collaborative process here. It's not like all about me. It's all about all of us. It's all about the story we're making. So yeah, so I just think that that's been kind of helpful to like see the big picture.
Yeah, because you don't know until you know. And I find that so often people are sitting at home wondering where are all the good castings, and they're putting their pictures up. They have no idea about like self-tapes and all that stuff. And I'm gonna turn it over to you. I'm gonna give you the big screen, but I thank you so much for being here. I know it's early where you are. But I'm excited because nothing makes me happier than when I'm on Netflix and I hear your voice and I'm like, oh, there's my friend, and it makes me so happy, even if it's Barbie, and I'm just like, what is it like? I'm going to ask you very quickly before I log off. What's it like for people to know your voice? They may not know your face, but you do like a lot of like the fan conventions. And
Yeah.
what is that like? Because Raquel is like trending. I mean, literally viral.
Yeah.
She's cool. Yeah.
She is cool. She's ridiculous. She's really fun though. It's cool. I mean, one of the things I want to talk to you guys about today is like kind of building characters and creating characters and the process of that. One of the things is with a voice like Raquel, or there's other voices that are kind of like people know either because, like you said, it's like your kids are watching something or you're flipping through Netflix and it just, when you're watching Netflix, it like just
Monster
starts
High.
playing a trailer. And so like, you just immediately start hearing my voice or something. But then once TikTok like exploded a few years ago, then like the whole sounds things happen. And then it's like, I get a text from a friend being like, my son was like on TikTok and I was like, oh, are you watching Haviland's show? And he's like, what are you talking about? Like this kid's known me since like he was a baby, and she'd be like, that's Haviland. And he'd be like, it's a sound. I'm watching a TikTok video, and she's like, oh my God, this is wild. I'm like, this is how things are now. So yeah, I mean, it's cool. I mean, ultimately as actors, I feel like we want to, anybody and any human, we want to do good work and we want to be, we want to do our best and we want people to like what we're doing and appreciate what we're doing. And, I'm a performing artist. So at the end of the day, like I'm a performer, I'm doing it. I'm not in my bubble. I'm doing it to entertain and to connect with people. So, if somebody comes up to me and they're like, oh, I love this character or this show or, whatever, like weirdly, Raquel, so many people have told me it's how they learned how to roll their R's.
Oh.
Because it's Raquel.
Oh,
but I'm like,
it.
really? So yeah, so it's, there's just a lot of things that people connect with, and that goes beyond voiceover. That's, live theater, that's television. If I've like touched somebody, made them laugh, made them feel better at a time when maybe they were just like, we all have those like go-to TV shows that it's like, oh man, I'm having a bad day. Like I'm going to binge this, show from my childhood or just something that's like, Friends or, some kind of show that's just very like, I'm just going to mellow out. And like, this show makes me happy. And like, I don't have to think about the stresses or whatever. And, if I can be part of that, that's the best, like just to kind of know, like people are responding to your work, so that's really my goal with everything I do, is always just trying to make people like trying to entertain and do the best thing I can. And, on the level of like the people I'm working with, I want to like do my best for like the character they've written or the show that they're doing. I want to fit into it in the best way and like exceed their expectations and hopefully make them be like, oh, well, I'll tell you guys a story. Some of you guys know this story. So, years ago, I was cast in the pilot of a show. I was just supposed to work for a few days. It's a show called Single Ladies, and was ended up being on for several years on VH1. Really fun show. And I was cast to be a real estate agent, and I was just supposed to be on like one episode, supposed to be showing like the lead of the show and this guy that she liked, like a house. And it was like a very like funny, over the top, very like Southern. If any of you have ever been in Atlanta, very Buckhead, real estate, white girl. If you can go, selling the mansions in Atlanta. So I just had a lot of fun with the character and I connected with the showrunner and it was a great time. And like my last day on set, like later in the day, we were kind of like, I was just kind of like sitting somewhere and the showrunner was sitting there like eating a snack from craft service. And she's like, "Oh, you're so funny. This is great." And I'm like, "Oh, thank you. Like the characters, it's really fun. This is great. You guys have a great group. And, I wish you the best success with this show." And she was like, "Yeah," she goes, I have like an idea about like real estate being a thing. So we'll see you back. We'll see you back." And I was like, "Cool, yeah, whatever." Internally, I'm like, "Yes," but I was like, "Awesome, yeah, whatever you guys need." And so sure enough, she wrote into the series that like the lead of the series, one of the leads of the series, like decides to go into real estate and like gets her real estate license and has this whole new career and ends up like working at my agency. And then, we have this whole thing and they like would bring me in like every few episodes to be like comic relief, essentially. I was always like, "Girl, we're going to sell this." Like it was just way over the top and silly, but so fun. And it's just the point being that, that opportunity was a great opportunity. It was a great job. And it could have just been, and I've had plenty of these where it's like, you're hired to work for a day or one voiceover session or one gig that you're doing, one concert or whatever it is. And, you go into it like, I hope this one thing goes really well, but it would be awesome if it grew from there. And I had, was able to forge a relationship with, the people who can hopefully offer more opportunity. But instead of thinking about me in that situation, like me, how can I get what I want? I instead try and think of like, how can I add value to what they're doing? Like the show wasn't about, a white girl in Buckhead selling houses. The show was about these like beautiful Black women in Atlanta who were like living their best lives and, wearing, red bottoms and driving Maseratis. So it was like, okay, that's the show. And so how can I do my best with what's written to enhance the show and enhance the story that they're telling? And it worked out. Um, so I think a lot of people, mistakenly kind of think like sort of in that like fan mentality of like, oh, it's all about me, or I have to like, claw my way in there or whatever. And really it's just about like, how can you do your best with the opportunity that's given to you? Um, in terms of, you know, creating characters, similar thing. So Deneen asked me to come and just kind of talk to you guys a little bit about the process of creating characters. And, there's different types of characters. So I've played the kind where it's like in theater, where many people have come before me playing that particular character. For example, Fantine in Les Mis, which I did on Broadway. Many, many women have played Fantine and continue to play Fantine, everywhere all around the world for decades now. It's like an iconic character, it's very scripted. And in that case, I saw somebody on here as an opera singer. I trained as an opera singer. What's um, so like in that sense, that specific show is it doesn't stop. Like you get on, I was always like, you get on the train and you're going until the end. Like it's the conductor is conducting the rhythm of the show. And like it's a rhythm, it's a music, it is wall to wall music. So with that, if you're a fan of Les Mis and you're going to see the show, like you pretty much know what you're going to get. Like, as far as like the content of the show, there's not going to be a new song. It's not going to be new lyrics. There's not going to be new lines. Even the costumes pretty much going to be the same. But what's different is going to be the portrayal and the nuances that each actor brings to the show. So, when I was doing Les Mis, at first I was understudying Daphne Rubin Vega. You may know Daphne Rubin Vega. She was the original Mimi in Rent. Okay. She and I couldn't be more different as far as like, we're both like little and petite and adorable, of course, but I'm kidding. But like, we're very different. We look different. Our voices sound very different. But, I was understudying her and I'm like, wow, how interesting, because, we're I'm not going to do, you know, an imitation of Daphne Rubin Vega playing Fontaine. Like, that's not why they hired me, because like there's other people that would do that better than me, you know? Um, so I took it to be like, okay, this is an iconic character. Everybody brings their own thing to it. So there's certain things in creating this character that are already there for me, that are canon. They're written in stone. Obviously, the lines, the music, the blocking. I don't know, do you guys know what blocking is? Right? What is blocking? If you don't, I'll tell you. There's certain things that are like, this is how the show goes. But other than that, okay, blocking is like where you go in a scene. So, it's in anything, in any TV show, and anything ever that you ever watch, entertainment wise, if it's scripted, they have decided where they're moving, like, and that is called blocking. And there's marks on the stage or marks on, under, if you can imagine, if you're watching any TV show or film, underneath the actor's feet, there's all these like little, they look like little T marks under their feet. And it's like, you have to kind of like have a sixth sense for like where you're going. In theater, you just get used to it and you can find lighting. Like, literally people are like, find your light. That's a for real thing. Like, you literally have to like feel where like light is hitting you. So these are all just like things you learn when you train. The nuance though that you bring to the character is based on, your how you think of things, your organizing principles as a person, your background. I talk a lot in my classes about everybody here has very unique experiences. There's people here who are former military. There's people here who, have had a whole career in, finance or in marketing or in education or, things that are totally outside of entertainment. But, you're here because you're like, I want to do something for myself and live my dreams and do what I've always wanted to do. And, but it doesn't mean that you've like wasted your life. It just means that you have all this experience to draw from that nobody else has. If you've only ever, if you've only ever, been a homemaker and been a mom and been, you've never had a job in your life other than raising a family, which is awesome. That's a lot of experience to draw from. When I don't have kids, when I audition to play moms, or when I play moms, which is rare, but when I do, I don't have personal experience to draw from there. I have to use my imagination and use things that I do know, or, look at the friends that I know who have this, or the people in my life, and be like, okay, how can I infuse that reality into this character? So there's there's creating or stepping into a character that's already known, like a theatrical character, or, in the voiceover world, this happens a lot where it's, like Spider-Man or something like that. Like, that's a very known canonic character. Many people have played Spider-Man. There's certain things we all expect, if we're going to see Spider-Man or Superman or Wonder Woman, there's certain things we expect. But like Gal Gadot playing Wonder Woman was different from Linda Carter playing Wonder Woman, even though both of them are amazing and flawless. They had certain things, like, you can be like, okay, they're both filling these necessary things that we all need to see. They're strong, they're powerful, they're determined, they're beautiful, they're very strong women. But then also they both have different life experiences that they're drawing on, and different things that they're playing through. And so that's interesting. And I think that's why, we as people connect with different actors, because it's like, okay, I don't know what it is that that person is, drawing from, but I really like it. I really like how they're playing that character and the choices that they're making. Nicole Kidman is somebody like this. I just think she's so interesting. She always makes such interesting choices. And there's so many scenes, like, I just watched, it's so silly, but I just watched The Perfect Couple. It's silly and fun. But like, it was cute. I watched it. And I think she's so wonderful. There's so many scenes where she's just sitting at her desk typing, or she's looking out the window, or, and it's like, and I'm like, okay, that scene, which was like a, minute and a half scene on the page, was 1/8 of a page, which is about, in in film, everything is in eighths. So they'll call something 1/8 of a page, 2/8 of a page, 4/8 of it. That's just how things are written out on a call sheet. So that scene was like 1/8 of a page, and it was probably like, she wistfully looks out the window or something. It was something like very basic. And she infuses it with her full life going on, with everything that's come before, with everything she's thinking. Very smart actress and very deep. Like I can just tell that she's not just going like, okay, this scene, I got to look out the window. So I'm just going to look out the window until they say cut. It's like she's got a whole world going on in there, because in real life, if you are going through all the things that I'm sure in your head, whatever the things that you're currently going through, and all of us right now are going through like 100 different things. We're going through like the macro of like the world we're living in 2024. We're in a presidential election. We're dealing with, everything going on in the world. Then, smaller than that, we're dealing with what's going on in our town, our city, what's going on in our family, what's going on maybe if you have, if you're at work, what kind of daily dramas are going on in your work. If you have kids, what's going on with your kids, what's going on in your marriage, are you having health issues? Like there's all these things that are going on that may or may not have anything to do with the scene you're playing, right? Like right now, I have all this other stuff going on in my life, has nothing to do with the fact that Deneen and Alicia asked me to come and talk to you guys about characters today, right? But it doesn't mean that all that other stuff isn't within me and isn't things I'm going through right now. So that's what I always say to when I'm coaching you guys is, take as much information as you can get off of the page, but then fill it with so much more. Same party I was at last night. It was filled with actors and it was only actors, writers, producers, etc. And I was talking with a writer friend of mine who's a really great writer, and I was asking him like, what are you working on? And he's talking to me about this new project, and he's saying, I'm at that phase where it's like, it's getting in a good place, but I keep veering off into like, directions that like don't have anything to do. And so I keep having to be like, no, stay on course. And I'm like, oh, is that because, I was like, I would think, I write, but that's not the primary thing I do. And this is the primary thing this guy does. Like, I would think that, you have all these characters and maybe like the central story is really focused on maybe 2 or 3 of the characters, but you have 4 or 5 other characters that you've built and you've imagined and you've written, and all of them also have full lives and full situations happening that you could just as easily skew the camera over and pay attention to them. And he's like, yes, exactly. Like, one of them is totally like a secondary character, but I'm all like focused on what's going on at his home and his marriage and all. And he's like, it has nothing to do with the story. And like, ultimately I'm going to have to cut all of that. But he's like, I'm so I veer off, and I'm like, exactly. I'm like, oh my God. I was like, this is what I always think as an actor. And it's how I coach is I think they always say like, there's no small parts, only small actors. But like, really, that's true. There is a small role when it comes to, the story overall. But I mean, if you take something like Perfect Couple, which is a good example of this, yeah, it's focused on like a couple of people, are the leads of the show, but there's a huge ensemble cast that has a lot going on. And we as the audience, actually it's a murder mystery. So like the entire time we're looking at it being like, what's his story? What's her story? Like, are they it? Did they have motive? You're constantly thinking that. And as the actor, you should absolutely give everybody the impression that, yep, you could be the murderer. Yep, you could be having an affair. Yep, you could be, doing drugs. Yeah, you could be like whatever those things are, you know, you should fill your life. So, these people are like, oh yeah, I did a co-star and I had like 3 lines and I played a waiter and, whatever. And it's like, okay, but like, there's so many things you can fill. I mean, at the end of the day, yes, you go and you do what you're there, you do what you hired to do, you say the lines you were hired to say, you do the blocking you were directed to do, etc. But also, you can have a whole other life of like has anybody here ever waited tables? Like, it's not like you're just there to bring people their food. Like, also, you're dealing with all the drama in the kitchen, and also, who's flirting with whom on the wait staff. And like, oh my God, somebody just got a text from their whoever saying that they need to get home tonight, because like there's all kinds of other stuff going on, and we're all infused with that all the time. So I always say, in like really build out your characters and be as specific as possible, because the way, the way that you behave in any circumstance is absolutely based on all of this other stuff you have going on, and also like the mood you're in. Like this morning, it's 9:40 in LA. Like if I got up and like hadn't had breakfast, I would not be as chipper and happy as I am right now. I would be manufacturing it because I'm a performer, but like I would probably be like dragging a little. I'd be like, "Oh my God, why did I not eat?" Whatever. So I know, also if I had had something and like my stomach was really hurting right now, or there was, something going on, it would be a little more of a struggle bus for me to be at this level of energy talking to you guys, right? So all of those things factor in. The other thing is relationship. And I talk about this a lot in coaching with here at VIP. The way you speak to your romantic partner is very different than how you speak to your mom or your child or your boss or your coworker, or the cashier at CVS, whatever. Like it's a different dynamic and a different relationship. And sometimes it's a lot about code switching. This happens a lot of like what side of yourself you choose. And that has to do with efficiency. It has to do with safety. Am I safe in this situation? That happens especially with women or minorities. And even the safety thing happens in interpersonal relationships, with spouses or with whatever it is. All of these things go into a simple conversation. And I want you guys to, when you're watching, something, whatever you watch on TV, tonight or whatever, like really pay attention and pinpoint and watch a scene that maybe is just a basic scene. Maybe it's just a really not particularly great. It's just like, this is expository. It's like, oh, where did, Sarah go? Oh, she's, at the grocery store. Like there's nothing really going on. It's just, we need to have the information that Sarah's at the grocery store and not there. But, watch the actors and watch what they're doing and watch the choices that they make. Because they're not just saying their lines, there's other stuff going on. And it's the in-between that I think really fills out, a character. So, for instance, like in that real estate character I played, right? So like one of the things was all I was doing is I was supposed to be showing this big mansion. Now I knew, actor Haviland knew in the story that it's the lead of the show, and it's a really, really, really good looking, really rich guy that she's just started dating. So he's been like, oh, I'm investing. I'm going to buy a place to invest in. You want to come look at this house with me? Like, he's just kind of like, I think kind of like bawling a little bit to like get her into him more. But like, he does it in a way that's like, yeah, I do this all. I go look at, $5 million houses all the time, whatever. And she's like, sure. And she's playing it cool. And so I don't know any difference. So when I open the door, the character me has made the assumption that, oh, he called me, but this is his wife. So I make the stupid assumption, because no one should ever assume this in business, especially, that I refer to her as Mrs. whatever his last name is. And so they kind of then like they're like, oh yeah, and they're flirting and they're kind of going with it or whatever. And so Haviland, the actor, made the decision that I was going to be a little too in their business, like a little bit too like, ooh, like, oh, and you'll like this. And, this is very like, this is a sexy, like that I was a little bit too like pushy and a little bit too, like, you guys know that it's like the salesperson that's like they're making too many assumptions, like that you're like, oh, I know the kind of person you are. You're going to like this. And you're like, oh my God, like, even if I was, that's like, please stop, But also I was doing it in a way that like I think they found funny, and they like found, they were like, oh, she's like this very extra girl, you know? And so it ended up working, and it worked for their dynamic. And what I was doing, all it did is it enhanced what they were doing, which is circling back to enhance the story. It's not about you, but it was more fun for me because I wasn't just like, oh, hi, come in. We've all seen those scenes, real estate, you know, people in every TV show where it's like, you know, they're just showing a house, and like they're just there to show the house, and it just is what it is. Now, I don't have any control. And when you're being filmed, you don't have any control unless you're, you know, a producer on it or something. And even then, you don't really, of what they're going to shoot, you know, or how they're going to shoot it, or what angles they're going to use, or in the editing process, are they going to cut to you? Or are they going to show reactions, whatever. So what I try and do is every time we're shooting, no matter what angle we're on, but especially if the camera is anywhere on my person, I'm fully 1000% in the scene, existing in the scene, reacting to my surroundings, reacting to what's going on, and have been told multiple times by many editors that they're like, oh my God, your reactions are so helpful. It's so fun watching all the footage of you, because you're always like, it's always so fun. I always know I can like cut to you when I need a cut or something. Like when I need to, you know, bridge something together, I can like cut to one of your close-ups, or I can cut to this or that. And I'm like, that's great. That's the best compliment, because I know that it's not just like, okay, the camera's on my face, and that's when I really act. The rest of the time, I'm just like, you know, back here, just kind of like doing whatever. The point is, you're always there, you're always in it, you're always reacting, and you're always being supportive to your scene partners and to the whole. And it's just it's also just more fun that way. And ultimately, I don't know, to me, that's like, that's the name of the game, and that's the point, and that's what makes everything much more satisfactory to me. Um, so yeah. Um, so yeah, another thing too is that like talking about kind of people remembering you. Um, I had a call back this week for something that I think, good thoughts, guys. There's like 5 things in play right now that are like amazing, life-changing things that I'm like, that I have like, you know, at least they were talking about manifesting. I'm like, I literally have them like written all over my desk. I have like Diruma dolls, crystals. I'm like, come on. Um, but I had a call back this week. I knew who the casting director was, and I knew that I was going in, and it was a voiceover thing. I knew I was going into a recording studio, and I just knew it was going to be producers. I also know it's a very, very high profile job. I know what it is. It's a franchise, and it's major. So I was like, okay, I have to put my nerves aside and my like desire of like, oh my God, I want this job so bad. And I don't know who's going to be in the booth. I don't know who's going to be on Zoom. I just know that, you know, the casting director is great and is supportive, and I know I'm right for this. So I'm going to go in and just like knock it out of the park as best I can. I'm going to listen to what I'm being directed to do, and just stay really flexible and do my thing. So the director came out to the lobby and got me, and I recognized her, but immediately she was like, oh yeah, you know, we've met. And then I was like, oh, right, I remember meeting her. And we had met years ago when I had been called back to play Harley Quinn, which was a job that I was very sad not to get, because it was at Warner Brothers, and that would have been a great voiceover job to be Harley Quinn for the past 10 years or whatever. But you know, whatever. She remembered me from years ago, like meeting me years ago. And, you know, she's like, oh, we're so excited to have you in today, blah, blah, blah. So I go in, and, you know, I think I did a good job, but I think like, I mean, I did exactly what I coach you guys to do. I like literally, you know, I took my own advice. I knew what the sides were. That's the audition, the copy, the audition script, which is usually like, you know, anywhere from a page to like 5 or 6 pages, whatever. When it's like a series regular or something, you know, when it's a TV thing, it could be longer, but there's a lot of rules now with SAG about like how long it can be. I knew the sides. I had like really practiced them. I'd practice them in different ways using different, just so I was very flexible. And so I went in, she was like, okay, we have notes on your first audition. And she gave me notes. Immediately, the notes were totally different than everything I had practiced. Okay. So I was like, okay. But I just remained very, I'm like, yep, okay, no problem, no problem. And I just very quickly, because I had practiced a lot and I had told myself, you're going to be really flexible, you're going to roll with it, whatever. And I just rolled with it. And I was like, all right, we're just going to collaborate here and be creative. I am very prepared. And I'm also have been training and doing this for decades. So I did that. She gave me notes. I did more takes. We kept, it was a very like collaborative and cool thing. And ultimately, like, I think I did as best a job as I can. I don't know if I'm going to book it. I'll probably know pretty soon, but like, I know that I did really well. I was happy with my performance. And, for me, that result is a positive result. That's a net gain, either way you look at it. So, when people say like, oh, how do you deal with like all the rejection? There's so much rejection in our industry. And like straight up, I'm not going to lie, that is true. You are going to be turned down much more than you book. You are going to be rejected much, much. I mean, everybody. You can anybody, any star, if you think of the 5 of your favorite actors, whatever, in any medium, they have all been turned down probably hundreds of times. I mean, I have auditioned probably close to 2,000 times now, at least. I don't know. I should try and like count it up, but it would be impossible because I've been auditioning for 30 years. And I've probably booked like 5%, maybe 10, but that's normal. I mean, you can ask literally anybody and they're like, yeah, that's the name of the game. So you can't look at it in terms of like, oh, the only success level is, getting, getting the booking or, making more money or this or that. Like it's, you can't just measure success on that. And yeah, like, yes, Lauren. Hi, Lauren. Lauren, who's in here right now, was a coaching client with VIP and super go-getter, awesome, great networker, and ended up PAing on the movie that I executive produced under The Influencer, which went to Cannes this year and is now like sweeping the film festival circuit. And now girlfriend has got a credit on IMDb in a movie that went to Cannes. So just saying, you can like, that's things build, right? People remember people. This is like the whole theme, right? Like people remember people, and that's just, but anyway, Lauren is saying, yeah, you'll get 1,000 no's before you get a yes. Yes, that's true. And also, even after the yes, you're going to keep getting no's. I mean, that's you guys, that's the thing that's so crazy is like, you'll be like, oh my God, like this person, they booked this huge thing like when they were 18, okay, great. Well, after they do that, then what? They've got to keep auditioning. They've got to keep auditioning, keep going back, keep interviewing, keep doing sides, keep having meetings, keep having Zooms, keep doing self-tapes. This is just how it goes. And even the most successful people, people that I think of that I'm like, oh my God, that's, a person that I see in every show all the time, they're always working or whatever. Friends of mine who I know who are like, they've been series regulars, they've done 5 or 6 guest stars in a year on network TV and all this stuff. They're still like, oh yeah, I'm just auditioning. I'm, sending out my self tapes and sometimes I hear, and most of the time I hear nothing. And, so this is just how it is. So, bluntly, if you know yourself that you can't handle that, it's good to know now. You know what I mean? But also, most of you in here, many of you in here, everyone I coach, especially in my intensive class, everyone has that in them where they're like, yeah, I mean, nobody wants to be rejected. Nobody likes that. We all understand that's a part of the industry that's really not like any other industry. But you know that you have something inside you that's telling you, I have to do this. I am this. I am an artist. I am a model. I am a singer. Whatever the thing is for you, whatever the noun, the type of art, you know that you're supposed to be doing that. And that's why probably you've reached out here. That's why you're reaching out and you're trying to find outlets to help your dreams come true, because you're like, okay, I know I want to do this thing. So, what's going to be the step between me just like sitting in my living room being like, I could do what they're doing on TV, and like actually training to do that thing? Because all those people have trained. They have put in the time, they have put in the investment, they have put in, the blood, sweat, and tears. But also at the heart of the matter, they have their own personal life experience, and that's what they're drawing from. And that's what you guys already all have. So, when I coach, it's about infusing, taking that life experience and marrying it with the script and bringing it into the script and being like, okay, how do you do everything that you're asked to do on the page, but also bringing your own experience, your own nuance, your own spin, and keeping that as realistic as possible, so that at the end of the day, you're playing humans, even when you're not. Because sometimes I play aliens and robots and whatever, but they have human emotions and needs and feelings and desires and all of that. So that's what we're trying to do. I think I've almost reached my time. I don't know if we have time for questions. If anybody has burning questions, you can throw them in and I'll try to answer. But yeah, but thank you guys. Thank you. I see some nice compliments and a lot of people also really believing in yourselves, which is amazing. I don't know what that means. Moving along. Barbie advice? I don't know. I don't know. I don't understand. Anyway, thank you guys so much. And I see Deneen coming in. Oh, hello.
Hi, Helen. That was
Hi.
amazing. Thank you so much for speaking. I mean, I know everyone got a tremendous amount of value. I have people putting their comments in, and I saw so many amazing takeaways from what you shared, like from being on camera, always making sure you're ready, making sure that you're like in character, and you exemplify that stuff so well. And that's why this week we're on the morning show with Jen, hanging out, doing your thing.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's always just to like, it's always understanding like it's not personal and it is personal. You know what I mean? Like it's a tough balance, but at the end of the day, like here, I'm just trying to bring, like Alicia said, like my decades of experience. I'm trying to bring that in and hopefully save people some heartache and also, some time of learning things that it's like you don't need to learn that the hard way, like I did. But also empowering people to use their life experience and recognize that their life experience is valuable and can absolutely be used. And that is why we make art. We make art to express what's already there, what's already inside of us, and just, hopefully in my coaching, I just take that and encourage it and hone it and shape it and sculpt it a little bit, so that when you're out there in the real world, you're like, like when you're at that callback or whatever, and you're like, oh my God, they're telling me things that I didn't prepare for, I don't know, or whatever. You don't freeze and you're not freaking out. You're like, okay, got it. And you just roll with it because you've trained and you've trained, you've heard those notes, you've gotten those curveballs in class. And you're like, all right, I'm prepared for this. I'm prepared for like, I don't know if you guys watch Big Brother. Excellent show. Excellent show to watch weird human behavior and human like motivations. But, expect the unexpected is what they always say. So.
Yeah. Awesome. Charisse, I know you have a question. Can you type it in the comments for us? Just for time's sake, it'll just be easier if you can type it in the comments. No, but my sister's obsessed with the season of Big Brother. She told me it's the best season yet. So now I feel like I need to tune in.
It really is because they're all like really emotional. Like they're all very like they like deeply love each other. And that usually they're like really mean. There's usually like a couple of people that are just straight up evil. And it's like everybody's like very, it's like, I don't know, they just feel really real. There's like a couple of, I'm like, oh, they're just like straight up telling the truth. That doesn't happen on Big Brother. But yeah, I got into Big Brother. My wife has watched it like since the beginning. I only started watching when a friend of mine was on it, like 10 years ago. And I was like in the other room, literally like blowing out my hair. And I was like, is that Frankie? And Reed's like, oh yeah, his name is Frankie. And I like came out, I'm like, that's Frankie Grande. This was before his sister Ariana Grande blew up. And I was like, oh, that's like my friend Frankie. I know him from like Broadway stuff. And he was on, and it was like it was right before, it was like the year that Ari like blew up. But he was on it, and then I got hooked. I was like, oh, okay, this show is fantastic. So yeah.
Very cool. Well, Hovland, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for being one of the people that impacts my life and all of our talents' lives. And thank you so much for being willing, like Alicia said, to be here and share decades of knowledge. Because something that you said I love is that other people don't need to make the same mistakes that you have. And I think that the most successful people in life learn from others' experiences. So thank you so much for sharing your experiences with us. It was amazing as always.
Well, I'll see many of you who I know. I'll see you in class soon. And those of you who are new, I hope to see you in class soon.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Deneen. You guys
You're
have
welcome.
a great time today.
You too. Thank you.
Okay, bye.
Bye. Awesome. Okay. Let me ask you a question. I know that there are pivotal times in my life where I'm trying to accomplish something, right? And then all of a sudden I have this aha moment and I walk into a room. Have any of you ever been in that situation where there's something that you're trying to accomplish and you're trying, and then you walk into a room or you stumble upon an ad or you read something and all of a sudden all the lights start going off? Have any of you ever experienced that? How many of you are experiencing that today? You're like, okay, you know what? I want to get my start as an actor. I want to get my start as a model. Like, I know that there's a way, but maybe I can't see it so clearly. That's what this weekend is all about. This weekend is all about you starting to get clarity, starting to get focused, starting to be able to see the path. One of Alicia's favorite movies is The Wizard of Oz, and she always talks about she talks a lot about The Wizard of Oz, but one of my favorite scenes in The Wizard of Oz, and I think that you'll relate to this, was that when Dorothy started going on her journey, right? She knew she had to go to Oz, she knew she had to go to the Emerald City, but there was no path that was clear for her. How many of you felt like that before you got on here? Oh, I want to be an actor. I want to be a model. I want to do something. I want even more greatness in my life. The moment that the yellow brick road was created was when Dorothy took that first step. Dorothy knew that she wanted to go to the Emerald City, but she had to make an intention. She had to take that step. That's what you guys are doing this weekend. And I want you guys to understand that. You being here this weekend, you're opening doors for yourselves that you don't yet see. You're in the right room. Alicia talked about being in the room with Ed Bennett, about how scary it was. How like at first she's like, "Oh, it's an honor to meet you," and then she's like, "No. That's a fan. That's what a fan says." Her shifting her mindset, shifting her identity from fan to, okay, you know what? I'm a business person. I want to help people like Jamie Hatcher, like Carol Miller, like Summer Martinez, like Kathleen Garcia. I want to help these people get their start in the entertainment industry. I can't be a fan. I have to be this person. That's what this weekend is about for you. As you're going through this weekend, say this with me. I am a prime mover. I am a prime mover. As you're listening to Hovland, let me ask you a question. Do you think Hovland is broke or woke? Do you think the decisions that she makes are broke decisions or woke decisions? Type it in the comments. Yes, she makes woke decisions. And I want you to think about that as you're going through the course of this weekend. Like right now, some of you are like, okay, I'm getting a little antsy. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna let's get the ants out of our pants now. Is that okay? Because I know when I sit down too long, I'm like, everyone stand up. We're gonna stand up again. Woke, all of you who are woke, stand up. If you're okay, and then let's just stretch. We're gonna do a little exercise here. It's not gonna translate really well to Zoom, but we're gonna try. This is what I want you to do. I want you to reach your hands up as high as you can. Reach your hands up as high as you can. All right, let them go down. Okay. Now, I want you to reach even a little bit higher. Okay. Now, what I want you to do now is I want you to reach as high, even higher than the last time. Ready? And reach as high as you can. Oh, awesome. All right. Put your hands down. Let me ask you a question. The first time I asked you to raise your hands as high as you could, you told me you did. The second time they went higher. The third time they went even higher. Why is that? I'm going to explain it to you. Because the first time you tried, and then you tried harder, and you tried harder. Your intention was to go as high as you can. And then when I said you can go higher, you went higher. And then you went even higher. That's a life lesson for you. There are so many times in your life that there's something that you want, but the first time you try, you think you're doing the best that you can, but then you get better and better and better. That's what Hovland was speaking about when she talked about training, when she was talking about how you have to put in the reps so that when it's game time, you don't have to think about it. You just do it. I want you to start thinking about that. Out of those 3 stretches, which one was the most woke one? Which one was the most powerful one? Was it the first one, the second one, or the third one? It was the third one, right? I want you guys to think about that. Whenever someone asks you to do something, when one of our speakers asks you to respond, I want you to respond with that third stretch. I want you to respond with that third stretch. I want you to intend this weekend not only to get everything you can out of this weekend. I want all the knowledge. I want you to take notes. I've been watching your aha moments. Y'all are blowing up school. Keep that going. Don't let that momentum stop. Keep it going. Okay? Because I'm going to introduce you to our next guest. So far today, we've talked about prime movers. I am a prime mover. Say that with me. I am a prime mover. We talked about the different parts of our brain too. We have the logical brain. We have the emotional brain. Oh my God, I'm so excited. Logical brain. Okay, calm down 2 seconds. Let's start making a plan. The fear brain. Oh, why did she make me stretch? Why am I stretching? Why do I need to stretch? And then you have your subconscious who's like, okay, guys, let's have a little sit down and talk. Okay, all the different parts of your brain are activated right now. But this is what I want you to do. I want you to ask yourself, which thoughts are woke thoughts? Which thoughts are prime mover thoughts? They're the thoughts I want you to allow to speak the loudest. Just like that third stretch. That third stretch, you stretch as high as you could. I bet you if I asked you to do it again, you could even go higher, right? It's human psychology. You always want to go further. So make sure that as we introduce our next speaker, as we talk about the different types of modeling that you qualify for, I want you to really think about it. And as he's speaking, I want you to ask, is he a prime mover? Is he woke? Does he know? Like, has he done the work? That's what I want you guys to think about when I introduce our next speaker. Are you guys ready? Are you guys ready for our next speaker? Jamie, if you want, you guys can sit. You don't have to keep standing. I'm sorry. Jamie's like, if this is Simon Says, I am not sitting because Simon did not say to sit. I appreciate that so much. Awesome. All right. So let me introduce our next guest to you. So Michael Fonkin is a visionary entrepreneur and investor who has founded and funded companies across entertainment, technology, and social impact sectors. As a Broadway investor and producer, he has been honored with over 38 awards, including 6 Tonys. In 2013, he achieved the rare feat of winning the Tony for Best Play. Beyond Broadway, Michael is the founder of Truth Management, one of the fastest growing talent management firms in the USA. Through Truth Management, Michael has empowered models, actors, and musicians to unlock their potential and connect with top influencers in the entertainment industry. His firm has catapulted talent into major TV shows, films, and fashion shows domestically and worldwide. An innovator at heart, Michael has over a decade of experience pioneering new techniques in online marketing and brand building. He is regarded as an expert in leveraging digital platforms to build influence. In addition to his entertainment and business ventures, Michael has dedicated himself to social impact programs, including Operation Underground Railroad. Through strategic partnerships, his initiatives have helped rescue over 3,500 children from sex trafficking globally. Michael's unique synthesis of entrepreneurship, entertainment, marketing, and philanthropy make him a one-of-a-kind business leader. His ventures span industries, yet are united by his core vision of empowering people and ideas. He is also the author of the Amazon bestseller Finding Fame, and he is also has recently co-authored a book with Brian Tracy, and he has another book in production that with Michael Gerber of the E-Myth. So can you guys say that Mike and Alicia are woke? Can you say that they're prime movers? If you agree, type prime mover in the comment. If you can agree that you are in the right room today, that you are intending to get everything you can out of this weekend, type 1 or 1 in the comments. And then what I want you to do is help me welcome to the stage, Mr. Michael Pumpkin.
Hey guys, how's everybody doing? All right, thank you. Wow, what a great day so far. So we got, hey Carol, hey Ryan Clapman, hey Summer. Oh, Jamie Hatcher's here. Excellent. Got Michelle. All right, guys, gonna have a great day today. Got a really full lineup, some really amazing speakers coming up. Later on today, Ryan Colby will be here. I just got off the phone with him. He's going to start talking to you guys a lot about the importance of booking magazine covers, kind of going through that whole process. So you guys are in for a great day one. Today's all about transformation. Tomorrow's going to be about, tactics and strategies and getting to meet some amazing casting directors and producers and models and actors. So we got fun 2 full days. So I'm just going to go through some of the basics with everybody because I know we have a lot of new people on here. And I always like to change it up a little bit and make it interesting. So I'm going to talk a little bit about, right now I'm going to talk a little bit about modeling, the modeling industry, and kind of go over what you qualify for as far as a model. So let me pull up my screen. All right, everybody should be able to see my screen. All right, excellent. So this is called Diversity and Being You, the science, the structure, and the framework. What type of model are you? So obviously the world has changed. As we see, the world's always consistently changing. We're always moving forward, new ideas, new trends. This past week, we just had Fashion Week in New York City. A lot of our talent, had the opportunity to walk and actually be in Mercedes-Benz Fashion Week. So, everything in life is always about a building up process, right? When you talk about the modeling industry, obviously it's all about having a new mindset, having new results, right? When you kind of switch your mindset, you're going to get a lot more positive results. I'm sure everybody, I myself, surround myself with amazing people. I've learned very early on when I surround myself with the best people in the world, that's when things happen. And I'm sure, just like yourself, so many people have told you, you shouldn't do this or you can't do this or people don't believe in you. You're the one who has to believe in yourself. You're the one who has to go out and motivate yourself. And once you kind of have that mindset, you will get new results. But just like any other industry, when you don't understand the industry, it seems confusing at first, right? So today's process is all about learning the different techniques, learning the terms, having a better understanding of how the industry works. In today's industry, it's all about diversity, right? It's about different styles, different looks, different ages, different demographics. When you watch TV, I want you guys to start focusing on the people that are in the commercials, seeing the different types of people that are there, whether you're watching your favorite TV show or a commercial or you're paging through a magazine, start seeing the wide variance of people that are out there that are currently working in the industry. An interesting fact, there's over 10,000 paid magazines in the world. 10,000 magazine subscriptions in the United States. Okay. And I was really fascinated by this. The advertising revenue from those magazines accounts to $34.1 billion a year, which means when you think about it, in every magazine, every one of those 10,000 magazines, there's anywhere from 40 to 100 ads, right? That means there's like literally like 50,000 opportunities every month. Then I started researching a little bit further, and I was like, I wonder what the #1 magazine is, right? And you start thinking, well, maybe it's Vogue or Elle or something. Can anybody guess what the #1 magazine is? I'll actually tell you because you'll never guess, because I've been doing this for 18 years and I had no idea of this. It's actually Reader's Digest is the #1 subscribed magazine in the world, 34.1 million subscribers, right? So again, that's a whole demographic. It's a whole market. So I want you guys to realize how big the opportunities are out there when you start drilling down and start asking better questions, you get better results. Again, it's all about diversity. It's all about different types, all about different types of looks, ages, heights, so forth. It's all about, at the end of the day, what makes you unique. For those of you who are just starting out on your journey, you're starting out at the best possible time ever. There are going to be more opportunities within the next 24 months for people in the TV, film, fashion industry, modeling industry, commercial industry than there have been in the past 10 years combined. The world's growing, the world's expanding, right? We're living in the best possible time ever. When you don't pay attention to the negativity on the news and you really focus on all the amazing things that we have, like just compare it to 50 years ago, 100 years ago, we are living in the most amazing of times where the world's even going at a faster pace and new opportunities are becoming available every day. We started a company. We also manage a agency, a mother agency. So we represent talent. Okay, Janine will talk to you guys about that later. So for those of you that are brand new, that are searching for that agency, that want to become that person an agency is looking for, we're kind of that placeholder where we represent talent. We put them through development. We get them their marketing materials. We get them placed in opportunities. We introduce them to some of the most amazing people in the world. Actually, for those of you coming out to our Atlanta event, our next speaker is actually going to be there. So if I know a lot of you guys, I know she's a fan favorite. So for a lot of our talent, they're gonna have the opportunity to meet with this person, right? Those of you that are just on Zoom, you're like, oh my God, Mike, I want to come to Atlanta. Well, hold your horses there. We can talk about that, but not right now. But my point being is we're always elevating, right? When we started this company, we started this company 18 years ago. And we totally know what it's like when people say you can't do this, or people put down the company. We understand that, right? It's the same thing. The same things that you're going through at the beginning of your career, we go through that. We went through that, but we're able to rise above that. And about 4.5 years ago, we started Truth Management, right? This is right around when we first started doing our boot camps. And this was a way for us to actually manage, represent talent, place talent, and so forth, and give talent that credibility, that resume. When you think about like landing a cover, when you land a cover or you're on a cover of a magazine and you're able to show that to prospective clients, it's a game changer. Ryan Colby is actually going to talk about that. He's booked hundreds and hundreds of covers for the models that he works with, and even for a lot of our models. So again, there's a lot in this industry, right? It's not just about one type, right? There's fashion and lifestyle, commercial, there's social media influencers, voiceover work, right? You guys just got to hear from Haviland. Not only is she an actress, a producer, a writer, she does voiceover. There's so many different avenues to get into this industry. Even Ryan Clapman, who's on this call today, I see her there. How you doing, Ryan? She's a writer, she's a producer, she's an actress, she's a model, formerly with the United States military. So she has all this creative background that she's able to put into. Now she's going into filmmaking, right? So there's so many different avenues to be in this industry. So with TV and spokesmodels and music and presenters and scripts and reality, right? So I want you guys to see that again, just like I didn't realize how many opportunities were out there every month in these magazines. There's so many different ways into this industry. And what's great about working with our company, I totally understand what's out there. I understand all the people that give you the wrong information and so forth, and the hell that they put you through. But what's great about us is we bring the best people. We are the de facto best in the world that surround ourselves with the best people in all of these different avenues. So for most people, if you go up to the average person who doesn't work in the industry, And even myself, just like some of you may, I was once like this person too, right? I had to learn the industry. I spent 18 years learning these things. But there was a time, even in my life, just like I'm sure a lot of people that if you went up to them and you said, hey, describe to me what the average model would look like, they're probably going to give you the wrong answer. For most people, when you think about what does the average model look like for people who don't work in the industry, this is what they always say. They always say they're tall, they're thin, they walk the runways of Paris and Milan, and they lead this literally glitzy and glamorous lifestyle. That's literally what they're talking about. They'll always talk about what's called high fashion editorial modeling, right? And there's a glitz to it. There is a glam to it, right? It's kind of, you see it on the news. So I understand that perspective. But here's the interesting thing about high fashion, and I'm going to give you the exact definitions of it also. So these are the exact definition of measurements for high fashion, right? So this is Mercedes-Benz Fashion Week, Paris Fashion Week, Milan, Tokyo, London, right? This is Mercedes-Benz, these are Prada, Gucci, all the high-end designers. So in order to qualify to be a high fashion model, you need to be tall, slender, unique looking. So it's called striking looking. So if you're too beautiful, you might distract from the clothing. So it's not only do you have to be tall, but you have to be what's considered unique or striking looking. These models are typically hired for high fashion. The British Association of Model Agents, AMA, explains that female models' height should reach between 5'8" and 5'11", with a 6 to 8 dress size, 34, 24, 34 bust, waist and hip measurement. Very exact measurements. And the reason why they have exact measurements is because designers, right? For a lot of you might not know this. I didn't know this at one point. And a lot of people, so many people get this information wrong because they just don't take the time to understand how the industry works. A lot of times people will say, so you have a lot of friends who say, I want to be a high fashion model. And they're like 5'4". Well, why can't I? Well, here's the reason why. There's not opportunities out there, but remember, we're talking about high fashion editorial. So the reason why they have specific measurements is because designers, when producing clothing, they're producing one-of-a-kind pieces, which means when something's one of a kind and it's handmade, it's very labor intensive, which means it's very expensive. So by having a set standard, so when they call us, or they call, a designer calls Truth or Colby or any of the clients, the agencies we work with, and they say, hey, we need 10 guys and 10 girls for a high fashion show in New York. We already know the measurements and the models match the designer's measurements. So the designer doesn't have to make 20 different pieces. He only has to make 10 that are the exact same size, one set for males, one set for females, right? Or ambidextrous. And they now only have to do very little alterations. So at the end of the day, when you take out the glitz and the glamour out of this, the models are just walking hangers, okay? The interesting thing is only 2% of the world's population qualify based upon these measurements, which means that the right mom had to meet right dad, and boom, right? Out comes a fashion model. For males, on the runway, male models who wear the latest designer fashions must be at least 6 feet tall. Male models photographed for editorial advertising purposes are required to be 5'11" to 6'2" and fit in a 40-yard jacket. And you can see the gentleman here in the photo, he's got the yellow shorts, blue shirt. You see he has that unique look, right? It's striking looking. So he's not that Brad Pitt, okay? So it kind of gives you the measurements and the understanding of why these measurements happen. Here's the interesting thing that people don't know. Even though the entire world or people outside of the industry, now welcome my prime movers, because you guys are now on the inside, you now know the correct answer. When you think of when somebody says, what do you think about the modeling industry? You go, well, it really depends upon the client, because high fashion is actually the smallest segment of the industry. So of the entire industry, high fashion only accounts for 10% of the entire industry. Okay. So if somebody asks me, well, what type, what do you think, what does the average model look like? I'm like, well, it could be anyone, right? Models are unique. What is the client for? Is it for a McDonald's ad, or is it for Coca-Cola? Is it for Starbucks? Right? We've had talent in Starbucks ads and Play ads, right? And it's really interesting. Even when you're landing those magazine covers, people also, this is another interesting fact that I learned this many, many years ago. But if you had the opportunity to be on the cover of, like, say, an industrial magazine, right? Some type of magazine for, some type of gear for creating computers, just this offbeat magazine. Those magazines can pay like $3, $4, $5,000 to be on the cover, right? But if you have the opportunity to be on the cover of Vogue magazine, people always think, well, they must pay 100,000. If the computer magazine pays 5, Vogue must pay 100. Actually, no, it's the opposite. Land the cover of Vogue, you get paid $750. Why? Because you're on the cover of Vogue. It's about the exposure. More people are seeing you, right? It can instantaneously change your life. So being on the right cover opens up doors, right? But being on a mega cover, a Sports Illustrated, a GQ, right? And that's something you build up to. That doesn't happen out the door. Those magazines have to come to you. You created the brand around yourself when they come to you. They now want you on the cover. It's not about, well, I want to be on the cover, right? So when you're given an opportunity to be on a cover, you say yes, because that's one step closer to landing the cover that you would love to be on. So the next category, right? Interesting things, right? You guys are learning today. Hope you're excited. So the next category is what's called commercial print. So commercial print is going to be the largest category of the industry. This is going to be 80% of the entire industry. So as Deneen was talking and Haviland was talking, I was kind of going through all the people that were on camera. I love to do that. Ryan, all the speakers, that's why you should always be on camera, because this is your chance to be seen. We have agents and managers and casting directors, right? You always want to be on camera with a big smile, paying attention, being interactive, right? Nodding. But commercial print is going to be magazines, billboards, catalogs, right? So when you see this image here of the mom, the dad, the baby, right? This is a stock photo. This is a commercial print ad. This can be used for hospital, for pediatric care. This could be used for a baby formula. This could be used for some type of it looks like a more of a medical hospital type of ad. But there's lots of things that could be done with that. Could be for a greeting card, right? Having a new baby, welcoming them home. Something about mothership, right? Or being a mom, first-time moms, right? You're going to be a first-time mom. Do you need to learn about this or that? Maybe for a book or something, or some type of course, right? So commercial print, right? So commercial print, again, we know high fashion and editorial is 10% of the industry. We now know that commercial print is 80% of the industry. Here's the great thing about commercial print. Like I was stating a moment earlier, as I was going through everyone on camera and without kind of seeing everybody's height, this is what you're going to qualify for. So literally 100% of the people on this call will qualify for commercial print. This is where you're going to fall into, and you may fall into some other categories. But commercial models work many different jobs, including print advertisements, catalogs, campaigns, television shows, magazines, trade shows, and much more. And there you can see the Zesty guy, one of Ryan's models. I actually went to a Yankee game with him, me and Alicia, a few years ago. He's awesome. Like, he's so much fun to hang out with, right? He's living a great life, right? So here's another great thing about commercial print. There are no height or size requirements to be a commercial model. Print models must have an attractive face, good skin, a nice body, and a pretty smile, okay? That's simple. So next time as you're going through and you're looking at ads, you're going through magazines. Like I said, there's over 10,000 magazines covering every topic in the world. There were magazines about collecting milk jugs, like milk bottles, like old-fashioned bottles. There are ads that are running in that. There are people who like collecting antiques. So now there's an antique company who needs a person, maybe an older couple that fits their demographic, to be in that ad, right? To market their services, right? If you're doing a banking ad, you're not going to get like a 17-year-old to kind of be for a high-level investment company for millionaires. They're probably going to get an older person, a woman or a man, somebody with some gray in their hair and glasses, because the consumer, when they're seeing that ad, they see themselves in that. Oh, that person's older. That person knows how to invest money, right? You're selling a feeling in advertising. You want the customer to have a feeling. You want them to be attracted to the product, to want to purchase the product, okay? So again, here are some great examples, different types of commercial ads. In today's world, ads, the industry's changed so much. So now you see ads that are very open with two dads, right? Different types of ethnicities, right? If you're any other ethnicity other than Caucasian, the world is like open like beyond imagination, because if you watch every single ad you see now, it's like African American mom with a Caucasian dad, or a Latin dad with an Asian mom. Like there's all this mixtures where 10 years ago you wouldn't have seen this. But as the world changes and consumers now are open, it's more unique. The brands follow suit with that, right? So you see the difference. Pay attention to the car commercial ads. Car commercial ads are very good at doing that. And it's amazing and it's wonderful. Ryan always gets so excited about that because now it just opens up the door for so many more people who maybe 10, 15, 20 years ago would not have had the unlimited opportunity that they have now. And then as far as kids are always going to be able to work, right? They're cute, they show up. And at the end of the day, kids are about the parents, right? Are the parents able to be there on time? Do they have working papers and so forth, right? Now, I'm not going to go through the whole training on kids. If you have specific questions about that, you always reach out to Alicia, Deneen, or myself. We'll tell you exactly how to get children started in the industry. We don't specialize in children. We kind of specialize in people a little bit older, but we totally understand how the industry works for children. And we do have some select few talent that we represent under the age of 15, and they're amazing. They have their monologues on point. They're consistently working. They're signed. A few of them are signed to some of the biggest agencies in the world now after going through our process. Christine H., amazing talent. Okay, international speaker, entrepreneur. She works in the health and fitness business. She's a model. She's an actress. Okay, she leans into her character. Right, she can play a mom. She can play the president of the United States. She can play a wife. She can play the aunt, the sister, the shopkeeper. Right, one of our talent yesterday. She's in her probably early 30s. She was playing the wife of a police officer on Power. But I've also seen her perform on Broadway. I've also seen her do characters and voiceover work, just like Hovland, right? So even somebody like Hovland, she can play a variety of characters, right? So the most important thing is when you're getting involved in this industry is saying to yourself, what are the different roles I can play? What are the characters that I can play? Right? Everyone wants to be a Denzel Washington. Can you support playing those roles? Is that your look? Or is your look being Denzel Washington's captain in a war movie, or being the co-detective with Denzel Washington, right? Focus on what makes you unique. What you'll notice is there's a pattern here, right? You start noticing patterns. Our most successful talent, the ones who reach the highest level of success, they lean into what makes them unique, what makes them special, right? Here you can see an ad, right? There's a woman in her probably 70s, 80s, right? For a leasing company. Right? So again, this is somebody who has an agent, a manager. They went through a process and now they're signed working. This ad is now based out of Australia. Now, just because it's based out of Australia doesn't mean that photo was shot in Australia. No, location doesn't matter anymore. And I'll show you some examples of that later on. Age doesn't matter anymore. Again, having a new mindset gets you a new result. Where obviously we have people from all over the United States. We have people on this call from all over the world, but yet we're sharing resources and information and learning and having the opportunity to network and connect, even though we're in the same room on Zoom, but we're in all parts of the world, right? Another great example, AARP, right? Beautiful, gorgeous. She got the gray in her hair, right? But she can also, today, she did an ad for AARP. Tomorrow, she can play a mom. Next week, she can be on Power, right? Or she could be on a cop show. She can play a soldier. She can play the president of the United States, the vice president. She can play the secretary of defense. She can be the captain of an Air Force team, right? She can be a lawyer. She can be a doctor. She can be a truck driver. She can be a shopkeeper in a Verizon ad. When you walk in and she's behind the counter helping the person find their new phone, right? So there's so many things, again. And then what this is called is what's called versatility. So when you have the right photos done, and we'll talk about that tomorrow, I'll go kind of expectations of what you need and how to do it. But it's, again, breaking down your mindset that you see the world a little bit differently. When you're able to have versatility and the right photos, the right lighting, pulling out those characters that are inside of you, it just opens up unlimited opportunities for you. And here's what's called e-commerce. So this is commercial print, but this is e-commerce. So when you're dealing with negotiation, this is why you need an agent. Just let everybody know why, if you're getting like people just randomly reaching out to you on the internet. And trust me, guys, I know that. I've been there. I see on all our accounts and the models, submit stuff over. So I'm sure everyone's gotten this. But those people out there, that's not how it works. Those are the bad guys. Those are the bad guys that try to trick people, right? Real models go through their agents because there's negotiations, right? So like when you're doing a commercial print ad, is it a local ad? So if you're in Mississippi, is it for a local, say, Coca-Cola distributor? So that ad's going to be very specific to that market. It's going to run just in a small market. Or if you like live in your hometown, you kind of put on cable TV, right? So like I go back and forth between Florida and the East Coast. So I'll notice the commercials when I'm in Florida. I'll see commercials that are running just for the local market, right? It's like Joe's Pizzeria on Main Street, and there's an ad that was produced. Those talent were from a local market. Now the next commercial could be Domino's. That ad is running nationally. So that means that the pay structure of how an ad was shot locally versus nationally, syndication, how many places it's going to be used for, is it going to be used on social media, on running on the Coca-Cola account, like here's an example of like a Old Navy ad. So this was something that was run online on their website. So it's e-commerce, and you can see there the variety, right? Caucasian dad, African-American child, mom, right? Mixed ethnicities, perfect for today's market. But what the point is if this was now running a national ad, those talent would have been compensated differently. So those types of negotiations are done by your agent. The clients, real clients, only will talk to an agent. A model's job is to be a model. They're there. And of course, you're a part of that. You're going back and forth. You have a relationship with your agent, but a client won't directly deal with it because a model or even an actor too, same thing. Actors have agents and managers. You guys will learn the difference between the two tomorrow for that. But again, you may not know how to answer those questions. So it's just easier. An agent, that's what they do. Clients like, I don't talk to the model. I talk to the agent, because their whole job is just to get the job booked. They just want the perfect person. They hire designers and ad agencies. There's a whole process. I'll teach you guys tomorrow the process of when somebody's sitting in a company at Coca-Cola and they say, I have a brand new idea for a new soft drink, how that goes from idea to actual commercial being run during the Super Bowl. And there's a lot of steps in between and a lot of different people involved, from the photographers, the lighting, the security, the caterers, the production people, the designers, the set designers, having to lease the space. Where is it being shot? So many things. The industry is so fascinating. Like we do a training for production assistants, and production assistants get to work behind the scenes on set. And it's really so much fun. I love doing that. Like, myself and Alicia have been involved in 5 different Broadway shows that have won multiple awards. But I love the theater, but I love the production. I love going to the table reads, seeing the sets being built, the costumes, going through the process of hiring the actors and the rehearsals. It's so much fun, right? So there's so many wonderful things in this industry. But to get back on track, we talked about commercial print a little bit. We talked about editorial and high fashion, right? Here's another example, commercial print. This is Sid. She's also, like Christine, part of our inner circle, right? So Sid has done a numerous projects. She was just on Law and Order last week. She's based out of Philadelphia. She's 61 years old, recently retired. And at that point in her life, she said, you know what? I want to live my dreams. I've worked hard my whole life. I want to lean into living my dreams. I want to be an actress. I want to be on TV and a model. And you can see she has a different religious background, and she leans into that. But I'll tell you something about Sid, and I'm sure you guys can all relate to somebody in your life. Do you know when you have that one person, they're just great to work with? Like you know what? I work in this office, and some of my coworkers, they're a little bit crazy, but there's this one person, boy, oh boy, she never lets me down. She always comes in the morning. She's dependable, or he's dependable. They got a big smile. That's Sid. Sid has the heart of gold. She is always on time. She's never late. She's as helpful as can be. She's absolutely a wonder. And because of that, she gets one job. She gets referrals and recommendations turned into 2, turns into 4. And now she's been on over a half a dozen different major television shows. Like almost every main show shot in New York on NBC, ABC, or CBS, Sid has been on it. Okay. And she's just starting. She just literally just I think reached her 1 year anniversary. But she focuses on her character. She focuses, she's consistently rehearsing and working on her monologue. She's always there. She shows up to the training. She's engaged. She's all in. She is a perfect example of a prime mover. And here's what's great. A year ago, she was working for the city of Philadelphia. Okay. But in 1 year, her whole life changed. People always they underestimate what can be done when they focus, right? Sometimes people overestimate. Well, I want to do this in a week. No, if you focus, what you can do in a year, you can change your life. And if you focus for a decade, you can change the world. Okay. Think about that. Think about that plan, right? Putting it into action, taking those moments and saying yes. So again, I want you guys to see, commercial print. There's so many different magazines, so many different opportunities, billboards, catalog. I want next time when you're going out tonight or tomorrow, you're watching a football game, you're watching college football, the NFL, you're watching your favorite shows, you're paging through an advertisement, you get that junk mail, go through it and don't look at the ad, look at the person in the ad and realize the journey that they were on, right? And they're making great income. Right? We have so many talent, they make a full-time living out of this, but they're enjoying their life. They're giving themselves the opportunity to enjoy their family, to be there, to go on vacations, to do so many things. That's the beauty of the entertainment industry. It's about being creative, but at the same time, it allows you a life that other people wish they had. But you have to put the time and effort in to the beginning to build the process, to build the foundation. Obviously I know what I'm talking about, or I hope I do, right? I hope I sound like I do. And here's the reason why. It's nothing magical. There's no magical book. I've been doing this for now 18 plus years with Alicia. We've had the opportunity to open up the stock exchange and do shows. And we've always surrounded ourselves with the most amazing people. And even this next week, Alicia will be with Kevin Harrington. Next month, she'll actually be meeting with Hillary Clinton at a private event for her book launch. She's launching her book with Kevin. These are things that she built over 18 years, right? It's great when people see that success, right? They can admire it and they look up to it. And it's meant to be an inspiration, 100%. But what it's really meant to is impress upon you the work that goes into it. And, you guys will get to meet some of our success stories. We'll have some of our talent speak to you guys so you can see from their perspective, because everyone's on their own journey. Everyone's on a different journey. You can't compare yourself to that person, like to that Haviland or to that Jessica, because their journey started before yours did. Compare yourself to where they were on day one. And what you'll find is you're a lot further ahead of them already. Just today, just in the hours we were on this call, for those of you that are brand new, I can guarantee you, if you ask any one of our speakers, I'm brand new. I've only been on this for a few hours. If I want to compare myself to where you were on day one, they'd be like you're light years ahead if you ask me. On day one, I didn't even know what I had no idea where to even begin. I didn't know what rooms to be in. I didn't know anything. Man, if you asked me about what does the average model look like, I would have said they're tall and thin and walk in Fashion Week. So think about how far you come. Don't focus on how far you have to go. Prime movers focus on the future, but they also realize how far they've come. And they appreciate that. That is the story you tell yourself, right? I want this in your subconscious because I get it. You have the constant battle between logic and emotion and that lizard in the back. Oh, right? I get that all the time. Even before I speak, that lizard's like, oh, you're going to mess up today, right? The emotional monkey's going, oh my God, I'm so excited to do this, right? The logic monkey's like, oh, you better make sure you know exactly what you're saying, right? But my subconscious knows, because I've done this so many times, it knows, Mike, you can be creative with this. Give them your best, because that's what you have, right? So again, been doing this for a long time. Again, billboards, right? Commercial print. Here's some examples, some of Ryan's models, right? Again, location doesn't matter. This was shot in New York. These ads were never seen in the United States. This was for a Korean clothing line. These ads were e-commerce, social media that were only shown in Korea, okay? So again, location doesn't matter. Here's some more examples. James Johnson, right? A lot of you guys are familiar with him. He actually just moved to Vegas. He started with us probably 5-6 years ago now. He lived in a small town, right? He lived in a small town in the middle of nowhere in the United States. He was a coffee barista. The area of the country he lived in, the main street of town only had one stoplight. We literally had one traffic light in the entire town. Okay. People told him he couldn't do it. You know, his father had some issues. His father was in prison. He was involved with drugs. And, you know, in a small town, you know those people, right? How people talk. I grew up in Brooklyn. I grew up in a small neighborhood. I totally remember those people. Sure, everyone knows somebody like that, that busybody that says to you, well, you know, your family's no good, so you're going to be no good. That's what he had to deal with. That was his environment, where people judged who he was based upon the mistakes his father made, right? But he decided to make a change to his life. He said, that's not who I am. That's who I'm not going to be. I needed to come out. You know, he dealt with all these companies that put him through hell, and, you know, the lies and just all the wrong information. And he overcame that. He said, you know what, I'm going to come to New York. You know, he found Alicia and he came to New York, and, you know, he met with Ryan, and Ryan signed him. His goal, because I first spoke to him before he had gotten signed, I said, well, what's the one, if you came to New York, what's the one thing you would love to do? And he said, you know, I love the show America's Next Top Model. Don't laugh at me. He goes, but man, he says, I really look up to Phil Sullivan. And Phil Sullivan was on season 5 of America's Next Top Model. If you're familiar with the show, he's the bearded model, right? Super nice guy. Me and Alicia known him now, probably, God, going on at least 15, 16 years. He said, I'd love to meet Phil Sullivan. He saw Phil Sullivan in some of our ads. So he made the connection that we knew Phil. I said, you know what? If you're coming to New York, I'm going to have Phil come there. So James shows up, and he's kind of like geeky out. Like Phil's there, and he's just shaking Phil's hand. He's like, oh, like literally like he was meeting his idol. And it was so cute. I actually have a photo of it. I'll drop it for you guys later. But I'll tell you something. Not but 6 months later, James Johnson walked New York Fashion Week, and the other person in that show with him was Phil Sullivan. He literally went from idolizing this person to becoming a co-worker with him, and going on to becoming great friends. He would live in New York. He would relocate to New York, walk for many designers and shows. Obviously, you know, with the high fashion, there's a kind of like an age gap there. The average, you know, female model is about 21 before they age out. It's very, you know, totally different market. He started doing for films. He started studying acting, started studying monologue, started focusing on that. Auditioned for Stranger Things, that actually live at one of our events, actually auditioned for Stranger Things. He now lives in Hollywood. Well, he moved to Hollywood, became an actor, a writer, producer, producing his own shows and skits. And now he's going back and forth between LA and Las Vegas. So now his market has expanded to not only working in New York, but in the LA market, and now also the Las Vegas market. Just met a really wonderful person. I think they might get engaged. His whole life changed. A few years ago, 5 years ago, he was told he was going to be nothing by people, right? So again, never listen to those people. Listen to your heart, because when you focus and you surround yourself with the right people, your life will change in ways you can never even possibly imagine right now. Okay, Mike Trask. Oh my God, also one of our inner circle. Phenomenal, right? Again, leans into his characters. He's a writer, a producer, an actor. He's actually, I believe he's on set today filming. He's been in over a dozen productions, right? Formerly with the WWE, comedy. He's a comic, podcast host, right? His background, he was in software. He was a software engineer. He didn't work in acting or modeling or any of that. He was a software engineer. He was a guy who worked in a dark room on a computer behind a desk for 40, 50 plus years. Then he decided, again, same thing. He actually owned the company, sold his company, said, this is what I want to do. I want to live my dream. I want to live my life my way. I want to live doing what I want to do. And because he found that why, he found that purpose, he became purpose driven. That's when everything changed for him. And now he's consistently working. He's at all of our events. Like I said, I don't think he's on the call today because I think he's not going on set. If you go through our Instagram, I don't know if Deneen had the opportunity to show you guys, but she'll show you later today, our Trello board. You'll just see thousands upon thousands upon thousands of success stories. We have a little board. That was the only way for us to organize them. Like, we literally just had to get a Trello board where we just put them in there. and then we always share them on social media. And that's something that's very important. I want you guys to realize this. And I used to be this way, and I'm sure everyone knows people who are like this. When things are going wrong, they're kind of there for you, like they want to console you. But when things are going right, they're never there for you. They don't celebrate your success, right? So many times people say, oh, you're going to fail. They can tell you you're going to fail. But then the moment you become successful, and I'm sure everyone knows somebody like this, they're like, oh, I always believed in you. You're like, what? What? You never believed in me. You told me I was going to fail, right? Well, can you get me free tickets, right? I'm dying to meet, so-and-so. Do you know him? Can you introduce me to him? All of a sudden, they sing this different song, okay? Mike Trash isn't that person. He's that person who's always there for you. He's that person who says, when you're a brand new talent and you're on set, he says, what can I do to help you? Let me show you how to do this, bringing value to others. When you bring value to others with a purpose-driven why, again, your level of success becomes even higher and greater. People see you in a different light, right? You become that person that they want, that they gravitate towards. You become that charismatic personality. And again, Mike is not that Brad Pitt, right? He'll be the first one to joke about it. But he plays the quirky uncle. He plays the sergeant, the captain, the army guy, plays the comedic roles, right? He's even played monsters. He was like villains, right? I'll tell you something, if you have a chance to be in TV and film, playing a villain is really interesting, right? Who wouldn't want to be the Joker and right? Being those characters, right? The new HBO series coming out about the Penguin, right? Playing the villain. The villains have such depth of character, right? Heroes, they have depth too, and they're fun. Nothing wrong with being a hero, but playing a villain or doing theater and Shakespeare, right? Being able to be eloquent in your words and your speaking and using your gestures, right? So again, leaning into your character, leaning into who you are. Here's Anthony, right? Tony Aguilera, based out of New Mexico, based out of the West, Arizona, I believe. His background's a nurse. When he first started working with us, he was a nurse, right? Right? Do you see a nurse here? Right? He can play a nurse, but he can play a doctor. He can play a surgeon. He can play one of those narco villains. He's a musician. He writes and plays guitar, plays music. An actor, a model. He's actually, when he first started with us, got signed to one of the biggest agencies in Los Angeles. Now as his representative, right? We're still his mother agent, but that's our whole goal, is to surround you with the tools, the techniques, the resources, and the people to take you from where you are to where you need to be. Because so many people, they try to go down that road and they go this way and that way and all this. But when you have a roadmap, you go from point A to point B. And that's what we do. And we're really good at it. We're the best in the world at it. But he can play so many roles, right? The dad, the uncle, the brother. Again, he leans into those characters. Everybody knows these two voices, right? These two gentlemen. So again, age doesn't matter. Location doesn't matter. I'm sure you guys recognize the person on the right? That deep voice, right? Geico ad, right? The mom, the dad, the dog, the kids, the grandmother. Star of the ads, the Geico commercial, right? People always they see the logo, but think about each person in that ad has representation. They're actually specialization agencies that handle for pets and for animals on set, dogs and bears and raccoons and all kinds of things. Very specialized, super niche market that you have. These animals have to be very, very specially trained. They're not designed to be pets. They're designed to be, they're working on set, right? Here, Flo from Progressive, right? Everybody recognizes her. Sure, you've probably seen several of her commercials today. You get on an airline, you see her commercials. You're at the airport, you see her commercials. You go through a magazine, she's Flo's everywhere. But does anybody know who she is? Who's the actress? Right? See, ask better questions. Who is she as an actress? Who's her representation? How did she get started? Who works with her? I know all that, right? I work in the business. And the information's available. It's a Google search away, right? It's IMDb, Internet Movie Database, right? There's so many tools and resources. Her name's Stephanie Courtney. There she is without her makeup and so forth. She could probably be standing next to you at Wendy's ordering lunch, and you probably wouldn't even recognize her. You'd probably be so distracted. She wouldn't stand out like that, right? Without her little flow hair and outfit going on. She originally wanted to be a comedian. That was her goal. Her focus. She studied for being a comedy, for being involved in comedy. She got an agent, a manager. She went to school. She actually went to Second City in Chicago. A lot of the cast members from Saturday Night Live graduated from there. We actually, part of our program, our talent, get to work with people such as Jeffrey Gurian. He's a famous comic writer. He's written for some of the biggest comedians in the world. He's actually the Friar for the Friars Club in New York City, right? Probably a lot of you guys wouldn't know his name, but yet, let me tell you something. I just went out to dinner with Deneen last week for her birthday. We went to a comedy show with Jeffrey. Every single comic, as soon as they came over the stage, came over to talk to Jeffrey for 5 minutes. Boy, oh boy, people in the comedy industry knew who Jeffrey was, right? So again, I get it. If you're new and you're like, wow, that's interesting. It's how do you step through that glass? How do you get to that other side so you know the names, the terminologies, the logo, how the industry works? That's what these next 2 days are about, to teach you all of those things. Yeah, Jesse Hyman, right? World's greatest extra. He's been in over 1,000 movies, television shows. He's been in Entourage. He's been in Spider-Man. He's been in literally almost The Sopranos, dozens and dozens and dozens of shows, Emmy Award-winning shows. He was in The Social Network. It won multiple Academy Awards about the founders of Facebook. He was in a commercial, TV commercial for GoDaddy with Bar Raphael, a supermodel. It was like meant to be a funny commercial. Like it was called a pattern interrupter. Kind of, oh my God, he kisses her in the commercial. People are like, we're shocked. It was seen by millions of people. Okay. But to most people, if they saw him walking down the street, he'd be like, oh, that's a geek. That's a nerd. I beat that guy up in high school one time. I remember him. Well, I didn't beat him up. Somebody else did. But that's the weird kid, right? Nobody wanted to play with him. Nobody wanted to be his friends. I'm sure we all know somebody like that. You know those kids that were in your school that were bullies. I certainly know who they were, right? They used to bully me sometimes, okay? But yet he leaned into his character. He leaned into who he is. And now he books work constantly. He's spoken at our events in Los Angeles numerous times, right? He does comedy, right? He's a writer. He does so many things. He's having a successful career, right? God gave you talents that you don't even realize you have. And as you explore them, it is your moral obligation to live up to those talents and to live up to your destiny, to have that type of financial abundance that you can make an impact in this world. There's nothing wrong with buying that house or that car or, doing things, but there's so much more to that once you get on that other side. Like, Dean talked about the difference between woke Joe and broke Joe. Broke Joe is the person who leans into the negativity. Woke Joe leans into that positive. What can I do to make my life better so I can help others? Right? Because that's what you want to do. That's what living is all about. And when you realize that and you make those connections, all of a sudden the universe opens up doors you never even knew existed. Let's go back to Stephanie. Okay. Again, it's mindset, right? I can teach you, all the tactics and strategies and how to do a monologue and posing. You'll learn all that. But that's only going to be 10% of what you need to be the best in the world. The other 90% is going to be mindset. Speaking of flow, I couldn't grab her entire resume, but here's this is like a portion of her resume, right? You can see how long she's been doing this. This is all before she became Flo, right? But she got herself out there. One day, she was on Mad Men. She was on Cavemen. She was on Fred 2, right? The Night of the Living Fred. What else do I know? Jay Leno's show. Two Broke Girls. I know that show. Mike Tyson's Mysteries. The Goldbergs. Actually, one of our coaches is from the Goldbergs, right? So all these different things. And her resume went on and on. And she was pursuing comedy. So you see a lot of this is gearing towards comedy and comedic and timing and improv and so forth. But her agent called her one day and says, hey, I got a commercial audition for you. It's for an insurance company called Geico. Are you interested? She knew the answer. Yes, of course. That changed her whole life, right? Now she's earning $1 million per year with her endorsements and doing the conferences and all that. She's on TV and film. So she's doing commercials. She's doing TV and film. She's doing e-com, right? She's earning over $2 million per year. I know I said I've always meant to update this, and I have to update this, but it's actually her latest contract from last year is $5 million per year, just because she said yes, right? And you look at her, she's no different than anyone on this call. When I told you guys you can qualify for commercial print, you can qualify for TV and film, there you go, right? It's just now putting the tools, the resources, and the connections and getting in that right room, and that changes your whole life. The talent's there, the drive is there, the determination. But then what's going to make the difference is your mindset. Are you going to lean into that mindset of fear? Or are you going to lean into that mindset of, I know I can do this. These are the tools that I need. And when I put those together with the right people in the right room, I'm going to hit a home run. And if I don't hit a home run on day one, I take a step back and I say, what can I do to improve? Right? It's like when you fly a plane, you have to fly a plane. For those of you who are not familiar with being a pilot, when you fly a plane from, say, Los Angeles to Chicago, they program in the coordinates, and then the plane takes off and it's flying in the direction of Chicago. But if you don't make adjustments to the plane while flying, right, whether they're by the computer or by the pilot, the plane will not land in Chicago. It's going to land somewhere completely different. It could be thousands of miles off course, hundreds of miles off course. The pilot just makes little adjustments. So a lot of times success isn't about these big jumps, these big gaps in your life. They're about small gaps. When you fill in those gaps, ask yourself right now, what are the gaps you're missing in your life, right? Is it having the right coaching, having the right connections, understanding how to get started? When you start filling in those gaps, just like a pilot will land exactly where they want to be, that's where your career lands. Just like Flo. She filled in those gaps. She followed the process, just like Jessica, just like Mike, just like all the people you see. When you stop listening to those people who don't believe in you and you believe in yourself, your life changes. Okay. Next category, promotional modeling. Right. So, oops, hold on. Promotional modeling, live modeling, trade shows, boat shows, car shows. The Budweiser girl, the Coors Light girl. Lauren Cunningham, who was, I don't know if she's still on. I know she jumped on to say hi to Haviland, who's been in dozens of movies and has tremendous success. She just did a hair show the other day. If you follow our Instagram, you see I shared it. Her hair was all the way down to here. After the hair show, she was up to here. But you can earn $750, $1,000 a day doing those types of shows. And not only do you get, and it's fun, it's interactive. You have to have a personality and be talkative. But again, it's another aspect of the industry people don't talk about. And a lot of times, we work with the largest promotional company in the United States. Our talent, have opportunities to be at the Super Bowl, the World Series, hockey game, all kinds of events, Comic Cons and conventions. But again, it's another aspect of the industry. There's different ways into this industry. Fitness modeling. Multi-billion-dollar industry. And it's just not Nike and Reebok and all the name brands. It's all the supplements, the coaching, the courses, right? All the different gyms, their ads, their brochures is such a huge part. So if you love fitness and health, this is a part of the industry. It's a subdivision of the industry. Remember we said 80% and 10, 80% and 10, that was 90. This is that other 10%, right? These are smaller segments of the industry, but they're still billion-dollar segments. Plus size curve, right? $1 trillion worldwide industry. So many companies lean into that. So many people say, well, I need to lose more weight. Why? If you fit into Curve, you can start working now. And Curve models are some of the highest paid models in the world. There are top models that are Curve models, plus size models that earn 7 figures a day. Okay, because they show up, they're there, they have the resources, the right management, the right agent. They're confident. They're not afraid to be who they are. They step in and lean into who they are. Okay, kids are always going to work, right? Being cute, but again, it's the parents. Can you show up? Can you be there? Right? It's a lot of work for a child. They need to keep their grades up in school. Okay, it's fun. It's exciting. You're surrounding yourself with amazing people. But it's a whole genre to learn about. Now, again, commercials, right? See different ads, different people, different looks, different ages, different demographics. Age doesn't matter. Location doesn't matter. It's just being in the right room with the right people, having the right resources. It's 2024. Okay. It's going to be 2025. We are in the final lap. All right. We are headed to a brand new year. Ask yourself, when I do this presentation a year from now, do you want to be on that screen, being one of our success stories, being signed, living the life of your dreams, having the opportunities to experience something new, What are you going to wait for? You're going to wait for tomorrow? You're going to keep putting it off when your opportunities today, right now, right here. The world's changed and it will continue to change with or without you. The moment you can accept that the world changes and things come to an end, you will live a very happy life. So many times people get stuck in the past. Oh, can't do it because of this, right? They lean into that fear. They lean into that lizard. And then that their subconscious, it doesn't know the difference in reality. Okay, you can't do it. You got it, right? Now it becomes a part of your subconscious. Trust is a scientifically proven. Even just putting it out there and you say it over and over again. I am a prime mover. Nothing stops me. I move forward. I say yes. And you say that over and over again. You make it a part of your body. Why do you think Deneen says to touch your chest? Because she's causing a reaction to make this a part of who you are. These are scientifically proven principles. The most successful people in the world for generations. These are the tools and techniques they use to push themselves forward no matter what. You all have it in you. We proved it. Can you reach higher? Can you go higher? Can you go higher? Right? You have more ability in you in a simple exercise. Imagine when that opportunity is stepping out on stage, being on the cover of that magazine. Okay? It's again, mindset is everything. It's all about what makes you unique. You know, one of my friends, myself and Alicia and business partners, Tony Robbins, amazing individual. If you haven't had a chance to follow him, right? People who succeed at the highest level are not lucky. They're just doing something different than everyone else. And if you talk about it, it's a dream, right? People talk about it all the time. It's a dream of mine. You envision it. I said, you know what? I can do this, right? It becomes possible. The moment you schedule and say, no, I'm going to be here this day. I'm going to be at that next event. I'm going to be this week with my coach. I'm going to be there. And you schedule it in your calendar. That is when it becomes real. Okay. Guys, my name is Michael Fomkin. This was Diversity and Being You, the science, the structure, and the framework. What type of model are you? And, you know, I want to see some comments in there, some takeaways. Are you high fashion, runway, promotional, fitness, plus curve, teen, child, lifestyle? You know, for a lot of you guys, you qualify for more than one category. Again, I will talk to you guys later today. I hope you enjoyed this. I hope you took something away from this. That is my goal, to always over deliver to you guys. And I will turn this back over to the wonderful Miss Deneen. Bye, guys.
How awesome was that presentation? Let me ask you a question. If you're listening, can we agree that Mike is a prime mover? If we can, type a 1 or 1 in the comments. I love those quotes at the end by Tony Robbins because he has radically transformed my mindset. I owe a lot of my transformation of who I am today to Tony Robbins. I want to leave you with something else before I introduce you to our next guest. One of the things that Mike talked about in his presentation was about authenticity, right? Authenticity, right? How many of you want to be authentically yourself? How many of you know that, like, as much as I want to be Julia Roberts, I'm never going to wake up. I'm not going to wake up tomorrow and be Julia Roberts. I'm always going to be Deneen White, right? You're always going to wake up every day being you. I want you to understand something. I'm going to give you a definition for authenticity, and it's going to radically transform the way that you see it. And this kind of goes back to my little friends back here. Okay. Authenticity is the collection of choices we have to make every day. I'm going to say that again. Authenticity is a collection of choices we have to make every day. What does that mean? That means in order for you to become that person that it is, you are a prime mover. Say, I am a prime mover. Touch your chest, bang your chest. I am a prime mover. In order for you to be that prime mover in and out, in order for you to be the woke version of you, every day you have to make a set of choices that are going to lead you to being a prime mover on the next level. Because how many of you want to stay the same tomorrow that you are today? Anyone? Does anyone like, I've reached the pinnacle of success? No, we're all striving to be better every single day. Every day you have to make a choice to be better. Every day you have to make a choice to be more authentically you. And I'm going to leave you with one more paradigm shift, and then I'm going to introduce our next speaker. And I know that she is getting excited the more that I'm talking about this, because this is a perfect segue for her. When you're thinking about your goals, when you're thinking about your intention, because we started this day talking about how it's not what you want, it's what you intend, right? Let's, is it okay if we change one more paradigm? Was that okay? Are you guys available for it? Good, I'm glad. So many times we ask, what can I accomplish? What can I accomplish? You know what? I can accomplish anything, right? A better question for you as you are really developing your true authentic self is, what do I want to accomplish? Stop asking, what can I do? You can do anything you want. What do I want to do? What do I want to accomplish? What is your intention for this weekend? What is your intention for your life? Is your intention to just kind of coast through life, drift through, let life just take you where it goes? Or is your intention to be the author of your life? Is your intention to be the person who's driving the boat, driving the ship, flying the plane? If that's you, you have to make choices every day about what you want to accomplish. Don't let life happen to you. You determine your final outcome by every decision you make. With that thought in mind, let me introduce our next guest to you. I am so excited. At the top of the call, I told you that I was at a networking event not too long ago, and there was this person in the room, and I was like, I want to get to know her. There was just something about her, the way that she holds herself, the way that she speaks, and I was like, I want to get to know her. And I had that opportunity. I'm really excited now to introduce you to her. So our next guest is Stacey Rasky. She is an author, a speaker, a leadership mentor, a strategic advisor, and an Iraq war veteran. She possesses an exceptional ability to identify blind spots and create significant leverage for your legacy. Everyone type legacy in the comments, because that's what you're doing. You are here to leave a legacy. Through her unique process, she optimizes leadership, operations, teams, and business and brand strategy to deliver rapid and tangible results. How many of you want rapid and tangible results? If you do, type me in the comments. Stacey empowers you to seize control of your mindset, energy, and time, and achieve mastery over your focus to maximize impact with minimal effort and embody the leader you are inspired to follow. Her expertise in systems and process automation, coupled with her extensive life and leadership experience, offers an integrated perspective and practical tools to elevate your performance, people, and profit. How many of you are ready to be elevated? How many of you are ready to take control of your life, to make a decision about what you want out of life? Life is no longer happening to you. Life is happening for you as you take actions. If you are ready for that, everyone, give it up for the one and only Stacey Rasky.
Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate that
You're
immensely. Can I just bring you as like my hype person every time I go speak on stage?
Absolutely. Let me know where you are. I'll be there for you.
Well, I know where I'll be in September, later
Yeah, in a
this
couple of
month.
weeks.
The 27th. That's awesome. Did you give me permission to share?
I did.
My
I made you
screen?
co-host.
Okay, fabulous. Fabulous. Awesome. Awesome. Well, I am super, super excited. Hello. Thank you for all the warm welcome. I'm curious if anybody here was at the last boot camp that I got to speak. Oh, we got a couple hands up. Oh my gosh. So you get a round 2 on this. Did you guys love it the last time? I'm sure it'll be super high value. Oh yeah. Thanks the love. Thank you so much. Right. It was just such great value. And this is one of those talks, and the lessons and the tools that I'll be sharing are such a game changer for being in that state of mastery, because everything that you're doing externally the influence, the impact, and of course, the income all come from who you are being. And that's what sets the stage and opens the door to so many opportunities, starting with the fact that you're here, which is absolutely amazing. So, all right, let us dive in. So, as Deneen mentioned, I was on the front lines when we invaded Iraq in 2003. And during that first 6 months that we were there, from Kuwait all the way up to Baghdad, I had the opportunity to run a lot of different unique missions. And one of the last ones that I was on, we had to rescue one of our platoons that had gotten lost in country. Of course, there's a lot of planning and strategy that goes into preparing for a rescue mission like that. And we found them, go through getting everybody prepared to come back as we're going through potentially hostile territory. Because again, this was it during the early stages when there were a lot of ambushes and roadside bombs and different things going on. So we did our best to plan. I'm driving the lead vehicle. So everything that I'm doing sets the stage for every aspect of our survivability and success coming back. And we came around a curve in one area we did not plan on there being issue, and there was actually a roadblock. They'd set up an ambush, and as soon as I saw that happen, we didn't have any planned alternate routes for this area. So I'd immediately go into looking around, assessing the situation, making a split-second decision that determined the survival of myself and everybody else. And thankfully, we got out of there unscathed with all 41 people and 23 vehicles or something like that. I always lose track on the number. I tell this every time. I'm like, that's not the important detail. But everybody made it back safely and the vehicles with minimal damage. And the key was with this, that it was being able to activate my survival brain to keep us safe. And this is one of those situations where the survival brain did its job. Problem was that over the next 10 years after I got out of the military, got out of the army, what I didn't realize was that I was stuck in survival brain. And it was impacting every aspect of my health, my relationships, professionally, everything. So I'll share a lot more about that today. Now, number one, do not take notes today. I highly encourage you to just be present and experience the talk and trust that your subconscious is going to capture the most important things that you need based on where you're at right now. And on top of that, I promise you, you're not getting a grade. So there's no test at the end of this. You should just focus on getting out of this exactly what you need. Of course, if there's one or two big insights or aha moments, you can write those down. I do encourage that because you're like, nope, I want to anchor it. But at the end, I will give you an opportunity to download the slide deck. So, for that little part of your brain that's like, oh, but I really want to take notes. I got you. You can just relax and enjoy. So as you're here learning, doing all these amazing things because you're called for more impact and higher purpose in the world, and doing all of the work to hit the bigger goals, right? A lot of that success is looking forward to the things you want to create. The challenge is, and this is the big, hard truth, is that all of that stuff that you're doing to raise the ceiling, to get the bigger goals and the bigger income and the bigger opportunities and the bigger connections, all of that stuff will not determine your success, because it's not your ceiling, but your floor that actually determines your success, because it's the floor that drives your daily actions, habits, and behaviors that will move the needle forward. And unfortunately, if sabotage, playing small, doubt, any of the control issues are flaring up, what that's saying is that your floor is lower than you realize. That lowest minimum standard allows for the sabotage behavior. And so this is what creates that experience of the old adage, right? 1 step forward, 2 steps back. That's when you raise the ceiling, but not the floor. So of course you can get towards those big goals, but now the gap's even bigger to that lowest minimum standard. So no matter what the intention is for the day, if you've ever had that experience of you go into the day, you've got your goals, you've got your priorities, you've got your intentions. And then at the end of the day, you're like, wow, I'm exhausted and I'm burned out and I didn't get anything done. Has anybody ever experienced that before? You're like, wow, I'm completely burned out. I've been putting out fires all day and got nothing done that I wanted to do. And the reason is because you're getting hijacked. It doesn't matter how clear your intentions are and how amazing those goals are that you've set. It's your subconscious, right? And this is why the mindset part is such a beautiful segue to this talk today. Is your subconscious is hijacking you. In fact, it's your primitive brain. Your survival brain is taking over. And the reason this is such a challenge with raising the floor is because this is a very ingrained level of programming. We have set this minimum standard since childhood. And understanding that this programming is overriding your goals because that primitive brain, that survival brain is designed to keep you safe. So if you've ever struggled with making changes, it's literally biology. So your behavior is battling biology. And what's even harder is that most of you are actually changing your life in a way to accommodate the programming. What that programming is all about staying inside the comfort zone. And you might be like, whoa, Stacy, I am here. I am doing big things. It's uncomfortable going after these big, amazing dreams. And every time you don't hit send on the headshots or submit the resume or reply to the emails or follow up with somebody that you met in an event, right? All those subtle little doubts, that's what's happening. It's getting in the way of the follow through. So I absolutely love the iceberg analogies as a visual reference. And what you see, of course, daily are the actions and behaviors you're taking, right? That's the surface stuff. You see it. And actually, if you go above the iceberg, up in the sky, you see the results of those actions. So that's going to be the quality of your relationships, the status of your health and wellness, and what's the bank account showing? Right? Those are the results of the actions you're taking. And if any of those are not where you want it to be, it's time to raise the floor. But understand that the actions are the last part. Those actions are determined by your thoughts. Those thoughts are determined by your feelings. And when I say feelings, keep in mind, this is not emotions. Emotions are energy in motion. It's that initial trigger and that immediate physical response. The feelings are the stories and the meaning you are assigning to your experience. It's why a triggered response is a reaction, and we'll get into that. And then at the core of all of it is it's your beliefs. And even the most positive person, right? The most bubbly, upbeat, amazing person can actually have core root beliefs that are not aligned with those goals that you want to hit, right? You can have a negative worldview. And if you're stuck in survival brain, your worldview is always negative and you don't even realize it. So it's fear and scarcity driving the show. So how is that going to drive your feelings when something happens? Well, you might feel like an imposter, feel the doubt, then that drives the thoughts like, well, who am I? Or, well, maybe I shouldn't go after that opportunity. Or, well, maybe I'm not experienced enough yet, or I don't have the right look, right? Every one of those inner critic stories are driven by this core worldview. So then when you start thinking that way, what are the actions, right? Not following up, not following through, not doing the things that you know will close the gap and move the needle forward on the goals that you're working towards. So you have an opportunity when you are thinking about that root of the iceberg, the core, that you get to choose which brain is running the show. Do you want survive or thrive? And they're very different. Your survival brain is what's creating this negative worldview. It's all about the scarcity and the fear, which means constantly defensive, reactive. It starts closing down the tunnel vision to where you're not able to see opportunities or solutions to the challenges that you're experiencing. And most importantly, this is a level of you're going to end up doing everything all yourself because it's difficult to rely on or work with other people, AKA trust issues. Yes, I know we've all got some, but you end up doing everything alone and it ends up very much draining as opposed to stepping into your thrive mind. This is flipping the script on that worldview where it's now a positive worldview. You finally get to play offense and be proactive on raising your ceiling and raising your floor and really manifesting those dreams and opportunities. You're becoming a visionary and creative problem solver. And this is about living and leading and being in this state of abundance and ease over scarcity and fear. This is living a life that's energizing and you can really collaborate well with others and work well with a team. I mean, I've seen a lot of the people where they're supposed to be on a team, but it's really a bunch of individuals. Nobody's working well together because everybody's in this survival brain. And do you have one or the other you'd rather be living? If you are like, oh my gosh, I need to be embodying the Thrive Mind, put thrive in the comments, because that is the target. And you're going to see how easy it is to create the shift from survive to thrive today. Okay. Now, the most interesting thing that I discovered on this journey of my own healing and my own ability to move into peak performance and activate my Thrive Mind on demand was understanding that you cannot be in a state of reaction and a state of action at the same time. It is one or the other, which means you can either be in survive brain or thrive brain, not both. So you're in the present moment and something happens. That emotion around a trigger goes into the past and your brain hits survival, which means I am going to look for something similar that I am 100% certain that this action or basically reaction meant 100% survival. I'm certain I survived, which means every time you are reacting, it's not about what's happening in the present and definitely not about what you want to do moving forward in the future or working on your goals. It's about this survive brain looking for safety and certainty in 100% proven survivability of this old behavior, even if it is not serving you now and not supporting your goals. It's purely about survival. So if you've ever had those moments where you react or overreact to a situation that you're like, wow, I know that I just brought my entire emotional history into this moment to hold to a boundary or tell someone no when really it was a small situation, but all that baggage came in behind. Oh yes. Now, when you flip it and you take action towards your future, that future vision, what you're doing is you're bringing that future vision closer to your present moment which allows you to hit your goals. And the more you get intertwined in that survival brain and that triggered reaction cycle, the tighter that gets. When the stress goes up, the further your goals are getting pushed away. So the more tightly wound, the stress out, the control issues, the hustle, the intensity, you're actually moving those goals, the things you want the most, further and further away. So this turns into your survival strategy is always playing defense, never offense, which means that the strategy is never about playing to win. It's only playing not to lose. That is a tough, tough strategy for success. So, how does that show up? If you are in a state of only playing not to lose, what's the safest strategy for the survival brain? Control issues. That's what it is. And it is things like the perfection. And I would love for all of you to be my radical, honest owners of yourself as we go through this list. Pop them in the comments if you're like me, a recovering perfectionist and a control freak. But it's understanding these are purely symptoms of a stressed state. And that's it. There is zero judgment here, right? Behaviors, they just are. It is or it isn't. They're not right, wrong, good, or bad. They're only a sign or a symptom of the state at which you're functioning. So they're a beautiful messenger, an opportunity for making change. So perfection is controlling what other people think and feel about you. That's really what it is. Procrastination is controlling the resources. Expectations, controlling other people in your mind or things, outcomes in your mind, anything in your mind. Impatience, controlling timeline. Judgment, this is actually controlling rejection. So you're pre-rejecting others. Dishonesty is controlling information. Distrust, controlling connection. And for all my fellow hardcore hustlers, yeah, hustle is a control issue. And this is not work ethic. This is not having a good work ethic. If there's hustle mode where it's like you shut down, anything else, not taking a breaks, you've got to get it done. It's forcing because you're trying to control the outcomes and all the things that you actually cannot control. All right. The last one is the shocker for most people. Where are my givers? Put it in the chat if you're a giver, if you know you love to be of service, you love to take care of others, help, solve problems, whatever it is that you are great at giving, even if it's only for family, you're like, very few people get me on the giving, but it's my family or vice versa. It might be friends, whatever it is, you know you are a solid rock star giver. Pop it in the comments, in the chat. But the caveat is you've also got to be good at receiving. Are you good at receiving too? Receiving help, receiving love, receiving money, receiving compliments, receiving opportunity, right? The challenge is the second that you're amazing at giving, but you suck at receiving, you just turn giving into a control issue. And if you're great at receiving, put that in the chat. We had a few people last time that they were like, yep, I'm a good receiver too. I was like, awesome. Because some of you might be in that space where you've balanced it well. For most of us, even myself, it's intensely a work in progress. But you're controlling somebody else's ability to give to you. And for most people, especially the parents, they're just like, what? But every one of these things we're going to address. Now, for me, as I said at the beginning with the story, I didn't realize for the next 10 years after I got out of the military that I was stuck in survival brain. So I was doing all the stuff to raise the ceiling, right? Got out, I went to college, did 4 years and 3 years, graduated class valedictorian, summa cum laude as a non-traditional student, got husband, kid, dogs, all the things, got the 6-figure corporate job because, that's what everybody said I should do. I was shoulding all over myself. Landed that job, bought the house, the hubs, the cars, the land, the vacations, the credit cards, the experiences, right? I did all the stuff to check the boxes. And this was all raising the ceiling because I came from poverty. I came from homelessness. I did all the stuff to raise the ceiling. But the problem was I never raised my floor. And so over time, no matter how much better and bigger the goals were and the things that I was hitting and expanding exponentially, that floor was obvious. And for me, it was numbing out. It was building this life of shoulds, wearing the mask of who I should be and rejecting myself, my deep desires, my passions, my purpose. And so my unhealthy coping with stress was numbing out and self-soothing and self-medicating with food, alcohol, drugs, work, social media, television, even self-harm. Anything to change how I was feeling in the moment because I didn't know how to handle myself constantly being stuck in that survival brain because it was a very negative worldview. And until I had my rock bottom moment, and the lesson that came out of it was, I'm done trying to control anything other than myself. And the beauty in that flipping that script was all of a sudden, I'm focusing on shifting out of survive and into thrive. And that allowed me to completely transform my health, my life, my marriage, and launch a career getting to do amazing things like speak to people like you, write my book, speak on stages, work with amazing businesses and entrepreneurs around the world. And it's phenomenal. And all of the external transformation was a result of the internal transformation. My body and my health and everything chose to go where it wanted to go when I decided to be joyful and learn how to love me and really step into that thrive mind. And here it is now, 23 years later, despite our marriage being on the rocks during that low time. My husband and I are still together, married and running multiple businesses together and having a really, really good time. And it's just building this amazing lifestyle from that thrive mind. And that's a game changer to raise the floor and that lowest minimum standard. But that lowest standard is showing up as that stress response. So does anybody remember the F's from biology class? All the F's for your stress response. Anybody have that in the chat? For those of you who were here last time, So anybody remember? Yep, we've got a couple of them. We got fight, flight, freeze. Yes, got a few of them. Awesome. All right. And there's a fourth one that nobody ever talks about. So we'll dive into that. So what this is looking like in your life right now is flight is getting activated. And that's where you go into hustle mode, right? There's a problem. Stress goes up. You go into, let me fix it, right? This is where you have those symptoms of the overthinker, the panic, the anxiety, the restlessness, the perfection, and the squirrel. Shiny object, all the distractions. Fight is when you go into that controlling mode. If you want it done, you just steamroll the situation, take over and do it yourself. This is where we can get a little explosive or unpredictable, impulsive, and competitive, right? Especially if you're going to enough of these casting calls. If that fight isn't checked in, woo! Oh man, I know when my fight, that competitive, aggressive side, whew, it was not nice. And you might be like, you know what? I don't do fight, but the bully, think about how you talk to yourself in your head. Think about that inner voice and what it's saying to you. when you're doubting, when you're insecure, when it's saying you're not enough, right? That's a bit of that fight against yourself, because every battle you're fighting externally is a symptom of the war you're waging against yourself. And that is this stress response. It's not always external. And every one of these situations in your life, personally and professionally, these stress responses can be showing up, but you might have flight in one area, freeze in another. So freeze, shocker, stuck, indecisive, yes, analysis paralysis, the isolation, the avoidance, right? When you just totally shut down and check out. And this is also the procrastination. The last one, this is my favorite, fawn. This is the one people don't talk about enough, and yet everyone struggles with boundaries. Right? So this is the people pleasing, the yesing, no boundaries, overly available, overwhelmed, maxed out, overgiving, overdoing, overserving. This is where that doubt really comes in, that not enough, right? Chasing that external validation. And the last piece of this fawning, this is huge, is searching for the rescuer. And again, similarly, there'll be people like, what? I don't need a rescuer. And I will say, if you've ever thrown money at a problem, right? You invested in that course or that program because you need it. That was it. That was the one thing that you would finally do and earn that money, right? Or hired somebody to help take care of something for you, whether it's headshots, resume, website, and it was absolutely terrible, right? Throwing the money at a problem. In those situations where you're not properly vetting, even hiring the wrong people, right? These are those times where you're so stressed out, maxed out, or need it done that your decision-making is from survival mode, not thrive. So you're not seeing what's really happening. And I have done all of those things, all of them. I mean, it's why I specialize in boundaries, because I had none. I was always chasing external validation. It's that high achiever and needed everyone else's approval. And all of the hustle was hustling to prove my worthiness. So think about your phone or your computer. Right? How often do you do an update? You update the system, the system processor, you update apps, you update all of these different things within the software, right? The operating system, all of it. But how often are you updating your programming? That's what we're going to do now, is we're going to show you how to update your operating system, update your programming and your software. And this is what helps you completely shift very quickly from survive into thrive, because you don't have to go all the way down to the beliefs, right? That's why so many people get stuck in the battle against mindset. Well, I just need to change my mindset. Well, it's all about mindset, and it is all about mindset. But going after your mindset directly is not the solution to changing the mindset. That's why, kind of like I said, right? It's every battle you're fighting externally is this war you're waging against yourself, because you're like, I'm changing my mindset. But I showed you in the survive versus thrive. If you're in survival mode, you have a negative worldview. If you're trying to create an abundance mindset, do you think it's possible to have a long-term, persistent, positive abundance mindset when you're stuck in survival? Right? It's hard to do. So it's understanding that mindset is a result, not a starting point. So the starting point are the actions and the behaviors, and why it's so important, and the tools I'm going to show you today, because it's the behaviors that allow you to start shifting the thoughts, which change the feelings, and shift the beliefs. So you're not going head on and warring with your mindset. You're hacking your biology through behavior to turn off survival brain. So, who would like to rewire that brain? All right. So the fastest way to unlock your maximum potential, and really it's not potential, it's about your current capacity. If you maximize your current capacity, you will absolutely hit peak potential because that's always improving and adjusting. But the fastest way to maximize your capacity is hijack your brain and behavior for success, especially doing it before you go into the reaction cycle. And this is 100% essential for daily success. So the way that you activate your Thrive Mind is with your senses: sight, sound, touch, taste, and smell. Now, a lot of you might be like, oh yeah, it's the, being embodied or breath work or yoga is using a lot of this. But I want to challenge you to take it a step deeper. And instead of just engaging your senses, I'm going to show you how to experience your senses. And when you do that, this is what shifts from survive into thrive. So let's practice. So for those of you who are seated or laying in a bed, get comfortable, kind of sit up straight if you're sitting, put your feet flat on the floor. You can put your hands wherever you want that's comfortable. Just kind of relax the shoulders. Now, if you feel comfortable doing so, close your eyes. And if you are listening to this and you're driving, I would recommend not closing your eyes. So take a few minutes, anchor in, get seated, get comfortable, kind of wiggle in. You can close your eyes. And now what I'd like you to do is take your index finger and your thumb, touch them together, and start rubbing the fingertips together. And I would like for you to do it with such focus and intention that you notice the ridges on each fingertip. Notice the ridges. And are your fingertips cold? Are they getting sweaty now that you're focusing on them? Do you notice one finger more than another? Then you can take both hands and put them palms together, all of the fingertips touching. And you can just slide your hand up and down each other. And it's the same thing. Feel the ridges and the wrinkles on the palm of your hand, on your fingers. Are there any calluses, scars, rough spots on your hands? And just kind of pay attention. And when you notice one hand, what does it feel like on the other hand? And there's such an intention and awareness to engaging your senses in this way because it's half forcing you to slow down and be present. So now let's move to the feet and kind of bring some awareness to your feet and just where are your feet compared to your body? And do you feel them? And then wiggle your toes. Try to find each of your toes. And it might be wiggling one at a time. Say, oh, there you are. Okay. Noticing them in space compared to your body. And then just kind of curling your toes and scrunching your feet. Now, let's take some deep breaths and slowly inhale through your nose, if you can. Slowly inhale and feel the expansion of your rib cage around your lungs. Feel the expansion of your abdomen with your diaphragm, and then feel it collapsing as you exhale. But notice each of those phases, the belly, the chest, the throat. And as you're going through and taking these slow, deep breaths, notice the temperature change on the inhale versus the exhale. Is it cooler or warmer? Feel free to practice any of those different senses. You want to listen. What do you hear that's closest to you? What's furthest away? Closest might be your breathing. All right. How's everybody feeling? Take a moment, kind of recenter yourself, open your eyes, come back to the present. One thing that's really important to pay attention to is, were you thinking about anything while that was happening? Anything at all? It's very hard when you're not only engaging your senses, but paying so much intention and awareness to them. If there was any thought you were worried about anywhere else, you're 100% present and focused on this moment on you. There's nowhere else that you can be. And that is how you hack that stress response. You get totally balanced. You're not just in your head, you're in your body, you're in the present, right? The cool thing is you can do this in as little as 2 minutes. 10 seconds will turn off survival. 10 seconds is all you need. But if you do 2 minutes and do it multiple times a day, you're getting ahead of the survival activation. Because if you do this during small things like brushing your teeth or eating a meal, right? This is the precursor to mindfulness, yoga, meditation. If you build those muscles, you're going to be far more prepared to handle and create a little bit of a space from that trigger to you being able to say, whoa, whoa, hold on, calm down, and then choose how you want to handle yourself consciously, rather than all that stuff underneath the surface running the show. So if you plug into your calendar breaks 4 times a day, 2 minutes to do these exercises, and just kind of like, my favorites are the touch and then the breathing. I get the fastest ROI. But it's the daily practice that builds these muscles of learning how to activate your Thrive Mind. And the more that you do it, the more you stay there. The more you are in control of that survival and that stress response, which allows you to become a master of your mind, raise your floor, and sabotage proof your success. Because if that stress response is still in your floor, it's all those sabotage behaviors. Because it's that primitive brain, that survival brain, its job is to keep you safe. And there's nothing safe to that brain about stepping outside your comfort zone and doing big, new, amazing things as a personal brand, as an entrepreneur, as an actor, as in entertainment, modeling, whatever it is, all of that. If it's new, it's outside the comfort zone, which means survival brain and stress response will get activated. And it's important because what you do consistently becomes a pattern. And it's your patterns that become your reputation. And in this industry, your reputation is everything. So the big takeaway, the big success secret here is focus only on what you can control. And if you didn't catch it, that's only you, not anything outside of you. And it's letting go of the rest. The more you focus on what you actually have control over, the easier it is for you to activate and stay in Thrive Mind, because that is being in that state of self-mastery. Because success and fulfillment are an inside job. So I did promise you that if you wanted the notes and the slide deck on top of it, you can scan or go to vipstacy.com, no E. And not only that, but you're going to get 2 of my best tools for navigating the stress response, the control issues, and the negative thoughts and emotions. 2 amazing tools that I use on a regular basis. Every one of my clients absolutely love it because they're so powerful and impactful. And so I am giving you those as a gift as well. So I will put the link in the chat here. And I am excited to go through and see if you guys have any questions. You guys are so welcome. Yeah, everybody's like, oh, I'm so relaxed now. This is amazing. Thank you. Yeah, I'd love to hear the takeaways and insights from today. I saw there was so much activity in the chat. A lot of people seeing like, oh my gosh, the control issues, the sabotage.
Awesome. If anyone has any questions, you can type them in the chat and we'll definitely answer them. We have a couple minutes to answer questions. So if anyone has any questions for Stacy, or what I would really love for you guys to do is just really show your gratitude, because the tools that she gave you, I know it wasn't directly correlated to acting and modeling, but the tools that you received in the last 45 minutes to an hour are things that you're going to be able to take with you when you go into the audition room. Right? When you go into an audition room, do you think that having your survival brain in full force is going to be helpful, or being able to control that is going to be helpful? And I want you guys to think about that, because sometimes when people speak, you're like, oh, I want to be on the cover of Vogue. That's awesome. But if you got that opportunity, how would you show up? That's why we had Stacy here today, to help you control that.
Yeah, don't sabotage your success because you're in that survival state. So the more you're able to be in the state of mastery, you're able to influence those outcomes. And that's the energy that creates the opportunities. That's the energy that people are going to want to hire you or book you or cast you, because you're bringing this state of ease and calm, not scattered and chaos and stress. This is a game changer for everything that you do, but especially if you're bringing this to your personal brand and professions. But everything starts with you. Thank you, guys. You're so welcome.
Stacy, thank you so much. For some of you, you're going to be in Atlanta. You're going to have the opportunity to meet Stacy face to face. How many of you are so excited to have that opportunity? Oh my gosh. And let me ask, if you are not going to be in Atlanta, how many of you would love that possibility to have another opportunity to meet Stacy? If that sounds like you, type a 1 or 1 in the comments and type
Awesome. And I can bring my books too. So if any of you guys have copies of my books, of my book, I will absolutely sign it and I'll bring some too. So that way you guys can have signed copies. And it's Be a Boss and Fire That Bitch.
Ooh, I like that. I can't wait.
Quiet your inner critic and finally believe you're good enough. So,
awesome.
Yeah, it's good stuff.
Well,
thank you.
Stacy, thank you so much. That was amazing today.
You're welcome. Always an honor to be of service to your phenomenal community. Thank you. All of these amazing people, because every ounce of what we get to pour into them today will all get paid forward in the impact each and every one of them will be bringing to the world. I'm so grateful.
We got a bunch of prime movers here, so I'm excited to see. I'm excited to see the process and the results. It's amazing. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, amazing people. So I want you to understand something. There have been so many times that I've been in a room and I've freaked out. Like I have been like, oh my gosh. Like I'll mention Alicia. So there was this one time in particular. This wasn't in a room necessarily, but growing up, there was one TV show that I watched every week faithfully. How many of you have that? How many of you have that one show you never miss? It doesn't matter what's going on in the world stops for that hour or that 45 minutes or that 30 minutes. If you can understand that, then you'll understand this story. So there was this moment where we were talking to someone that I watched growing up on TV, and I was like, it was just so exciting for me. And Alicia was talking to him, and I was like listening in a little bit. And she hung up with him. And she's like, Deneen, Dan is expecting your call. And if you guys are wondering who's Dan, we're talking about Dan Lauria from the original Wonder Years. If any of you have gone out to see the movie Reagan, he's also in that movie. I got a text message from Mark Victor Hansen telling me how spectacular he was in that movie. Why am I telling you this story? In that moment, my lizard brain, my survival brain was like, you can't talk to him. Who are you to talk to Dan Lauria? Right? I was freaking. How many of you have ever been in a situation where you have everything that you want, but you are freaking out? So she was like, here's his phone number. He's expecting your phone call. And I was like, okay. So I like sweating. How many of you can you relate to this? Sweating. I was like, okay. So I called him and he and I spoke and it was an amazing conversation. But the thing is that I had two choices in that moment. I could fight. I could fight it. No, I can't do it. Just call for me and talk to me. Or I could lean into my fear. I can lean into, I'm not enough. I'm not good enough. I'm not this. I'm not that. And I could have done either. I mean, I'm an adult. I could have, no, I'm not calling. I'm sorry. I didn't do that. I leaned into that thing that scared me. And I spoke to him, and it was an amazing conversation. And the reason I'm telling you this story is this. A lot of times, as an actor or model, you want to learn how to read lines. You want to learn all of the different types of acting theory that there are. You want to learn the different poses. You want to learn all of that. You want to learn the biographies of every single solitary person that you're ever going to meet. And like you want all of this information, and you want to learn about acting and modeling and acting and modeling. What I need you to understand right now is this. Success in the entertainment industry, success in life, it's 90% mindset and 10% tools and tactics. The reason that we have well over 10,000 success stories is because we understand that. Do I want you to know all the acting methods? Absolutely. Do I want you to get face-to-face with agents? Absolutely. But what I want even more than that is that when you are standing in front of an agent, when you have the opportunity in an hour to interact with the former art director of Vogue, I don't want you to be like me. Oh, are you sure I can do this? That's why we have people like Stacy. Come on. Because there's a part of you that you're going to be freaking out. Okay, you're going to be freaking out. But if you learn the tools and tactics that she gave you, if you learn the millionaire mindset that Mike spoke about, if you learn these things, you're going to be unstoppable. Let me ask you a question. Do broke people lean into their mindset and learn about their mindset? Or do woke people lean into their mindset and learn and grow? Is it a broke person that does that or a woke person? Right? Yeah, it's a woke person. Say that 3 times fast. So let me ask you a question. Do you want to be a woke person or a broke person? You want to be a woke person? Type it in the comments. Affirm this in you. Are you a prime mover? If you're a prime mover, say, I am a prime mover. Touch your chest. I am a prime mover. That's why we have people like Stacy come on to talk to you. Because it would be really cool if we could just throw all of you in front of agents, that would be amazing. But if you don't learn how to harness your mindset, if you don't learn how to harness all your emotions, your logic, your subconscious, your fear, you're gonna go, oh my god, like I'm such a fan of yours. Like I can't believe I can't believe that you had someone on like The Walking Dead. How cool is that? Right? That's a fan. Oh my god, like you're a character on my favorite show. Oh my gosh. Can I share a story with you guys to really drive this home? So my first event in Hollywood, we were so excited. We had like some amazing actors at the event, and one of them was on a show called Crazy Ex-Girlfriend. And her character, she was like the bitchy, like she was like the mean girl, right? And before we went out to California, I binge watched the whole show because I was like, okay, well, if I'm going to meet this woman, I want to know like the show. I want to have an idea. Y'all, I went up to her and when we do these events for a celebrity guest, we always make sure we have lunch for them. And she was like really particular about the food that she wanted. She wanted like a kale salad with pumpkin seeds and a light drizzle of olive oil. I'll never forget it. I was like, oh my God, she's just like her character. I was judging, okay. But we did that. When she walked in the room, she was the nicest, most amazing person. How many of you have ever judged a character and you're like, okay, obviously this actor is like this, right? I did that. So embarrassing. I'm still mortified. So I went up to her. I was like, oh my God, like you're so much nicer than that character you play. And she looked at me and she was like, thank you for my salad. And I was like, oh, Deneen, you're such an idiot. I hadn't studied mindset at that point. I hadn't studied Tony Robbins. I knew his name, but I hadn't studied him. I hadn't had a chance to interact with Stacy to show me how to stop using my survival brain and start going into thriving. That's why we have people like Stacy come on here. That's why we have people that are entrepreneurs on here. Because let me tell you something. You're trying to get into show business. Show business. Business is the bigger part of it. You have to know the business. You have to have a good mindset. Again, success in the entertainment industry, success in life is 90% mindset, 20% tools and tactics. If you believe you can, you're right. If you believe you can't, you're right. Your subconscious does not know whether or not you're telling the truth. So for those of you that are still here right now, give yourselves a round of applause because you are prime movers. You are woke. You're not that broke person. Nothing may have physically changed, but everything is changing for you right now. Because you know what? You're learning. The more you say, I am a prime mover, I am woke, I have a millionaire mindset, I have a growth mindset. The more you start saying those things, the more they become true. The closer you are to that thing. We talked about this. It's not about what can I accomplish? What do I want to accomplish? It's about authenticity as a collection of choices that we make. We have to make every day. The fact that you're choosing to be here right now, that means that you are determined. You have a goal. You're like that pilot Mike talked about. You have a goal. That's why you're still here. So as we go through the rest of the weekend, yeah, we have Mike coming up. He's going to be coming up in just a moment talking about millionaire mindset. Your minds are going to be absolutely blown. We have Ryan Colby, the former art director of Vogue. He's going to be coming on in just under an hour. And he's going to talk to you about how to land a magazine cover. How many would love to land a magazine cover? Type a 1 or 1 in the comments. If that's something that you want, you have to believe it's true. You can't be in survival. Oh, I'm not good enough. You know what? That's why we do what we do. Because we've been there. Alicia told you about her transformation. Like when she went in to meet Eben, she's like, oh my God, it's such an honor to meet you. Oh, thanks. Walked away. She recalibrated her mindset. When she met him the second time, that was the moment that VIP Ignite was truly born. In that moment, when Alicia was no longer a fan and she became a contemporary, she became a peer. That's when that changed. That's why we do the mindset training. That's why we do 2 days, because we could try to put everything into 2 hours, but how many of you are already starting to feel the transformation in you? Today we're laying the foundation, but how many of you are starting to hear things differently? How many of you, when you hear something, you're like, oh, and if that little voice in your head's like, no, you're like, no, you be quiet. I'm woke. I'm no longer broke to need. I'm woke to need. I'm no longer going to like fall for those things that you're saying. I know what I want. I'm authentic. I'm making a decision right now for my future. How many of you feel that transformation? If you do, type a 1 or 1 in the comments. Because that's why you're here. You're not here just to hear from people. You're here to learn and grow and evolve. That's why we have people like Stacy talk. That's why our next presentation is a millionaire mindset. That's why I'm asking you to go into the school community and give us your biggest takeaways. Because what you're going to see is that if you go back and look at your takeaways from today and your takeaways from tomorrow, they're going to be even better because you're growing, you're transforming. That's why we do what we do. That's why we have over 10,000 success stories. Does that make sense? If that makes sense, type a 1 or 1 in the comments. Awesome. All right, guys. So what I'm going to do now is I am going to have Mr. Michael Falcon come on. He's going to talk to you about millionaire mindset. How many of you want more money, not only in your physical bank account, but in your mental bank account? If that sounds like you, type a 1 or 1 in the comments. Because that's what you're going to do now. This next presentation is going to be a pivotal talk for you. It's going to be a pivotal moment in your life. Stacy just talked about the survival brain. Mike's going to say some things to you that are going to make you a little bit uncomfortable. And that's okay. Are you going to lean into this discomfort and grow? Or are you going to shrink away and survive? Nope, nope, nope. That's your choice. So are you guys ready to continue the growth process? Are you ready to continue becoming that person that an agent or manager wants to work with? Are you? If you are, type a 1 or 1 in the comments, and everyone join me in welcoming Michael Falcon to the stage.
Hey guys, how's everybody doing? Wow, what a great day today. Love it. Love all the comments. I was just going through the comments in school. You guys are doing a great job. I know we're going to be giving out some more prizes today and tomorrow, so you guys are doing awesome. So I want to keep this show on the road because I do have Mr. Colby coming on in about 50 minutes. I want to make sure I respect his time as well as your time, so that way we can end right on time. All right, let me pull this up. All right, so this is the millionaire mindset for models and actors, no matter age, experience, or who you currently are. The secrets to unlocking unlimited potential. Everyone can see my screen, correct? Yes, Jamie, can see my screen? Perfect. Give me a thumbs up. Perfect. Thank you, buddy. All right, Ada, thank you. All right, so, I've had the opportunity to work with a lot of really amazing people over the past 18 years, and I had a chance to interview a few billionaires and so forth. And it's always interesting when you meet somebody who has such financial abundance, just the way they see things, right? Every single person here has unlimited ability. And I actually learned this just recently. And it's where you set your mindset. It's where you believe you could be. So if you believe you're going to be a millionaire, you will be, but you have to believe it 100%. Like there's just no doubt in your mind. And people just they fall into that mindset where that lizard starts talking to them and they just start having these doubts and fears that they just can't do it. And because of that, they reach their full potential of where they believe they can be. So when you talk to somebody who's, earns $1 million a year, there's no doubt in their mind. Like they're that is as easy as it can be. And you say, well, what about earning $1 billion? Like, well, yeah, kind of. I guess I could figure it out. The moment they start leaning into that's why they're not at that $1 billion. When somebody's at $1 billion, there's just no doubt in their mind that they can do it. Like you see, like an Elon Musk or somebody. And in the entertainment industry, you have like unlimited potential. At the end of the day, like the most common thing I've always heard is like you can either have money or you can have excuses, but you can't have both. So you have to be that prime mover where you're catching those thoughts in your head. You're like, no, no, no. How do I address that? And I am good enough to do this. I can become that actor. I can land those covers of magazines and so forth. So I just want to kind of set the bar here and kind of just pre-frame this a little bit for you guys, just kind of understand that a lot of today is foundational to start thinking things differently, right? We're not only talking about the industry, but the most important part is your mindset. Like we find that over and over again, the people who reach the highest level, it really comes down to mindset. Again, new mindset gets you new results. So what are your chances of becoming rich, right? And I want you to understand something, like money always replenishes itself, right? When you think about life, you can, you can always get another job, right? Everyone's been through points of their life where you have a great job, you're making a lot of money, then something happens, and so forth. Even myself, if you read Finding Fame, you see the ups and the downs. Even when we were first starting the company, it was going all in and taking those risks, where going to that one event where Ali had that opportunity to meet Ed Bennett, right? That was something where, hey, if this didn't work out, this might be the end of the road. But we knew we would overcome that, right? We'd have to change directions. We'd have to alter the course of the plane, right? Making these little adjustments. But for most people, when you speak about financial abundance, money replenishes itself, right? You can always get another job. You'll always make money. But what you're always going to be, what most people don't realize is the resource that is the most valuable resource more than money is time. You're never going to be able to get back the time you've lost. So you always have to make the most of every moment. That's why even something like this, a free event, we put our hearts into it. We plan these things out. We think about all the presentations, the guest speakers and so forth, because we value your time that you're spending with us. But when you talk about, things from just a money perspective, let's talk about the mathematics, the science of it. So what are your chances of becoming rich? Well, here are the statistics. 100 people working from age 20 to age 65, a 45-year time period, one becomes rich, 4 becomes financially independent, 5 are still working, 28 are dead, and 62 are dead broke. So let's look at this according to percentages. What this means that in America, right, the richest company in the world, richest country in the world, 5% of the people make it financially and 95% don't. That's an amazing statistics. There's a definite line that separates the haves from the have-nots when it comes to making it financially in America. 5% make it, 95% don't. That's scary when you think about it. It's even scary when you read those numbers in a little different way. In the wealthiest country that has ever existed in the history of the world, you have a 95% chance of not making it and only a 5% shot of making it. So I'll assume you're the person who has a desire to end up in the top 5% instead of the bottom 95%. If I pegged you right and you're one of those people who want to be in the 5%, I can tell you how to do it in 2 sentences. In fact, these 2 sentences are so simple and so powerful that if you follow them, they will make you rich. Before we get into that, however, I want to make sure you're ready for your life change and that you're open to new ideas that will challenge your thinking, right? New mindset, new results. This is called the 2-sentence wealth formula, right? If you want to become wealthy, then you have to find out what the top 5% of people do financially and do the same thing. That is sentence number 1. The second sentence in the 2-sentence wealth formula is even more important than the first. You've got to find out what the bottom 95% are doing financially, and whatever else you do, don't do what they do. The question to ask then, right? Ask the better questions, you get better answers. What do the top 5% do that those in the bottom 95% don't do? What do the bottom 95% do that the top 5% don't do? You need to study these 2 things in great detail. I'd recommend that you become fanatical about finding out the difference between the habits of the rich and the habits of the poor. If you study both wealth and poverty, you can learn how to become wealthy. So the difference between the rich and the poor. A rich mindset seeks to spend their time, resources, and energy on work that continues to pay off long after the effort has been invested. A rich mindset is all about getting a flywheel spinning. A poor mindset is all about the short-term returns, right? Hours for dollars. And you see that consistently. Like I grew up in a very poor household. I was a single mom. My dad passed away when I was young. My mom struggled there were weeks when my mom used to play this game where it was like, we're going to make something creative for dinner, right? She'd take all the leftovers and she would create something. And that would go on for a few days. And I thought it was a fun game. It wasn't until years later when I grew up that I realized it wasn't because, having leftovers was good. I love playing that game today, but it was because the food was going to run out. So she had to make sure she stretched things until she got that next paycheck. And I'm sure everyone here can relate to that. If you personally couldn't relate to that, somebody that, has been in that position, right? But somebody who has that that rich mindset, they're figure things out, right? They want to make investments that pay off consistently, right? It's like going to school. You invest in going to school, but then you get a degree. Now that degree is earning you an income over and over again, right? Versus buying something on a credit card where it's giving you that momentarily satisfaction, right? Getting that new iPhone, those new headphones, spending $1,000 on something that is probably going to start collecting dust. And a lot of times, poor people, they always have the most expensive things, but they're also always struggling. While a rich person, they're consistently investing in things that pay off over the long term, right? It's even like when you're an actor, you're in a movie, you get residuals. So you're paid up front for the movie, for your time there, but then every time a DVD is sold, every time somebody downloads it, every time somebody purchases it on a plane, in a hotel, on TV, they get residuals and so forth. Right. So people reach success when you're able to consistently earn income 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, versus being the personality who's only focusing on how much do I get paid for the hour, right? How much can I make per day? That it's and I get it. It's tough to shift that mindset, but hopefully by the end of this presentation, we'll make some little adjustments, because every time I do this presentation, I always learn something. So I'm going to ask you a question now. What kind of mindset do you have, right? We talked about broke Joe and woke Joe, right? Do you have a poor mindset or a rich mindset? And for a lot of you guys, you're going to say, yeah, I got a rich mindset, but you'll find out, just like myself, there's some things that are still a poor mindset, and we're going to catch those, and we're going to make those adjustments today. So don't work for money, have money work for you. Poor people only understand how to work for money. What do I mean? Many poor people are hardworking individuals, right? Who have a job that they either classify as a good job or a bad job. Let me tell you, a job is a job. Some jobs pay more money than others, but it doesn't change the fact that you're trading time for money. The reason people work for money is they believe that time is money. Rich people know that time is not money. Time is infinitely more valuable than money. To prove it, think about this. If you run out of money, you can always make more money. You can get another job. But if you run out of time, it's over. You can't get more time. Truest statement ever. If one thing you want to take from this weekend, value your time as the most valuable resource you have in your life. Don't entertain yourself, educate yourself. Another difference between the wealthy and the poor is that the poor people entertain themselves, but rich people educate themselves. Poor people collect DVDs and movies and video games. Rich people collect books, seminar experiences, audio programs that teach them how to do something they want to learn how to do. Let me repeat that. Poor people entertain themselves, rich people educate themselves. Poor people stop learning as soon as they get out of school. Rich people continue their education long after they graduate. In fact, most rich people will tell you the most valuable things they have learned, they didn't learn from school anyway. They learned from mentors. They learned from seminars. They've learned from books. They learn from audio programs. They learn from the things they want to learn from people who know what they want to learn. Poor people entertain themselves, rich people educate themselves. So stop entertaining yourself and start educating yourself. And I can relate to that because, I grew up in a family where college was the most important thing. And, I had a great college education. I enjoyed it. I had fun. I had to put myself through college, pay for my own books, pay for my own tuition. I had to, work 2 jobs to do it, just like I'm sure so many people on here are either in that situation or were in that situation. But I'm going to be honest with you. The things I learned in school were great and I got a foundation, but the things that created success, I learned outside of school, right? I think the school system here is not as good as it could be. I think you can literally learn so much more when you surround yourself with the right people because they're doing the things that you want to do. So the average American spends 4 to 7 hours a day watching television, playing on social media. A great thing to do is to be aware of how much social media you're using. Be careful with TikTok. TikTok's like a little time drain, right? It's designed. They hire MIT scientists who design these things to appeal to certain parts of your brain to give you the dopamine effect where you feel good, so you do it again, right? Clicking through those little videos, those short little videos. Before you know it, one video turned into 2 hours later, turned into 3 hours later. Watching Netflix. We're in the entertainment industry, right? Last night, I had the opportunity to watch Power. I had to see Jessica on. It was really cool. So but I set my time where, like, when I get up in the morning, and if you see you don't have enough time, you get up an hour earlier. I get up at 5 a.m. to make sure I'm at the gym. go to the gym from 5 to 6, 6:30, come home, have my shake. And then from like 7:30 to 8:39 is like my time. It's where I'm reading a book. I'm catching up on things. You got to create your own life, right? Because what happens is you start watching so much TV and you have to ask yourself, do you want to watch Netflix or do you want to be on it? Right? You have to create that schedule. You get up an hour early, stay up an hour later. It's 2 hours a day. It's 14 hours a week. It's 50 hours a month. That's 600 hours a year. 600 divided by 40 hours. That's 12 weeks, right? Think about if you spent the next 12 weeks focusing on your goal and that's all you had to focus on, how much further you could be, right? It takes 5,000 hours to be the best in the world at something. Every basketball player, football player, baseball player, every entrepreneur will tell you that, right? You're putting in 16 hours this weekend towards that, okay? You're learning decades of knowledge in days. Think about this. When you pick up a book, somebody wrote a book. They may have spent 30 or 40 years to learn the information that's in that book. And now you have the chance to hold that book in your hand, go through it in a day or a week or a few weeks. But now you've taken all the knowledge that they've learned in decades, and now you have that knowledge just like that. That's why events are so powerful. That's why spending time with mentors is so powerful, because you're getting decades of knowledge in days. Plus, you're creating relationships and friendships that last for years to come. For even for our talent, their entire world, their lives, their friendships become the people they met at these events, at these calls, and so forth. Because now you found that tribe. You found those group of people that are moving in the same direction as you are. You found that group of people that they believe in you and you believe in them. And you will consistently see that with a rich mindset. That poor mindset, they're always just finding excuses. It always goes back to, you can either have excuses or you can have results. You can't have both. Why getting rid of your television is so important, right? There are actually many reasons. So let's examine some of them. And you'll talk to a lot of famous actors. They'll say, I don't watch my movies. I don't watch a lot of TV. Even if you read on interviews, the gentleman who plays Aquaman, he doesn't even have internet, right? Because he focuses on the important things in life. Even though he's a big star, and you'll see that over and over again. A lot of very successful people I talk to, they don't really use the internet. They're not on their phones are used as a tool, but they control their time because their time's so valuable to them. So look at it this way: the television is a cultural hypnotic device, right? When you think about TV, it's called programming. Who are they trying to program? They're trying to program you, right? I want to be fully transparent with you guys how business works. It's used to influence and control society. The programming, the news, the media, the commercials have a profound effect on the financial situation of most people. The television creates a victim mentality, right? As people watch, the nightly news, the rapes, the robberies, and murders on the evening news or in violent TV dramas, people become more and more fearful. The commercials create a consumer mentality that encourages people to buy things they don't always need, can't afford. TV keeps people trapped into thinking they're powerless and that changing their financial situation is impossible. The exact opposite is true. You're the one who has the best chance of changing your financial life, not the government, not a social program. Another problem with television that it promotes the philosophy, the main purpose of money is consumption of buying things. Okay, if you want to have that rich mindset, the truth is that the more important function of money is for creating wealth, right? So it's having disposable income. You should never say, I talk to people all the time, people say, I can have $1 billion. Great, if you had $1 billion, what would you do with it? Well, and spend it. And it becomes almost impossible. Like if you have $1 billion or $1 million, you invest it into yourself, into your training, where you create more money. You create what you really want is financial abundance. That the money you've made is earning enough interest every month that all your bills are paid. That you can create that life where, you're an actor, you're a model, you're working on set for 3-4 months filming a show or a movie, but then you have that month off, those 2 months off, right? Where you're able to enjoy your life versus being stuck in that 9 to 5 where you're just going round and round and round. Deneen talked before about, whether you're a drifter or a doer, right? A lot of people that are drifters, they don't mean to be a drifter, right? You guys are prime movers, you were doers, but drifters, they get into this hypnotic like circle, right? You just get caught up in life. You just have to wake up. You have to go to the office. You got to take care of the kids. And then the next day just repeats itself over and over and over again. And all of a sudden that 1 week turns into 1 year, turns into 5 decades. Okay. And you've seen that in so many of our talent. Some of our talent, they didn't get to start this new life until they were 50 or 60. And, and if they said, hey, if I knew what I knew now, I could have done this 10, 20 years ago, right? The best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago. Then the second best time is today, right? Again, it comes down to these principles that, successful people, there's a reason why they exist, right? There's that pattern to follow, the pattern recognition, the roadmap, right? Most rich people, honestly, at the end of the day, don't have jobs, right? Another difference between poor people and rich people is that poor people have jobs, whereas rich people own businesses. Being a model, being an actor, right? When you reach that next level, right, and you start doing this full time, you become a corporation. You become a business. You have an agent, a manager. You have a team in charge of social media. You have a publicist, right? We'll talk about that a little bit tomorrow, about landing covers of magazines. How do you do that? How do you get these magazines to reach out to you, right? Ryan's going to open up that conversation right today, just in the next few minutes. But more than 80% of rich people became rich by owning their own businesses. Poor people seek to get a job. Rich people look to give somebody else a job. Think about it. Rich people value their time so much, they hire people to do the things they don't want to do. But poor people will gladly get paid to do what those of us who are rich really don't want to do. Understand that the word job is the most perfectly spelled word in the dictionary, J-O-B. It's an acronym that stands for jump out of bed, get on the journey of the broke so you can remain just over broke. Okay, rich people don't set limits for themselves. Poor people think either or. Rich people think both and. What this means is that poor people look at every choice as a process of elimination. For instance, a person might think, I would like to do what I love, but I have to pay my bills. That statement implies that is you, your logic part leaning into fear, putting into your subconscious that you can't have both, right? Instead of asking a better question, how do I have the opportunity to transition into a new life while also paying my bills? That sets your subconscious to start working, right? When you go, there are other people who have done this, which means that you're not alone. That means there's a process that they follow, that you can follow, right? We buy into truisms all the time, right? That aren't true. Like the saying, you can't have your cake and eat it too. Of course you can have your cake and eat it too. How else would you eat your cake if you didn't have it first? The actual quote is, you can't eat your cake and save it too. Ironically, the latter statement is why poor people get poorer and rich people get richer. Rich people don't try to eat their cake and have it too. Choose your advisors wisely, right? The difference I'm about to show is one of the most iconic of all differences between the rich and poor. Rich people only take financial advice from people who are as rich as they are or richer. Poor people only take financial advice from people who are as poor as they are or poorer. This is one of the most amazing things I've ever seen since I began studying this subject. It's really sad because most people will go to the grave and never even realize if that what they're currently doing is not giving them the result they desire, then they should start looking to some different sources for advice. One of the best definitions of insanity I've ever heard is continuing to do the same things and expecting a different result. If you continue to do what you've always done, then you will continue to get what you've always gotten. Gaining momentum. Rich mindset seeks to spend their time, resources, and energy on work that continues that pays off long after the effort has been invested. Again, rich mindset is all about getting a flywheel spinning, building momentum, creating systems that continue to generate value on their own. As a model, as an actor, the reason you have a manager, an agent, their job is to get you placed. Their job is to make sure you have the tools, the resources to get you in front of the right people. Your job is to go in there and focus just on becoming the best actor and model you can, right? It's a partnership. It's a business. Poor mindset is just all about the short-term returns, hours for dollars. If you had the opportunity to be in a Super Bowl ad and it paid $10,000 to be in one ad, or you could be in 5 separate ads, right? And they only pay $2,000 each. Which one would you choose and why? So imagine now you get $10,000, one ad. The other, you have to do 5 separate ads. That means you have to take off 5 days from work. You have to be on set 5 times. You're working 5 times the amount of hours, but you're only getting paid the same amount. A poor mindset's going to go, well, I'll just take I'll take the 1 for 10. Man, I'm done. I have 5 extra days off. Rich mind says, no, I would do the 5. And I go, really? Why is that? Because as a model and actor, I realize it's about exposure. I may be getting paid the same, but now I'm in 5 separate ads. I'm being seen 5 times the amount of times. I'm getting the opportunity to work with 5 different directors, being on set 5 different times. I'm making the time, the investment, because now this will pay off greater for me. Right? Again, it's using analyzation. It's thinking about things with a rich mindset, leaning into the prime mover, leaning into being woke, Joe. Meaningful relationships, rich mindset seek that. Rich people, that's all it's about is relationships. Seeks to build relationships based on trust, liking shared values, and mutual respect. People with a rich mindset help others and cultivate relationships with no expectation of anything in return. I belong to a lot of masterminds. I belong to masterminds that are $50,000 a year, $150,000 a year. And the one thing that I noticed, and I've been in so many different masterminds, and some I renew, some I don't, the ones that bring the most value, and why people say, why would you pay so much to be in a mastermind? Because I want to be in the room with those people. The cost of entry got me people I want to surround myself with. And the most valuable masterminds are the people, and even this is on set, in movies, directors on Broadway, the people that you will see with the most success always say, what can I do for you? How are you doing today, Jamie Hatcher? What value can I bring to you, Ada Cruz? Right? And you'll see that even on set, even at our event, the people just rise to the top because they bring a tremendous value. A poor mindset says, well, what can you do for me? I'll scratch your back, you scratch mine. Secret of success. The rich attribute success to abilities, hard work, and spirit, right? There's no doubt about that. Middle class, education, and luck, right? That was like my mom, my stepdad, my family, right? Need to get education. And at the end of the day, it's just about luck. You create your own luck. Do not let anyone ever tell you it's about luck, because there is no such. The only place there's luck is in a casino when you're spinning the slots, right? And even that, if you stand there and you do it long enough, eventually that slot will pay out, right? Recognizing patterns. The poor, though, they attribute success to cheating. Right. Well, he's got connections. He cheated his way in. She was hot. So she what she did to get herself there. Oh, he had money. I didn't have money. None of that's true. I can tell you something. Research books written by billionaires and start reading books like that. See what some of the most successful people in the world read their journeys. You want to find out the greatest actors, read their stories, read where they started. Every single actor, one of the actors who plays Drew on Power, he's actually performing in New York this weekend. He's in an off-Broadway play. If you watched him on Power, he's a guy who just got locked up. He was like the brother and all that. Great actor. I was like, oh, I wonder what he's up to. He's in a small off-way Broadway show. Okay, you know how much the tickets were for that? $20. $20. You can literally be in New York, small audience, and then literally after the show, for a $20 investment, say, hey, I saw you on Power. I love it. Learn what they're doing. See what other successful people are doing and mimic them, right? It's not about cheating, connections, or capital. There's so many ways to get into this industry, okay? Rich mindset knows the world's not fair, right? At the end of the day, the world's not fair. There are so many times I could sit down and I could say, you know what, man, this just did not work. The world's not fair. Everything didn't work out. I quit, I give up. Words are powerful. The words you choose, how you say to yourself, how people say things about you. Oh, she's so stupid. Yeah, you're right. Your subconscious doesn't, yeah, okay, you're stupid, dude. Your subconscious does not know what reality is. The words you feed it is what it goes by. Okay, this is how the human brain works, right? You have to understand that the world's not fair. It deals with reality swiftly, humbly, and practically. Once you understand that, it knows that the world does not owe you anything, right? The universe is indifferent to your existence. The default for life is suffering and death. At the end of the day, everyone's going to die at some point. Where we go after that, right? That is your personal belief. But successes are improbable. Even the richest men in the world know they limit their risk, right? How can I make this successful? If I made a mistake, how do I overcome it? And that your success should be appreciated and celebrated as such. A poor mindset, though, is consumed. Everything's unfair. right? They waste time complaining, right? They feel the world owes it something. They wait for it to be handed out. I grew up in Brooklyn. That second sentence sounds like almost every one of my friends standing on a street corner on a Friday night, right? They all talk the big game, and I'm sure we could all think about, we all know those people. I know those people. I see them still to this day. But I choose to surround myself with people who have a rich mindset, people who are making a difference and moving forward, right? That's what you need to do. That's what you need to separate yourself from that. Okay. Celebrate others. It's so important. You see that there's Brandon Hunter, just was in New York Fashion Week, right? Jessica last night on Power. Sid 2 weeks ago oh my God, I forgot the name of the show. I forgot my mind for a second, right? Law and Order, sorry. Mike Trash is on set today, right? All of our talent doing all these amazing things. We celebrate them, right? Because a rich mind celebrates the success of others and embraces the competition and befriends it. You have choices, right? Two choices. You can either tear down another person's success or be inspired by the example. A poor mindset feels jealousy and bitterness about the success of others. It looks at everything as a zero-sum game. And I've been in small masterminds where I didn't renew, and that's the kind of little bit of the audience. They were like that, right? People will go up on stage, and and I see this even on social media. I'll see some of our talent. They'll post, something. Hey, I was just on set, right? And there'll be like 2 likes, me and Deneen, or 3, me, Deneen, and Allie. Of course, our talent will then start clicking like. But you have to celebrate others. You can't be jealous of them, right? What can I learn from them? Every time I meet somebody who's successful, whether they're older or younger than me, I'm like, what was the last book you read? I want to know what the last book you read, because I'm going to go out and buy it, right? I want to follow their patterns. I want to see what made them successful, okay? Poor mindset, mentor mindset. Rich mindset understands that it can never know everything and that something can be learned from everyone. You will never learn everything. That's why you need a team. Right? You can master certain things, master acting, master modeling, master set and production, master becoming a filmmaker, master whatever it is your passion is, whatever your path is. And as you master it, then you learn another thing, right? But you're never going to learn everything, right? That's why you need a studio to produce your movie. You need distribution to get it out there. There's so many components. A magazine. Do you understand the publishing industry? Do you understand how advertising works? Do you understand how distribution works? Do you understand all of that, right? As a model, you may not have to know all of that. Your job is just to show up and be your best with the photographer. A poor mindset deludes itself and believes, I know everything, right? That opposing perspectives are wrong even before hearing it. I don't even want to hear it. I already know you're wrong, right? I know plenty of people like that. I hear that all the time. I avoid those people. I don't even engage in conversation. We know how the world works today with social media. We see the divide that's out there, right? We put ourselves in our own channels. I'm not going to talk to that person. All right? You have to rise above that. You have to become the leader, right? A rich man, right? Give him $1,000. He returns with 100,000. Give a broke man $1,000. He returns with a new iPhone, right? Again, spending patterns. Are you investing in things that help produce money in the future, right? You don't have to spend $1,000 on an iPhone. You chose to do that, right? I have an iPhone. I love it. But if I didn't have the affordability for it, I'd get a Cricket phone. The phone works. It's $25 a month. It's like $100 to buy it. I may not have all the bells and whistles. And to be honest with you, most of the stuff on the iPhone I don't use. The end of the day, I'm just making calls or text messages, or I'm on WhatsApp talking to the team, right? It's a tool. It's a device that I use to the best of its ability. But it's the same thing. There are things that people will spend money on with a poor mindset they don't need, right? They're trying to feel rich. Rich people know, like, that rich person doesn't have to drive a Ferrari. They drive. If you read books and you see the most richest people, they don't buy the most expensive car. They buy the car that lasts the longest, because that's a better investment of their money. Okay. You can't do it all. Rich mindset understands it cannot do everything, and that even if it could, it would create greater value by focusing on its core strengths. It knows that the right team is greater than the sum of its parts, right? That's why you want an agent. That's why you want a manager. That's why you want a team. You want to work on set with the best photographer, the best makeup artist, the best hairstylist. Poor mindset deludes itself into thinking it can do anything if it just works hard enough, right? The rich versus the poor, okay? I always love this one. What makes the rich and the poor richer and the poor poorer? 5 biggest differences. Belief. Rich people believe they can succeed even no one else believes in them. Somebody else not believing in you has no effect. Zero effect. Like, who cares? You got haters, great. So do I. Let's compare my haters to your haters. I pay no mind to them, right? They motivate me, right? Because what they say is meaningless. People get all into their feelings all the time. Oh, she said she didn't like my dress. Who cares? I can find 10 other people who think your dress is great. Just come up on stage. Come up to one of our events, come up on stage. Who likes my red dress? Have 90% of the audience raises their hand. Don't focus on the 90% who believe in you, right? Look at Taylor Swift. She did $4 billion, right, at her last concert, world tour. But yet people still will hate on her, right? She's got a ton of haters. She doesn't let that hold her back. Think about football teams. I grew, I live outside of Philadelphia. Boy, oh boy, you want to talk about some hate? Boy, if you don't love the Eagles, man, I can't even walk outside my house if I'm wearing like a shirt from New York. I went into a store the other day in Philly. I was wearing my Yankee shirt. Like, wow, you're pretty brave coming in here wearing that Yankee shirt. And it was said in jest, but it's still like at the back of my head. I was like, whoa, right? So again, you got to believe in yourself no matter what. It does not matter what other people say, right? That's allowing your fear and allowing your mind to take control of the situation when you control your future, right? Planning. Successful people always have a plan, right? Everything we do here, like our itineraries, we have everything typed out, our schedules, the entire week, right? Multiple events, multiple meetings. You have to have a plan. You have to be organized, right? It's like a movie. You don't just say, we're going to show up and start filming. There's a storyboard that's created. When you're a model, you just don't show up on set. There's a brand board that was created, the colors, the clothing, the shoes, who's the model, where's the set going to be, the design, the photographer, which is the right photographer, the right makeup artist. Okay, solutions. When rich people face a problem, they find a solution, right? To me, every day I expect 20 problems, 18 little ones and 2 big ones. That way, when the problem comes through my door, I'm like, I expected you. I don't fall to pieces, right? To me, an obstacle is just a solution waiting to be found. No, I get excited about obstacles because that means, ooh, I'm going to grow. That means I'm going to get to learn something. We're going to become bigger and better than we were. Risk taking. Rich people are not afraid to take risk. Those create opportunities, right? You have to be willing. Everything that's ever come to you in your life was because you took a risk, because you decided to say yes. The best days of your life. And even if sometimes you said yes and it didn't work out, that's okay. That was expected, right? We understand that. We understand, okay, great, didn't work out. Now I've learned from it, right? If everything was perfect, you'd never have to leave your house. This is life. Life is about learning and growing, making mistakes. Imagine for a child learning to walk, if you're a mom or a dad, right? Child doesn't just come out and start running around. Child has to learn how to walk. When a child falls down, do we say, oh, you fell down, and start laughing at them and say, you're not going to do it? You're a failure, kid. You're done. No, you don't say that, right? We would never think that, Mike, that's the silliest thing in the world. But yet, how many of you are still doing that to yourself every day? How many of you you are your most brutal critic? I'm going to be honest with you. Some of you guys use the excuse it's others in your life, your friends, your family. At the end of the day, it's you. When you take full responsibility that you are in control of your actions, your life, no matter the obstacles, and you will overcome them to the best of your ability, you take off like a rocket. You gain momentum. It's called a hockey stick effect. You're going like this, and then all of a sudden, like a hockey stick, it just shoots right up. Rich people want more, right? The main reason why the rich get rich is because they want more. They know they can do it since they're already rich. They overcome obstacles. They have more financial abundance. Like, how amazing it is to be able to open a hospital, to open a school, to like all the things. Dream about like the biggest list of things you could do to make an impact on the world. Write them down and give yourself focus. Don't always make it about yourself. Yes, having a great home and a nice car, getting a cool watch, going, traveling on private jet. Yeah, that's fun. But then if you give yourself an even bigger goal, I want to build a school. I want to do this. How do I make that happen? You put that into your mind, your brain starts working at it. And it may not take a year, may not take 5 years, it may take a decade, but it will happen, right? Or you'll come really damn close to it, but you'll do so many other things. All of a sudden you're traveling, you're going to events, you're doing all these amazing things. And then people, again, you got to take that time to realize how far you've come. Think about from where we started this morning to where we are now. You guys are continuously growing and learning, right? You still want more, right? You're leaning into, I want more. What's coming out? I can't wait for Ryan. I can't wait for tomorrow. I can't wait. Great. That's a rich mindset because you want to have more. You want to do more, right? Poor mindset is lack of belief. They don't believe they can do it, right? They're always dependent upon others' opinions. Well, what do you think? Right? Notice that. Notice that in your friends and your family when they come over to you and they're asking your opinion. That's a poor mindset. They're looking to you as the leader. Lack of a plan, right? Poor mindset. They don't know what they want. They don't have a target and they just move aimlessly. I know for a lot of you guys understand that because even myself sometimes I'm like, what exactly do I want? What is the target I want? I have to stop every day and make a to-do list, right? Where we're moving. I have that big list, what we want to do over the next year, 6 months, 5 years. But then at the same time, and I don't go past 5 years, right? There are people who have 20-year plans. I like to keep mine at 5, right? But I adjust it as each day we're moving forward. A lot of people, they just have no plan. Some type of plan is better than none. I'm a prime mover. I'm going to be an actor. That's a plan. Now we start reversing engineering it. How do we get you that goal? I'm a prime mover. I'm a model. Great. Now we start reversing that. You don't have to have the full plan. The only thing that matters in a plan is what is the next step. That's the only step you need to think about it, right? I have to put together some furniture later. I'm sure there's 35 steps to do it. The only step that matters, the first step is what? Opening the box. Step 2, right? Hey, celebrate. I got the box open. Now it's putting the pieces out. Oh, step 2 done. Step 3, let's look at the instructions. Right? If I worry about, oh my God, it's going to be so complicated, I'm never going to get it there. Done. I fall into fear, into the complexity of it, my mindset, and then the box sits there forever. Right? How many of you guys went out and bought a great book? Somebody recommended a book, and you get the book, and you're so excited, and then you put the book on your bookshelf, or you put it next to your bed, and it's 6 months later, and you still haven't read it. Right? Again, think about it. Right? We all do this. Waiting for a miracle, right? The poor people wait for some kind of miracle, winning the lottery, getting a promotion, but they're just waiting, doing nothing. Something is better than nothing. And blaming others. Poor people will blame others, right? They think they're poor because of others, the government, blaming everybody else. No, you take full responsibility no matter what. I understand some people have had the most tremendous obstacles thrown in front of them. All that means is one day you will be so great it's beyond your imagination because you overcame the greatest obstacles ever. Okay, 86% of the millionaires in the United States are self-made. Start where you are, use what you have, do what you can. That's a very important one, right? People always say I don't have the resources. No, you're not being resourceful. You use what you have to build upon that. Don't worry about what you don't have. Well, I've got $1 million. Okay, great. Got it. What do you have? What can we use? Well, I'm really good at this. Great. That's where we begin. And then answers start opening up, right? Everyone's journey is different. 17 ways rich people think differently. Rich people, I create my life, right? Life happens for me, not to me. Rich people play the money game to win. Rich people are committed to being rich. Rich people think big. Rich people focus on opportunities. Rich people admire other rich and successful people. Rich people associate with positive, successful people. Rich people are willing to promote themselves and their value. Rich people are bigger than their problems. Rich people are excellent receivers. When somebody gives you a gift, oh, why did you do that? That's a poor mindset. Somebody gives you a gift, they went through all that trouble, you say, thank you. Oh my God, thank you so much. Right? Rich people choose to get paid based on results. Right? I hear all the time, people always say, what does it cost to train with you guys? I'm like, are you worried about cost or are you worried about results? Big difference. Big difference. Never worry about cost. What are the results? And if you're going to do something, don't worry about what you're getting paid per hour. Know that if you're giving $1 million worth of results, guess what your value is? It's $1 million, right? See that in yourself. How do I give $10,000 worth of value? Because now I'm worth $10,000, right? It's not about hours for dollars. It's about results. Everything in your life should be measured upon that, other than your electric bill, okay? That one I can't change for you. Get solar, we could do that, right? Rich people think both, right? I can do both. How do I do both? How do I get the car and the boat? What kind of adjustments can I make? Okay. Rich people focus on their net worth. So what is my house, my car? What is my total net worth? If you sold everything in your life right now, even if you had $5 left in the bank, you have a net worth, right? You have something of value. There's something of value to you, okay? That's how rich people measure their value. Rich people have their money work hard for them. They invest their money, whether it's in books, seminars, events, trainings, stocks, right? Crypto. People, they always are making their money working for them. They're not just hoarding it away in a pillow, right? Then it's just rotting away. Your money should always be working for you, right? Because then that's the only way to grow. Rich people act in spite of fear. They face their fears and they still do it. Rich people consistently learn and grow. Poor people believe life happens to me. Poor people play the money game to not lose. They're afraid of losing. What if I've only got $10. What if I lose? Right? Poor people want to be rich. They go, oh, I'm going to be rich. I want to be a billionaire. It's like the song. Poor people think small. You got to think as big as you can, guys. Shoot for the moon, because the worst that'll happen is you'll fall into the stars. Poor people focus on obstacles. Obstacles to me are just success is on the other side. Poor people resent the rich and successful people. You got to look up to them. Poor people associate with negative, unsuccessful people. You got to cut them out of your life. I can guarantee there's 5 people you cut out of your life right now. My business partner, Bill Walsh, likes to say, go to your phone, find the 5 people that are bringing the least amount of value, cause you the most problem, send them a text message, hey, I'm really sorry, but I'm moving in a different direction of my life. I'm deleting you from my contacts, and delete and block them. And people always go, they always get in shock. But sometimes that's what you gotta do, right? Look back in your life, the relationships that are no longer there, right? People come into your life for a moment, a season, or a lifetime. Right? There are people that will be with you for your life. There are people who only come into your life for a moment. And there are people that come into your life for a season. Maybe it's a few months, a few years. When you work in the entertainment industry, you may be working on set with people 3-4 months. That's a season. Then everyone goes on to new projects, right? Poor people think negatively about selling and promotion, right? You're in the entertainment industry, guys, right? It's advertising. It's a multi-trillion-dollar business. You're going to be out there. You're going to be interviewed on TV, radio, podcast, magazines, right? Promoting your movie, promoting your show, promoting your product, right? There's a product you don't believe in, you say no. Never feel you have to say yes to any opportunity. People all the time, well, I'm uncomfortable with smoking. Great. Don't ever do a cigarette ad. You don't have to do it, right? Well, my agent says I should. Sounds like you need a new agent. Let me get him on the phone. I'll talk to him. Yeah. No. Right? Or you don't believe in alcohol. I don't drink, right? I have no problem with people who drink. I just chose not to, right? But I might not endorse an alcohol company. If you come to our events, we don't use, alcohol sponsors. We have sometimes wine for certain events, right? So again, it's choices. You make the choices. Poor people are smaller than their problems. Oh my God, everything's so overwhelming. Oh my God, I got a million things to do today. You ever heard that? How many people you know someone who says that? I got a million things to do today. Okay, great. I got a pen and paper. Let's write down this million. I want to see this 1 million. What's the first thing you got to do? Right? Do they really have a million things to do? No, they're just saying that, right? Because they're smaller, right? They're smaller than their problems. Poor people are poor receivers. Oh, why did you do that? You didn't have to do that. Right? No. Thank you. Poor people choose to get paid based on time. How much am I going to make for this? How much do I get paid per hour? Right? It's based on results. What are the results? Of course, there's negotiation. When you're in a movie, you paid $1 million for the movie. Well, how many hours is that going to be we're filming? Right? People all the time, they always email Allie, how long is the open call? How long is the boot camp? It's a poor mindset right out of the gate. What does it matter how long it is? Are you here for the results? You're just worried about the time. Okay, and I get it. You have obligations and things, and some people it's just a simple answer. But at the same time, I don't ask those kinds of questions. I already know my schedule. I already know, okay, great. If this is all day, I can be there. Oh, all day, I can't be. Right? Poor people think either or. Poor people focus on their working income, so how much they make per week. Poor people mismanage their money. Well, you see that consistently. People win $1 million. And then for some reason, a year and a half later, it's gone, and they have like no accountability. What happened to it, right? Poor people work hard for their money, right? The average billionaire, whether you love him or hate him, the average billionaire in the United States pays $750 in taxes. Probably for most of you, that's what you might pay in taxes for 2 weeks' pay, is what a billionaire pays in taxes for the entire year, because they know how to utilize the system. They learn these things. They hire the best accountants. Right? I want to be in that category. Who only wants to pay $750 in taxes a year? Right? That's pretty cool. Right? But some people get jealous about that. You can't. Right? Have to say, well, wait a second. What do they? If the rules allow that, right? I want to be in that game. I want to be in that game to make more money because wow, I saved a lot of money in taxes. I could build another school. I could do something with that. I'm focusing on the positive, not the negative. See the difference? Poor people work hard for their money. No doubt about that. Right? My stepdad was a plumber for 50 plus years. His hands now are so gnarled up, could barely walk. Climbing in sewers, climbing in pipes, worked his body to the bone. Right? A lot of my family have done that, right? The old story about the person being the bricklayer, right? Breaking your back breaking work. There's no shame in that. None at all. I totally understand it. Right? But sometimes you have to have your money work for you if you want to have that rich mindset. Poor people let fear stop them, and poor people always think they already know, that they know better. Okay, so where did you land with this, right? Did you catch? Yeah, you had some of a rich mindset, maybe 90%, but maybe there was one or two things that kind of gave you a little bit more clarity that you can now kind of shift, and now you're going to catch it. And you're going to realize, let me ask a better question. Let me think about this from a different perspective, right? Because every time I do this presentation, it always fires me up because I always catch some of the things, even myself, I know I can improve. So my name was Michael Fompkin. This was the Millionaire Mindset for models and actors, no matter age, experience, or who you currently are, the secrets to unlocking unlimited potential. And I'm going to turn this over to Mr. Neem. And it looks like I am right on the dot for Mr. Ryan Colby, who is up next, who just literally came in from Hollywood, California. He is literally on the East Coast, got in like midnight last night to make sure he was ready to fire you guys up with some great information. Guys, I will see everybody tomorrow morning. Enjoy the rest of the day today, because even though I'm not coming back, trust me on this, we got a lot of great content, some contests, and a whole bunch of fun stuff. And I will see you guys tomorrow, because tomorrow's the big day. All right, guys, have a great night, everyone. Thank you so much.
How awesome was that presentation? Let me ask you a question. When you were listening to Mike, were you asking yourself questions? Were you asking yourself, oh, is Mike a prime mover? Is this the way a prime mover thinks? How many of you have completely shifted your mindset? And I'm going to give you a little caveat to that question I'm asking you. I don't care if this is the first boot camp you've been on, or like my friend Darrell Radcliffe, you've been on every single solitary boot camp that we've ever had. How many of you have had a shift in your mindset? If you have, type a 1 or 1 in the comments. Type a 1 or 1 in the comments. Because I want you to understand something. I want you to remember this, okay? Life, it's not about what I can accomplish, but what do I want to accomplish? We talked about that earlier. Prime movers know what they want to accomplish. Prime movers have a goal. They have their end destination in mind. How many of you are starting to kind of feel like the fog is lifting, and now you're starting to see so much more clearly? Like your mind is blown because you're shifting and you're growing. How many of you feel that? If you feel that, type a 1 or 1 in the comments, because that's our goal for you. That is our goal for you. All right, let me see here. If Ryan Colby's on, I'll be like, hello, Janine, I'm on. Like, please let me speak. So I don't want to miss him. But yeah, he should be on in just a moment, because I know we were going back and forth with him. So we'll definitely have Ryan on in just a moment. But I may have ethically bribed you guys earlier to participate. How many of you have been going into school and leaving your comments? If that's not, if you have, type me in the comments. Type me in the comments, because you know my notifications are out of control. You guys are like making my heart race a lot faster, because like I have so many notifications at school that I'm gonna go in and check all of them. But I'm like, oh my gosh. My Virgo type A personality is like freaking out right now. But I promised a prize to someone who has been participating. And I didn't show you guys this earlier, but I don't know if you can see this or not. I think you can. This is the coin I was telling you about, the one that whenever I am questioning, whenever I'm doubting, I have this coin and I literally carry it with me at all times. And on the front of the coin, it says mentor, impact, and legacy. And I'm going to award this coin to someone in just a moment. And I want these words to really stick with you. How many of you understand that a prime mover needs a mentor in their life to help guide them? And it's not only to guide you, but it's to help you to get that level of success even faster. How many of you know that? If you do, type me in the comments. All right. The second word is impact. How many of you know that a prime mover wants to make an impact on the world? Prime movers want to make an impact on the world. That's the reason that we do these boot camps. That's the reason that I'm standing here right now. I told you guys that I used to work in a dental office, but I was like, there's got to be more to life. And don't get me wrong, okay? I understand that making people less afraid of the dentist is an amazing thing, but I want to change lives. That's why I'm here. That's why this coin means so much to me. How many of you want to make an impact? How many of you are here because you want lives to be changed from what you've gone through already, what you've already experienced? If that sounds like you, that makes you a prime mover. The last word is legacy. This one means the most to me because at the end of the day, there's going to come a time where someone doesn't remember my name. Maybe in a couple weeks, you guys will be like, who is that crazy person with the dolls? I don't know. I don't care if you remember my name, but I want one thing that I've said to you to not only create an impact on your life, but to help elevate you. That's leaving a legacy. Leaving a legacy, people may not remember your name, but they remember how you've impacted them. That means a lot to me. On the back of the coin, it says, as iron sharpens iron, so one person sharpens another. That's what we're doing here. That's what prime movers do. Prime movers sharpen one another. They don't just let people keep walking down the path of destruction or anything like that. Prime movers help sharpen one another. Oh, Ryan Colby's on. He's like, I'm on. I hear her talking about a coin. Swear to God. All right. So what I'm going to do is I want to award this coin to one person who has been active in school. I think she's on actually all the leaderboards in school. But there's a deeper reason that I want to award this coin to this person. She's literally been on probably almost as many boot camps as I have. And this person is Darrell Radcliffe. So everyone give it up for Darrell Radcliffe. And I just want to share something with you about her that really strikes me. And that's why I'm awarding you this coin, Darrell. No matter what life throws at Darrell, Darrell is always there. She's resilient. She comes back. And she has this goal that she knows that she wants to meet. And she has multiple degrees. She actually recently auditioned for a game show. She's going to be on a game show on the 18th, which is her birthday. Happy early birthday. And no matter what, Darrell consistently shows up. We first had the opportunity to meet her in Orlando at a photo shoot, I guess it was 2 or 3 years ago now. And she just consistently shows up. And if any of you are in need of notes from these boot camps, definitely send her a message because she has a notebook that's like this thick of all of the boot camps that we've ever had. But I just wanted to, Darrell, I want to award this coin to you because you may not know this, but you are leaving a legacy in our community. There are so many people that look up to you. And plus, you have been making some really cool comments on the aha moments as well. So everyone give it up for Darrell. Darrell, I need you just to DM me your address so I can send this to you. Okay. So everyone give it up for Darrell. Awesome. All right. that thought in mind, how many of you feel the growth that's going on? How many of you are like, okay, stop with this growth stuff. I just want to learn how to book a cover of a magazine. You guys can be honest. How many of you are like, okay, Denise, let's cut to the chase. You told me that I'm going to learn how to book the cover of a magazine. And you told me that the former art director of Vogue is going to be here. So what we're going to do now, are you guys ready for this? So are you guys ready for this next segment? Hold on. Okay, hold on. We're doing this. We're doing the gallery view, y'all. Are you guys ready for this next segment? Let me know by showing me a little bit of excitement. Y'all look like, am I putting you to sleep? Do I need to dance? Do I need to throw stuff at? What do I need to do? The former art director of Vogue is going to explain to you how to be on the cover of a magazine. You're like, yeah, Deneen, that's nice. Dude.
Wait, I kind of want to interrupt. So
Okay.
everybody schedules for these calls because they all say, I'm looking for an agent. I'm tired of not finding real castings. Why can't I get real work? Okay, guys, first impressions are everything. Let's put our shoulders back and look like we're interested. Remember, if you got a chance to go on set, I'm just going to pre-frame this before Colby comes on. You're on set sometimes at 5, 6 o'clock in the morning. You may not leave till midnight. You want to be actors. You want to be models. You want to make a lot of money. Who wants to make money if you do type money, right? So you're looking for somebody to hire you. Let's be professional and look like we want the part. Because listen, Ryan Colby, former art director of Vogue, I'm going to tell you right now, as much as I love him, I also know he traveled quite a bit. So between, the time differences, he's still here because he wants to help you. He doesn't need to do this, but he loves discovering new talent and he loves to help people. So I want you guys to be able to take in the wealth of knowledge that's going to come out of this guy's mouth. But he's going to be amazing. I'm going to tell you right now, he's probably going to bring it. He's going to tell you what you need to hear, not what you want to hear, what you need to hear. So before we get started, I want everybody to go like this. Number one, I want to see if you're really awake. Yvette, I'm looking at you. You're not doing it. Okay.
Ooh.
Thank you, Jamie Hatcher. We're going to grow some thick skin because he's not here to play with you guys. You want to be on the cover of a magazine? You know who gets on covers? Winners, not losers. Am I right?
You're right.
So sometimes we got to grow a pair, right? Maybe it's just growing some thick skin. I don't care what you're growing, just as long as you're growing, because it takes a lot to be on the cover of a magazine, and we're so excited for him to be here. So, okay.
All right.
That's it. Thanks.
Are you guys ready to hear about your next guest? Your next guest speaker, this prime mover. Our next guest has been labeled as one of the top 7 most powerful agents in the world. He started his career as a model at the age of 12 and now has almost 4 decades in the industry as an icon of fashion. Fun fact, his first gig was for the United Colors of Benetton. At the age of 15, he opened the Emmanuel Ungaro show in Milan, Italy. He has art directed over 20 covers of Vogue. He has been proclaimed to have one of the best eyes to scout in the business. He has run his agency successfully for over 13 years. Through good times and bad, he has never once wavered. He had the record number of covers for his agency, 72. I'm going to say that again, 72 covers in 1 year. Also, for the past 2 decades, he has styled some of Hollywood's biggest stars, taking them from from worst dressed to best dressed. He has also placed talent worldwide for top luxury brands in the world. Everyone, give it up for the one, the only, Mr. Ryan Colby. New York Colby is back. We're so
Oh my gosh, New York,
excited.
why aren't you wearing black? What is going on? West Coast
I know.
Colby, you were wearing like
California
pastels
softened
and
you.
fuchsias.
I'm tired. I'm
Uh,
tired.
but
I just
you're
put
never
something
too
on.
tired to be fashionable. Hi.
Hi, I'm back in New York.
Are you excited? Did New York
Yeah,
welcome
it's fun.
you?
Yeah, it definitely took a couple hours of adjustment. Very loud.
Welcome to New York. I
The
miss it.
streets are
Yeah.
so loud, but it's fine. I like
Okay.
it.
Well, I'm sure everybody's really happy. Now, let me ask you, you walked into the model apartment. How was it?
It was okay. They lied about a few things,
Oh, no. Oh, no.
but it is what it is, to be expected.
So for everybody listening, so when let's say
The bathroom wasn't as clean as they said. You know, the vacuuming was elementary.
all right,
The kitchen was elementary.
okay.
They did their version of cleaning.
I
But
would
it is
think
what
that
it
it's kind of like Devil Wears Prada when
is.
Stanley Tucci goes, she's coming, and Miranda's going up the elevator, and everyone's like, gird your loins, and they're all running. It's Colby,
Yeah.
he's coming.
Pretty much. They were texting me a lot yesterday morning, like, when are you returning? And I'm like, why do you care? I'm
That's when the
returning when I'm
cleaning started.
returning.
Yeah, we don't
I'm
see any
returning when I
images of the model
open
apartment
the
when you're not
door.
around. Yeah. For those of you guys listening going, what the hell is a model apartment? Colby has an apartment for out of town models that get signed that come into New York City, aka for like Fashion Week. They have to be in town for like 2 weeks. And a lot of models don't necessarily have to live in New York City, but when you're doing something like Fashion Week and you have to be there for castings and go-sees and fittings and rehearsals and stuff like that, well, then the model apartment comes very handy. So he sometimes has models that don't live there, and they're all. And one thing you said that kind of really shows like mindset. Understand this: when you get signed to a top agency, yes, these are your peers, but it's also very competitive. So I always find that
They don't really like there are two cliques here. So with the agency. So some of the boys get along, some of them don't. They kind of keep apart. It's not as friendly as you think, you know.
Okay. All right. Okay, cool. So what are you discussing today? Auditions and castings?
Today
You're going over.
Today I'm doing 2 projects with one casting director. He's doing 2 completely different gigs.
Okay.
One is for Guinness beer. It's to target the gay audience. So they want LGBTQ couples for Guinness. It's paying $5,000. So I have 2 boys that have boyfriends that fit the demo. So they have to do a self-tape tomorrow by 3. It's a very long script, actually, which was kind of weird for a beer, but it is what it is. And then the second gig he's doing is a sports gig for Equinox, which they want tennis, pickleball players, basketball players, swimmers, and it's to get a younger demographic into Equinox. So they want 20 to 25-year-olds. So I'm working on both those gigs with him. And that's all I did today so far.
Okay, so Equinox, for those of you that don't live in New York City or in a major city, it's a sports club, kind of like a Planet Fitness or
it's a
anything
sports
along
club.
those
They're going to
lines.
start lowering
It's just a
their
higher
prices.
level. Yeah.
They're going to start lowering their prices for younger people because they're kind of outrageous with their pricing. But they're going to start doing like discount. I don't know what they're doing, but he's in charge. He's casting the advertisements for that. So I'm working with him on that. And that's it so far. I mean, today it's been kind of quiet. Fashion Week's over, so a lot of people left town. They're going to Europe Fashion Week, which started yesterday. So everyone left town like Thursday night, Friday morning. So I kind of have a couple days of slowness, and then it'll get crazy again.
Can you do me a favor and answer this one question? This is a pressing question that I'm sure a lot of people want to know. What is the biggest difference in New York versus LA as far as modeling or acting? Do you find a big difference as far as
there's a big difference. New York is more creative, it's more fun, it's more fashion based. There's more photographers here that have talent. LA is plenty of photographers have talent, but the ratio is just higher here. LA is more smiling and commercial and sunlight and beach shoots and more fit bodies, more classically handsome or beautiful people. You can't really be too strange or off. That works better here in New York or Europe. So that's the difference. But that's fine. I mean, you need to have difference. You can't have both cities be the same. Otherwise, it would be annoying.
Yeah, it would be annoying. And
Mhm.
I'm glad you're back on the East Coast. Would you say New
Mhm.
York is more high fashion? Is that kind of your
Yes.
editorial? Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
yeah. New York is more high fashion, more designers here. Designers come out of here. Designers go to college here and graduate and become stars. That doesn't really happen in LA. I mean, there's sportswear designers in LA, but they don't really become stars. The stars come out of Europe and New York.
Okay. So like the castings that you have right now for Equinox and Guinness, those fashion models or are those commercial print like catalog, like everyday
It's a
type models?
mixture. It's a mixture. The one for
Okay.
Equinox, they want like gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous. They want to bring the fantasy to bring in the young people. So yes, that's models. They don't
Sex
want any commercial
figure, come
print.
work out.
You
Okay.
need to be like, Adonises and and Aphrodites coming out of the sky. Um, the Guinness one, they want attractive, but they didn't in the brief. They didn't really say models. They just said couples. They want Black and Spanish. That's it. They didn't really give any explanation. I mean, I just sent two guys that I know have boyfriends, and they're both Black. So that was it. They're both models, but their boyfriends aren't. So.
So like what type of photos would you submit to that? Like what if somebody didn't
They
have
asked
professional
for
photos?
one selfie of each person. So I have two boys. I have Kingsley and Justin, and they both sent selfies of them and their boyfriends, and I just sent it. And
Okay.
they were okay looking enough. I mean, I didn't really look at the selfies. I really don't care because it's not for me to
No
judge. I
Snapchat
mean,
filters. Yeah.
no filters. They know not to play that game. It was just a normal selfie of them sitting on the couch. So they just took a selfie, and then they had to answer a few questions about their relationship. And I sent it to Chad, and he said yes. And so then he sent the script, which I wasn't expecting. And I was like, okay, there's a script. I wasn't expecting that, but
Beer,
there is.
good. Like what
But
else could
there
you say?
is, and
Yeah.
it's due tomorrow at 3. And I'm like, figure it out. So hopefully they get it done.
Okay. Now for castings of that type of level, you said like that one pays like 5 grand.
That's 5 grand. It's shooting. Um,
Agent.
hello? Did you freeze or did I freeze?
I might have froze. I
Oh,
don't know.
it
I'm
pays
back
five
in
grand.
Florida, so we have thunderstorms at this time. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. It's shooting on the 28th. It's only one day of shooting.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay, so how many of you guys here would love to earn $5,000 in one day? If you would, type count me in. Now, Ryan, those types of castings, because of like Guinness or Equinox, those are international brands. Would they
Mhm.
have to sign contracts and licensing and usage and things like that?
Um, it
Like
hasn't
they
been
would only
discussed
go
yet.
through an agent, right?
That hasn't been discussed yet because no one's got the job. But
Okay.
I'm assuming with Equinox, probably with both, yes, because they don't want you showing up in a Crunch ad or a Planet Fitness ad,
Right.
or they don't want you showing up in a Heineken ad in 6 months. So there'll probably be some sort of standard, like you can't do another competitor for a year or 2 years. That does happen. It's not really a contract. It's just an agreement that you can't appear in this Guinness spot, and then I turn on a TV and you're, chugging a Heineken in 6 months. So that's probably the only agreement there is. They can't really give you a contract for something like this because you're not the face of the brand. Now, if they want to do that, that's a lot of money. That's hundreds of thousands of dollars, kind of like
Yeah.
the Progressive Girl or stuff like that. That's hundreds of thousands of dollars because you're the face of the brand. You're doing everything for them. But doing one commercial, you don't really get a contract. You kind of just get an agreement that you will not appear in a competitor's ad, and the money has to reflect that. So if they don't want you appearing in Heineken or Michelob or whatever Corona, then they have to make sure they pay you enough, because if they don't pay you enough, the agent can be like, well, look, I've done gigs where you can do this gig. It's $1,000, but if 2 weeks from now I get a submittal for your competitor, I'm submitting my talent because you're not paying enough for me to block that out. So the client has to pay enough for me to feel comfortable, like, okay, fine, I won't submit them for your competitor in a month or 2 or 3 if something should come across my computer. So it just depends upon how much they're willing to pay. And some clients don't care. Some clients are like, you know, I don't care if he appears in Michelob, he can do Michelob all he wants as long as he does art. So every client's different. It just depends upon the circumstance.
Okay. So let's go over why you are a talent's best friend. Can you go over some of the things, like you started at such an early age? Do you feel that because you modeled and then you transitioned into being a celebrity stylist and working at Vogue and running an agency, do you feel that since you knew what it was like to model, do you feel like that helps you be a better agent because you understand a little bit?
Yeah,
both
sometimes,
ends?
and sometimes it's a bad thing actually. But I'd say it's 75-25. 75 a good thing, and 25 a bad thing because I'm more of a bitch than someone who kind of worked in the corporate world and became an agent, or has a business degree and became an agent. There are a lot of those people who go to school for communications, business degrees, and they fall into the fashion industry and become agents, and that's fine. But they have no background in this industry. They have no background in clothing. They have no background in lighting. They have no background in production, fashion shows. They have no background on set antics, on set behavior. They just have a great degree from whatever school, and they can talk on the phone nicely. So they became an agent, and that's great. There's nothing wrong with that. But me, I have a different background skill set. I never went to college. I modeled throughout high school. I never went to college. So I don't have that. What I have is the streets. I have life experience. So it's a good thing in some parts because I can tell them some of things that can happen to them, good and bad. And I can tell them how to navigate good and bad scenarios. But it also can get me into trouble because I expect so much from them, because when I was doing this, it was pre-tech. I had to do everything with paper appointments written down with bad handwriting.
Apps.
I had to
Yeah.
use my head. I had to use my mouth. I had to use a map. I had to, do things that are more cerebral and do the same things that you're doing now, but you got a phone. You got it easy. You got, navigation. You've got translator on your phone if you're talking to a Japanese client or a Spanish client or a German client. I didn't have that, so I had to get it together. I used to have a little red dictionary in my different language dictionary in my backpack, especially when I was doing things with foreign clients, just in case they said something. I had to look it up. I wish I had Google Translator. So
Wait, how old were you again when you went off to Europe, like by yourself to do fashion? How old were you?
To do Fashion Week, I was 15.
15.
Yeah.
15. So when I have 30-year-olds and 40-year-olds, I don't know. I need to ask my mom. At 15, you were going through Europe.
Yeah, 15. And
Yeah.
I had to do it with no electronic help, so everything, all the help I got was you talk to the police officer on the corner. You pray that the person at the cafe is giving you the right directions. You know how many cafes and clothing stores I would walk in and be like, I need to go to, this street, and they would tell you, and sometimes they were just playing with you and they would give you the wrong directions. And sometimes they would take pity on you and give you the right directions. And, so I that's why I don't have any sympathy or empathy for my talent when they scream and cry that they can't find XYZ address. I just ignore them. I usually hang up on them. They kind of know now not to even ask me where they need to go because they know I'm not going to answer them. So figure it out or don't. I don't care.
Aren't you guys glad we did that exercise where we grew thick skin? Oh my goodness. It's East Coast Colby. He's back. I love East Coast Colby. So
yeah.
everybody's looking for an agent. So, I mean, obviously you book covers of magazines. You had one year, I don't even remember what year, we had a cake. How many what was your biggest cover?
It was 2021. It was the year we were shut down and struggling, and
because of the pandemic, the world shut down. Colby was open.
People were freaking out, and clients were closing left and right. And I don't know, it was a okay year for me. I actually did better than the big box companies because I'm my own person. if I got sick, yeah, maybe I wouldn't work for a day, but I'm not shutting down, for weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks, and people are looking for you, and emails are piling up, and phone calls are coming in. That never happened. I was pretty much available 360 days of the 365 of
But I think that made you
2020
rise up when
into
everybody else, like, I'm
2021.
sorry, we're out of business right now because of the pandemic. We'll get back to you soon. You're like, call me. I'm ready to go.
Pretty much, people started hearing that. I didn't
Yeah.
actually make any phone calls like that because I felt that was kind of strange. But
Yeah.
plus, I didn't know who to call and say that to, because that's presumptuous
Yeah.
that they would be looking for me. So it kind of word just got around that if you're going to look for models in New York, there's only a couple people that are answering their emails, and I
Yeah.
just happened to be one of them. So that's how it was, word of mouth mostly. People just started finding out, like, hey, the big box agencies in New York are shut down. I don't care if you have a $500,000 gig, you're not getting anyone on the phone. Like, they're shut down for the foreseeable future. Like, nobody knew. People thought this virus was going to be 2 weeks, and even me, I thought it was going to be like a week, 2 week situation. I wasn't worried at all
I remember that. Yeah.
until I was, until it slapped me in the face like a wet fish that we're screwed for an undetermined amount of time. So
And Broadway shuts down for over a year. Fashion,
when I
obviously.
knew we were screwed? When I knew we were screwed? Because at the time I had Tyler Johnson. He was on Young and the Restless. He was doing day work. He was like shooting 2 days a week, 3 days a week on Young and the Restless. When I knew we were screwed is when CBS, in February before the pandemic, they sent out this mass email saying, "Oh, everything's fine. We're not shutting down. We're gonna tough it out. Everything's good. Everything's good." And so I kind of got my confidence from them. And then at the end of March, they sent an email saying, we're shutting down the studio. And, and then I was like, if CBS is shutting down the studios, which has never happened in broadcasting history, we're screwed, so.
So how much did the business change, right? Like, but after the pandemic, how much did like the submittals change? Now you sign people throughout the country versus just being in New York, everything is Zoom. So can you talk a little bit about how the industry is today?
Well, the submittals changed because everything went through Zoom. Everything, you got your personality out through the phone or through the, Zoom meetings. And that's a little easier than in person. Some people shine better when they don't have to physically be next to somebody. And so a lot of people got gigs based upon their shining personalities sitting in their living room. So that is a good and bad thing. Like everyone knows on these calls, I mean, unless there's a bunch of new people on these calls, I'm not a huge fan of that. I believe you should see people in person, but I don't control, the CDC and and the world. So,
We'd like to think you do, but yeah.
I had to deal with what they were giving out, which was you can't see people in person. So
Right.
the Zoom became our friend. I had never even heard of the word Zoom. I remember when Michael told me, "Oh, we're going to do Zoom calls." I was like, "I don't even know what that
Well,
is."
the best was we're going to do a Zoom
I
event.
want nothing to do with it.
I remember, I mean, it like February of 2020, I had just found out I was pregnant. First kid. And then by March, the entire world shut down, and we had an event slated in Hollywood, Los Angeles, in like April. And we're like, what do? We have like 100 people going out. We ended up pivoting to doing it online, like a virtual event.
Yeah.
And we had so many amazing talent that, like Mariah, who signed and booked work and books now $100,000 a day.
Getting those agents to agree to do a Zoom in April.
It was
nobody had heard of the word Zoom. They were like, "I'm not doing that. You're going to record me. You're going to do this." People didn't know what it was. So it was
in Paris,
kind of
Milan. Yeah.
Thank God for
Denise White. She had the patience to go over it.
Yeah, it was very difficult. And I'm not a fan of change, so I was not amused. I knew what Skype was, and I thought it was kind of like Skype, but more international. So I kind of got into it quickly, but I thought it was going to last a couple weeks. I didn't ever think
it's just a fad. It's just a phase.
This would become our lives. So yeah, the industry changed where the casting directors can sit in their homes, see talent in Kansas and Louisiana and Montana and whatever, and say, oh, that person has talent. Let's bring them in for a guest spot on XYZ show. So when shows started shooting again, which was, 6 months into it. So when shows started shooting again, you had to take all these tests and COVID tests pretty much every hour of your day. And, but if you had talent, you were kind of getting away with murder a little bit because some of these people got guest spots on shows, didn't even have an agency, didn't even have a resume, didn't even have any of these things, but they just got lucky because the working actors were too scared to work. So it ushered in a big window of
No
for
neighbors. Yeah.
people to come through the door. And so I guess it's a good thing for them. Like I said, I'm on the fence about it. I think there are good aspects to it, but I also feel everyone's had enough, and I would just like to move on.
So wait, so in LA now, I mean, what is today? September 14th. In LA now and New York, are they going back to the live in-person castings, or is it all still very much like?
I mean, it's like 50-50. There are in-person castings all the time. I mean, Fashion Week was disgusting. There were people it was super spreader events every hour of the day. I mean, the castings were packed. The boys went to castings and they were like, hour 2, and I'm still standing here. So yes, in-person castings are perfectly back, and I'm good with that. I'm fine.
But you still need an agent, guys, in order to even get
Oh yeah,
submitted
you
off
still
of
need an
those.
agent,
Yeah.
but you're going to be standing online for 2 hours if you want to do a fashion show.
Aren't you glad? Who's glad that
Outside.
we're doing an 8-hour boot camp today and
Outside,
tomorrow? Yes.
and some of the boys were, texting. They were standing online
Oh,
for
it's
90
so
minutes.
hard.
2
Yeah.
hours. But they had appointments after, and I had to navigate that. Like, okay, fine. Sometimes I'd be like, get out of line, go to this casting, and come back. Because unfortunately,
Yeah.
that's what has to happen.
And in New York, you could, versus LA, you have to get in your car
Oh
and
yeah,
drive.
no, in
and,
LA. Well, luckily, LA Fashion Week is more contained. It's only 3 days. It's not 8. And also, it's less people. It's less designers. There's less fashion models there, so it's not as crazy as New York Fashion Week as far as volume of people going. Most people in LA are more commercial print. The designers don't want them anyway, so it's less chaos going to Fashion Week castings in LA than it is in New York. And like I said, it's only 3 days, where here it's so much longer and so much more tedious. It's literally around the clock. There were castings at 7 in the morning. It was not, and plus I was in LA. So guess what? I had to wake up and I was in LA until yesterday. So during Fashion Week, I wasn't here. So all of this I had to do from Los Angeles. So those 7 a.m. castings, I had to be up at 4 to, navigate that.
Did all of your models show up on time? Were there any problems with that?
No, there were no disasters. There were hiccups, but no, there were no disasters.
Good.
No,
Good.
no
Knock
disasters.
on wood. Good.
They were just late. There were some models that were late because of good reason. They had shoots, because not only is there Fashion Week, there's also shootings going on, and I control that. So meaning, like, if there's a casting at 2, but you got a shoot that I need you doing at noon, and the shoot goes till 3, well, guess what? You're going to be late to that casting. And I tell the person, look, he's got a shoot till 2:30. He can come at 3. And 90% of the time they're like, okay, cool. And then sometimes they're like, no, it's only at 2. Then I'm like, he's not coming. So there you go.
All right. So everybody's on here. Everybody wants an agent. Everybody wants to be on a cover of a magazine. You worked at Vogue. You actually had a chance to work with the amazing Anna Wintour and help pick the celebrities and style them. Can you talk about working at Vogue and who got the covers of the magazines? Can you talk a little bit about that?
Well, when I was there, I did International Vogue, which is Condé Nast
Okay.
International. So we exclusively used models. I mean, I think 2 or 3 times. I know one time we used Minnie Driver for a cover for something. I think it was Greek Vogue. But very rarely back then would we use an actress or a singer or whatever for a cover. It was 95% models only. And we would pick the girls based upon the pushing of the agency, or sometimes it was political, like, you know, if the girl did 40 shows in Milan and Paris and she's like the darling, then we'd have to use her. I mean, there were many reasons. Sometimes I would push. Sometimes I'd be like, look, I like this girl. Let's use her. The photographer would agree with me. We'd have to convince the editor. And then they would say yes. And sometimes we use a new face who we felt was going to do well next season based upon what her agent was telling us. I mean, there's so many reasons why someone would get a cover and someone would not. Sometimes the cover would change. Like, we shoot the cover, but then a story comes in that's better than what we shot, and we got to switch everything up. So, I mean, there's 20 reasons why people get covers. So it just depends upon the month. But covers are important because that catapults you on the newsstand. People are buying their lemons and their pasta and their cereal, and meanwhile your face is staring at them. So they start to get to know you. They may like you. They may think you're pleasant to look at. So they'll buy it. This was, you know, back then when people were buying magazines on a regular hourly basis. You know, my covers sold the most because I knew that you have to give them something tangible that they want to touch, whether it be the fabric, whether it be the skin, whether it be gorgeous hair, an alluring smile, gorgeous eyes, whatever it is I choose. It has to lure someone in. So they're like, let me touch that and pick that up and see who this is. And then once they touch it, they pretty much are going to buy it. It's an impulse buy. No one gets in their car to buy a magazine. They get in their car to go get cereal or bread or milk. They buy the magazine because they're standing there, you know, and you've caught their eye and they're buy the magazine. So that's how magazines are sold. It's an impulse buy. It's like buying that Snickers bar. You didn't go to the ShopRite to buy Snicker bars. You you went there for something else and you ended up with the Snickers bar. So it's an impulse buy.
Say it. Yeah. Now what?
Same with magazines or impulse buys.
Yeah.
So you have to give them something to look at for them to touch it, for them to buy it. Once a client, or not a client, they're not clients, but once a person touches a magazine, 90% of the time they're going to buy it. So therefore, you just have to make them touch it. And so my covers would reflect that. And that's why sales increase. That's why I kind of ran up the ladder so quickly at Condé Nast, because I'm not saying the covers weren't selling before me, but mine sold more. And when money talks and you see things go from 30-40% to 60-70% of the issue selling,
it's the
they're going to pay it. They're going to pay attention. So that's how. Now covers are different because the magazine industry has suffered. Everyone looks on their phones. There's a lot of digital magazines out there that are hot, that are just as good as print magazines. A lot of print magazines do digital versions that are different than what you buy on the stands.
Okay.
Vogue does that. GQ does it. V does it. Every magazine does it now. You could go on the stand and buy a Vogue, but when you go into digital, it's completely different. It doesn't look the same at all.
That.
Yeah, they do a different version because it gives more people a chance, more photographers a chance, more models a chance, more designers a chance. They'll put lesser known designers in the digital version because if they kind of hit and people start asking about them, then they'll put them in the main print version in a month or 2 or 3, you know, whenever they feel like it. So yeah, that's a good thing about magazines now, is that there's kind of a little bit of a resurgence in the magazine industry. And like I've said on these calls in the past, the industry is hearkening back to the old school ways. A lot of books are returning, meaning
Barnes and Noble reopening throughout the country.
Yeah.
Barnes and Nobles. Yeah.
Yeah, Barnes and Nobles are opening. Lots of portfolios are being purchased because they're going back to that. No more showing clients your pictures on your phone, stuff like that. People are wanting the tangible nature of this industry. So people are tired of the aloofness and the standoffishness of 6 feet apart and, oh, let's talk on Zoom, and oh, let's do, like, people are tired of it. They are tired of it. They want to see the models and they want the tangible aspects of this industry to return. And it's slowly happening with brand new magazines coming out of the blue that you can buy. old magazines that closed in the early 2000s opening back up. The Face just opened back up in London. Lots of magazines are opening back up, and they're selling them at, you know, newsstands, but they also have a digital version to get people into it. So if the sales are there in digital, and you got to pay for the digital, so if you want to see this whole issue, it's $4.99 or $9.99 or whatever it is they're charging. Because then if the publisher sees that it's increasing, then let's print this issue. Maybe they'll print 2 issues a year, maybe 4, whatever they choose to do. So I'm very happy with the digital versions of these mega magazines, because it's increasing readership, and it's showing that the artistic nature of the photo shoot and the cover should be in your hands and not on your phone, you know. So
Now, can I ask you a question? So back when you were working at Condé Nast, and you would have an actor back in the day, like a mini driver, not a traditional model, was there a lot of animosity? Was it all politics? Do you like to have actors or
I don't
celebrities on the covers,
remember
or would
why
you prefer
I don't
models?
remember why we used it for a cover. I just know that we did. There were politics. I mean, I remember sometimes they would. I I remember one time they would push these actresses like crazy back then, and we would
And who
always
is
say no.
pushing? Is it their agent, their publicist?
Their
Who's the one
agents would
pushing?
push. The publicists and agents would push.
Okay.
Alyssa Milano. I remember one time they were pushing that actress that did show. This is when Showgirls hit. That
Oh,
Elizabeth
Elizabeth
Berkley
Berkley.
girl, pushing her like crazy for a Vogue cover.
Saved by
And
the Bell, Elizabeth Berkley. Yeah.
I distinctly remember I was sitting in a meeting with the editors, and this is a true story. What I didn't know is that Elizabeth Berkley at the time, her PR, she had a huge PR firm representing her, and they were really good friends with Monique Pollard, who ran Elite,
Okay.
who back then they were really good friends with her. Monique Pollard and I had a really good relationship with Elite. So she physically called me into a meeting. So I left Condé Nast. I trekked downtown into Elite on 22nd Street. And I go into her office and I'm like, what's up? And she's like proposing Elizabeth Berkley to me, because Elizabeth was a celebrity model at Elite. They had a celebrity division. They had,
Yeah.
a bunch of actors. And I'm sitting in her office and she's pushing. Here comes the PR guy, pushing. Meanwhile, it was my choice who went on the cover. We ended up picking Minnie Driver, but Alyssa Milano's agency was pushing for her, Elizabeth Berkley, Minnie Driver. And I had just seen Showgirls like a week previous, and I was just laughing in the meeting. I was like, "Look, you're not getting me fired."
Yeah.
I go, "You're not getting me fired." I go, "We are not putting this woman on the cover of Vogue. Have you literally lost your mind? Did you watch that movie? Because I did." And, it's not happening.
I could do it better.
So,
yeah.
And here's the bad thing: is that what I didn't know is that the PR guy thought it would be the personal touch to bring her. So she was standing right behind me the entire time. She was standing right there. And I said, "Look, there's no offense, but there's just no way. We could probably get you a story inside and like do a little expose on you," because the movie was making money. It was kind of like a cult hit. It was making money. But there's no way you're getting a cover. Like, it's just I will be on the cover. Me and my dog will be on the cover before that happens. Like, it's not happening.
Did you get a dog?
So, at the time I had one.
So wait, do models now need PR firms to get on covers, or how does that work?
No. These are actresses. Actresses have PR firms.
Oh,
models
actresses.
don't need PR.
Okay, models don't need them. Okay, so there's that answer. Okay,
no,
you don't need that. So do you like the fact that now there are actors or celebrities on all the covers of magazines, or do you wish they went back to like the no-namers?
No, I prefer the models. America is the only country that has, what's the word? Become obsessed with putting actresses and singers on the cover of magazines. The European versions of Vogue and all the other issues have kind of stuck to their guns, and they do still use models. It's kind of like they've kind of been forced to use celebrities sometimes, but it's like a 60-40. They still use models. If you look at any of the French Vogues and the Spanish Vogues and the Brazilian Vogue and Greek Vogue and all these other Vogues, it's all models. they don't use celebrities on them because they're not as crazy about them as we are, as Americans are. They don't care. It's like they care more about the fashion than about celebrities. So they still use the models for the covers overseas. In America, am I happy about it? No, I'm not happy about it. I mean, do I think all actresses should be banned from covers? No. But there are some that really shouldn't be photographed and really just aren't models. They
So
just aren't.
Okay, so like,
They
let's
can be on
say
the
you're
cover of
submitting.
People. They
Yeah.
can be on the cover of People, Entertainment Weekly, Us, and the list goes on. But when it comes to fashion magazines, I really think they need to just go somewhere.
Okay,
Some of
just go
them.
somewhere. Okay. So when you
Some
have
of
a
them.
casting, right? What are you using? Whether it's a cover of a magazine, what do you use to submit? Like, are you using just a modeling portfolio?
When I get my covers for my talent,
Yeah.
well, covers now for talent is paramount. You have to have them, and I, especially if you want to do runway and you want to do high-end magazines, you must have covers. And if you don't have them, you better have an amazing agent because you're going to be dead in the water. You have to have covers. You have to have them. And so I've learned that over the years. And now that there's so many digital versions of covers worldwide, Brazil, India, Germany, China, there's so many
You'll find
magazines and
somebody to put your
they
talent
all
on the
reach
cover.
out
Yeah.
and they all reach out and they ask you, do you have unpublished stories? Do you have boys that need a cover? And I present the boys and then they pick which ones they want and which ones they don't want.
Well, I
That's
have
how it works.
70 people on here right now, not including anybody watching on Facebook. Anybody here interested in being, I want that cover? Anybody here interested? I want that cover. I'm just wondering if we had a cover right now that we had to submit, is there anybody on here that would allow us to submit you for a cover?
Yeah,
Okay.
covers are really important. They're important to have. You need them, especially when you want to get your name out there. I mean, even if you do other things, even if you're a baker or even if you are doing other things, like you want your name out there because it increases your brand, period. You can create a dossier now. You can create a file on yourself of press that you've gotten, um, you know, from whatever magazine you're on the cover of or whatever magazine there's an article about you, et cetera, et cetera. So you have to have those things in order to increase your brand. That's why the actresses do these covers for free. You're not getting paid to do a Vogue cover. You're doing it for free to promote whatever movie or TV show you've got coming out because it has a mass audience. People will see the magazine, remind themselves of who you are, and go watch that show or go.
Guys, do not post
watch that
pictures,
movie.
please, in our chat. Don't do that. Okay. So when you're
So therefore,
go ahead.
it's important. It's important for you to have these covers because it increases your brand, whatever that may be. Why do you think Venus Williams? Do you think Venus Williams needs to be doing magazine covers? She's not a model. She's doing it because it increases her brand. It keeps her name on your mouth, and it keeps her alive in the public eye. And it's necessary. It's the same. It's the same thing. So.
And as far as actually Cruz, what about for petite? It's anybody. It's petite. It's plus. It's more mature modeling. It's fitness. It's everything. Correct?
Yeah. I mean, there's magazines and there's press for everyone. So yeah, I mean, the bigger you are, the more platforms you can be on. I mean, like I said, there's actresses who are on covers of magazines that are not models in any stretch of the imagination, but they're talented actresses. They have a great movie coming out, and this magazine decided that she should be on a cover. So it has something to do with age. I mean, it has to do with what you've got coming out, and also what your brand is. The bigger your brand, the more chances you get, and so the more covers you can get, the more chances that will come to you. Like I have guys that have dozens of covers, and it gets them noticed by other international companies, and it keeps their name alive.
Well, anybody honestly can go out and buy a portfolio, but not everybody can be on the cover of a magazine. And I really want to express that to you guys.
Buy a portfolio. Oh yeah, you
I
can
mean,
buy
like
photos.
go out and buy photos. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. What if you're an athlete with a little street look? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Anybody could be on the cover as long as you had a top agent who has the relationships. We had talked about Ryan like wanting to be in this business and, maybe, paying for pictures or classes or websites. That's all great, but that's not going to land you a cover. Like you need an agent. So, it's all about becoming somebody that an agent actually wants to represent in order to submit you for a cover. They don't just submit you because you want to be on the cover. The agent, it has to be something that the agent feels as though you being on the cover is going to help the agency. It's not all a one track, right? So,
Oh no. I mean, yeah, it's the word, sometimes agents will push someone based upon what they have coming out that has been shot for months. Sometimes there are magazines that are, you do 6, 7, 8, 9 shoots and you won't see them for 3, 4, or 5 months. So you'll try as an agent to get a couple covers that coincide with the release of XYZ shoots that are coming out any day now that nobody knows about. So it's all a weird game that it's kind of, I can do it in my sleep, so it's kind of hard for me to explain. It's like explaining to someone, well, how do you blink? You just do, so it's hard for me to explain.
So when you are submitting, Ryan,
I just know what I'm doing and I just do it. Like it's hard to explain how it's done. It's just kind of like I just
being pretty, you just do it. I get it.
I don't know how to explain it.
I know. So when you're submitting
I
over
try to
talent,
explain it as much as I can, but it's hard.
no,
I just know what I'm doing, and like this week coming, if you guys follow me, I have a bunch dropping specifically next week for a reason, So like I do, there's a method to why I do things.
Yeah, but this is like 40 years in the making. So how many of you guys are glad that Ryan just figured it out? It took him 40 years to do that. So anybody coming on here brand new, we don't have 40 years, right? We're learning from Ryan Colby today. How many of you guys feel lucky? Just type I feel lucky, right? Because that's what this is all about. 40 years in the industry. He traveled to Europe at the age of 15. He was walking fashion week. I mean, I want you guys to understand. So when you're, we get a lot of people, Ryan, oh, I feel lost. I feel alone. You're here in a community of real people that have done shit, amazing stuff, right? We figured it out so that you don't have to. And like you said, there's a formula. You figured it out, and that's why you're here. So Ryan, how important are professional photos when you're submitting talent out for major castings like Equinox or Guinness or Fashion Week?
They're crucial. You have to. I mean, the Guinness one is funny. They didn't ask for professional photos. They only wanted one photo of them together. So because it's more of a lifestyle shoot. So I didn't, they still wanted attractive people, but they kind of didn't care about the book because they just didn't. And some clients do that. Some clients will surprise you and you work so hard in your book and you're like, oh my God, I have an amazing book. And they're like, we don't care. We just want to see it. And that's fine. But yes, in general, you have to have a strong book in order, especially if you want to do fashion jobs, you have to have a strong book because people will need to see you wearing things. They need to see you wearing pants and or skirts and sweaters and shorts and dresses. Like, so they have to see you in garments that are similar to theirs in order to justify using you. So you have to have a strong book. And same thing if you want to do beauty and if you want to do hair stuff, you have to have pictures that reflect that show your hair nicely, that show your skin beautifully. If you want to do those kinds of jobs, if you want to get into the fitness world, you have to have pictures that show you doing something, running, playing a sport,
Lifestyle,
so you have to have those images. So everyone's different and some people need stronger books than others. It just depends on the person. And that comes from an agent looking at you and assessing you. It's just like homes. Some homes are $500,000, some homes are $1 million, some homes are $4 million. You got to look at the home and be like, okay, this home is worth XYZ. It's the same with talent. I can look at someone and be like, look, this is the kind of book you need. You need a medium strong book. You need a super strong book. You don't even need that many pictures. Some people don't. Everyone's different. So.
And that's why we're so lucky to have you. Ryan's going to be coming out to do our Atlanta photo shoot in the next couple of weeks. Guys, Atlanta, there are no spots left, but over this weekend, we're going to be going over something very special with you. How many of you know that Ryan Colby has the eye for fashion? He was trusted by Condé Nast. How many of you believe in the process, trust the process enough? Ryan is.
And also, you
Yeah.
also have to understand, when I worked at Condé Nast, I want to make it clear, I did other things. I did GQ, I did
Yeah.
Interview Magazine, all the magazines that they owned, anything that had pictorial value, because they also owned other magazines that had nothing to do with pictures, but anything that had pictorial value, they would just throw me in. I did many issues of GQ. I did many
Wait,
issues
is that
of
where
other
you met
magazines.
Liam Neeson? Is that because Ryan Colby is Liam Neeson,
I met
celebrity
him
stylist?
because no, I met him because of Ethan Hawke, because Ethan looked like a homeless person, and I was hired to make him look like an actor, like a hot actor. And
Okay.
then his people saw, and they have the same manager.
Okay.
So he saw him, and then I got linked up with him.
Okay. All right. So if he's trusted by Ethan and Liam and Ben Affleck and all these amazing people, how many of you think, and Ryan already made this clear, you need to be what the casting directors want to see, right? How many of you guys would trust 40 years in the industry, working with GQ, Vogue, all these amazing publications? How many of you would love to have a chance to work with Ryan Colby where he custom curates your look for success? Anybody? Right? Because it really is a roadmap, and you built it, and we're so excited to see you back on the East Coast. I know we're going to see
And
you.
also, a lot of people,
Yeah.
dressing you guys aren't, doing $20 million pictures. But, sometimes I think the talent shoot themselves in the foot and sabotage their shoots before they even get on a plane, because they're so worried about their clothes and this and that. Everybody has simple pieces in their closet that are really nice, that can be used for shooting. And like I said on other calls, if not, you've got a brother, you've got a sister, you've got neighbors, you've got friends at work, you've got this. Start borrowing things. You borrow other things. You borrowed $20 from them. You borrowed their car. You borrowed, other stuff. Why can't you borrow a pair of black shoes? And why can't you borrow a nice dress? Or why can't you borrow a pair of jeans? Like, so utilize your circle, your personal circle, to improve your shoot. They're investing in you, and you don't even want money from them. Maybe they dress a little better. Maybe they have a little bit more money than you and they have better clothes. Why don't you talk to them and have a little sit down and be like, hey, I am doing a shoot in Atlanta or LA or wherever you're going, New York, and I need some outfits, and I admire your looks, and you dress really nicely at work. Can I borrow a pair of pants or a blazer or a dress, or those shoes you wore last week were gorgeous and I'm the same size? Like, you got to open your mouth and utilize things. Don't get so paranoid about what's in your closet and start freaking out and thinking that you have to run and go buy X, Y, and Z things, because you don't. You have friends, and utilize them and borrow stuff and make it, because you're coming right back. It's not like you're leaving the country. You're coming right back, and you just give it right back to them. And if they're your good friend, they'll let you do it. So.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest problems I find with people trying to get started in modeling, or maybe have hit roadblocks, is the fact that they keep going with photographers that they have access to. They're dressing themselves, doing their own hair, their own makeup. They're going with what they envision, instead of going through the eyes of somebody like you that hires the models for the covers of major magazines. So do you guys see the difference? If you see the difference, type I see the difference, because so often, so many people, Ryan, spend so much money, and I'm like, your photos are horrible. And it makes me feel bad to say that, but then I'm like, this is why you're not booking work. And most of all, and we talked about this over and over again today, you've got to get the right people to see these photos. And that's one of the hardest parts. A lot of times people run out, they get photos, and then they're posting them up on websites. Ryan, our castings really posted on websites, Fashion Week, major magazines, catalogs. You need an agent. So you got to be what an agent wants.
Dillard's is not posting online to shoot their Valentine's Day e-commerce.
So the jobs that everybody wants, you have to have an agent. So regardless of how much money or time you put into this, getting photos done or paying for websites or paying for classes, you're sharpening crayons. It's time to put them to paper. Ryan, I'm so glad you are back on the East Coast. I know we're going to see you tomorrow, and then we'll see you in a couple of weeks in Atlanta.
Yep,
Welcome back to the East Coast, Ryan Colby.
Yes, I am back in the apartment.
Woo! All right, well, I'm sure you still have a lot of craziness to clean up after having all those boys in that apartment. So good luck with that.
Yeah, I'm going to work on that.
Okay.
Awesome.
It's a good
Well,
thing.
Thank you so much for being here.
You're welcome.
We'll see you
I
tomorrow.
will see you guys tomorrow.
See you
Have a good
tomorrow.
rest of the night.
Thanks.
Bye.
Okay, see you. Bye.
All right. Let me ask you guys a question. How many of you think that Ryan Colby is a prime mover? Do you think he attracts people to him because of what he's done, of the actions he's taken? If you think that he's a prime mover, type a 1 or 1 in the comments. Type a 1 or 1 in the comments. How many of you would love the opportunity to work with Ryan Colby, to have him style you? Maybe style you for the cover of a magazine in Hollywood. How many of you would love that? If that sounds like you, type a 1 or 1 in the comments. Guys, this has been an absolutely amazing day. Alicia, thank you so much for putting Ryan on the hot seat. I always love when you ask him questions, because like I know that you two kind of like dance together, but I also sometimes you ask him a question, I hear, oh, okay, I'm going to talk about that.
I like
love
to
that.
put him on the hot seat, but I wanted to be a little bit more lenient today since he is a little bit jet lagged and with the time difference. But tomorrow, guys, it is like on.
Tomorrow-
The fire is burning. It's going to be crazy with the rapid fire questions. How many of you guys want that? Because tomorrow it's gonna happen. He's East Coast. He's back in New York City. He's gonna get the tough
Yeah.
of New York. Yeah.
So you guys better be ready for that. Awesome. All right. So let me ask you guys a question. On a scale of 1 to 10, how much have you grown today? How much have you learned? How many of you feel that shift from broke you to woke you? If you do, type woke in the comments. There's something I like to do, especially at the end of day 1, because today is the day where we lay the foundation. And as Alicia likes to say, we had to clear a lot of the forest out to get to where we are right now, right? For a lot of you, when you started today, how many of you did not know where you qualified for as a model?
See the vision. You just saw land going, wait, the pool is going to go where? The house is going to go where?
Yeah. So how many of you didn't know what you qualified for, but now you're like, okay, you know what? I know what I qualify for as a model. Even hearing Ryan and Alicia go back about magazine covers. How many of you understand?
More now than ever. How many of you guys are so excited about that? I didn't know Vogue has 4 or 5 different kinds of digital covers. Holy shit. Like that makes me, how many of you guys were so excited when he said that? And one thing I kind of want to say before I turn my camera off, but he has clients all over the world asking who needs to be on the cover of a magazine. I got 70 people right here that would absolutely do that. I would do it. Would you do that, Deneen?
Yeah, I absolutely would.
Why not? Of course. It's good dinner party conversation, kids.
Very good dinner party conversation.
It definitely.
So if you feel the transformation, what I want to do now is, we said at the beginning, one of the things that I said was that it's not so much what you, when you're planning out your life, when you are determining where you want to go, it's not so much what you want, but what you intend, right? To reach your destination. Like right now, I want to go to the beach. I want to go there so bad, but me just hoping and wishing and praying I can get there, that's not going to take me there. I have to make an intention. I have to take action. Okay. So what I want to do right now is I want you guys to really start making the determination of where you want to go. I want you to start really becoming that person, because the person that is booking the covers of magazines, the person that is doing guest starring roles on major TV shows, the person that is booking major roles in films, that person is a different person than you are right now. That's you 2.0. So this is what I want to do right now. Do I have your permission to take you on a little bit of a journey? If I do, type yes in the comments. If I do, type yes in the comments. This is what I want you guys to do. I want you to really focus on where you want to go. So I want everyone to close their eyes. Everyone close your eyes.